binder?
I always grab
No.
it. I realize it's
Really?
No.
Oh, okay.
I asked about that, and then
See what's happening here.
position here.
Let's see what's happening.
Let's see what's happening here.
Yeah, for now.
Let's see what's happening.
Would there be any miracle?
Is someone sitting here?
not that I'm aware of.
Do
Get
miracles
the
happen?
miracle? Christmas miracle?
Christmas miracle. Might happen.
Well, you've done it.
Could happen. We always hope.
Huge pile by me.
Hey Dan, can you do me a
It's that
favor?
time of year.
There's a committee of adjustment file on either 150 or 154.
Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. I will call this meeting to order. Would you please stand for the national anthem? Please remain standing for a moment of silence, and during this time, remember Jay Blue, Anthony Tony Ellis, Stanley G. Grizzle, Mary Elizabeth Liz Mannion, Lionel Murray Sampson, Audrey Sylvia Tobias, Corinne Zook, and the victims of the bombing of St. Mark's Cathedral in Cairo, Egypt. Thank you. Members of council, Anna Kinostowski has joined us this morning as we remember her husband, Lionel Murray Sampson. And our condolence from all members of council. Acknowledges that we are meeting today on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, and home to many diverse Indigenous peoples. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. I will now call for a motion to confirm the minutes. Councillor Baila.
That City Council confirmed the minutes of council from the meeting held on November 8 and 9, 2016, in the form supplied to the members.
All those in favor? Carried. Members of council, we have before us Administrative Inquiry 23.1 from Councillor Perks and Councillor Davis regarding Toronto Hydro's hired consulting firms. Last month, Council deferred this inquiry to permit the City Manager time to answer. The City Manager's answer to the inquiry was distributed with your supplementary materials yesterday afternoon. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I'd like to move to refer it to the Executive Committee.
Okay. Councillor Perks, it's on the screen. All in favor? Carry. I would now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes.
Did you give up on that?
Pardon me?
Did you give up on our motion?
I believe it.
Deputy Mayor Min Wong, you have a motion to introduce the Executive Committee report.
Yes, that the report for meeting 20 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi?
Madam Speaker, just on a point of order, there's recommendations that have just been recommended, one of which is for the implementation of tolls in the City of Toronto.
Councillor Mamalidi, you're out of order.
I think that this was not an issue in the last election.
Councillor Mamalidi,
I
we're
would-
going
I would
through
suggest that
we're
it's out of
going
order
through
in
the
its
committee
entirety.
reports. When it comes to that item, you are welcome to speak on the item. Thank you. Councillor Mihevik. Councillor Mihevik, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and if I can find it, I'd be happy, oh, there it is, that the report of meeting 16 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda of City Council be presented for consideration. It's just a very simple receipt motion that I'll be moving. At the time, there's only one item, so happy to move this.
Thank you.
Welcome to our club.
Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the Community Development and Recreation Committee report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 16 of the Community Development and Recreation Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I would bring to your attention a very insightful document, the City of Toronto Basketball Development Plan, which puts into context the importance of basketball in many of our local neighborhoods. Although it's played now, we're adding some structure and programming to it and making a big commitment to expand it and make it as accessible as possible. Also, I bring to your attention the full-day kindergarten and school-age program updates, which places a great deal of emphasis on before and after school programming for children
I'm keeping people straight.
that the province is mandating and that we're participating in as well. And I would also bring to your attention the reforms of the Housing Stabilization Fund. This is a good news story where it makes the program more inclusive rather than exclusive, and I think going forward it will help more people than it will disqualify. Thank you very much.
They're not, like if they come to you and ask you about something,
Thank you.
even now I find they give me grace because they know you can't know every corner of the city.
Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce the Economic Development Committee report.
Thank you, and good morning, Speaker. I do that the report from meeting 16 of Economic Development Committee listed on the agenda for Council be presented for consideration. I just wanted to, Speaker, highlight ED 16.2, which is the Advancing Work-Based Learning in Toronto report of the Youth Employment Action Plan Advisory Committee. I want to invite members to ensure that they read this particular report, which really is focusing on opportunities and options to help young people who are being challenged in terms of creating employment, and also talking about stackable skills for young people, because we know that with respect to technology, there are displacements that's taking place with the introduction of technology in the workforce. And we want to encourage people to be able to ensure that their skills are up to date and it's stackable in the sense that they learn how to learn and develop broader skill sets to be able to allow that to be transferred into other opportunities. The report, Speaker, also speaks to the work that's actually being done by Tester on Employment and Social Services. I want to thank the team, Patricia Walcock and her team there, for the great work that they do. They do deserve a standing applause, actually. I don't know if she's here, but thank you, Pat. And additionally, Speaker, the involvement with respect to the NGOs and the private sector Ms. Wilcott and her team has been able to bring those groups in. There's opportunities where young people will actually be working in interning and so on during the course of the next year. There's a major symposium that's actually being planned to focus some attention on this particular issue. So when people ask the question, what are we doing for young people, there's a whole strategy, there's a whole series of initiatives in place in order to help them. And finally, Speaker, I wanted to thank sincerely two people that we had actually gone out to ask them to help to lead this particular advisory committee, and they have done an extraordinary amount of work and have brought in an extraordinary group of people from the outside and also the NGOs. And that those two individual speakers are our former colleague, Councillor Peter Leon, who's a retired businessman, as we know, and served for a short period of time representing Etobicoke Ward 3. And, Speaker, the final person that I want to acknowledge, he's an outstanding citizen in the City of Toronto. I suspect that he is an outstanding universal person in that he does work across boundaries, and in my view, he is one of the amazing leaders in this city. That person is Mike York, who's the president of Local 27, the Carpenters Union. He and Mr. Leon has been obviously focusing a lot of attention in this particular area, and I want to thank them and again thank the staff and encourage members to take a look at the report because it could be helpful to their residents and young people in their community. Thank you, Speaker. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Government Management Committee report.
Hi, good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 16 of the Government Management Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio, you have a motion to introduce the Licensing and Standards Committee report.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. Good morning, and good morning, everyone. That the report from meeting 15 of the Licensing and Standards Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Just I would like to highlight a couple key items that will be before the committee, and that's LS 15.1, and that's with amendments to Chapter 349 that relates to dangerous dogs. The recommendations within the report proposes amendments to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 349, that hopefully will prevent or minimize the number of dog bites, mitigate risks associated with dangerous dogs, and hold dog owners responsible for their own dogs. So this item has been held, so I'll be speaking at length whenever the item comes forward. And the next item, it has to do with LS 15.3. That's a proposed regulatory bylaw for rental apartment buildings. And I'm just going to ask members of council to read carefully the recommendations in this report. The recommendations call for a regulatory framework to be implemented to ensure that we deal with a state of good repair in compliance with units and apartment buildings instead of a licensing system. So that item has been held as well, and I'll be speaking to that tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Layton, you have a motion to introduce the Parks and Environment Committee report.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, that the report for meeting 20 of the Toronto East... Oh, that's the wrong motion. Meeting 15 of the Parks and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Of note, there was a rather significant report back from the subcommittee on climate change and sustainability that came through the form of Transform's TO first update report to our committee. It's outlined several short-term measures that the City of Toronto will continue to undertake to meet our climate change obligations internationally. We all, and as well as some long-term direction given to staff to pursue as part of the city's plan to reach our commitment, our international commitments that have been made repeatedly and most recently in Paris at the Conference of Parties. One significant thing of note and came up repeatedly from deputations at the committee was the lack of funding in 2017 for any new initiatives to fight climate change. When we go to international conferences and make commitments with mayors and other delegations around the world, I certainly hope that I'm part of a council that fulfills on them and puts resources into solving the problems that we commit to. Thank you.
Councillor Shiner, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Growth Management Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report for meeting 16 of the Planning and Growth Management Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. As I've done at the beginning of every meeting, I'd also like to bring yourselves to attention, my colleagues, to the fact that in this meeting we are approving 3,532 new housing units in the city. Of those, none of them are affordable. There is a motion coming later from my colleague, Councillor Crawford, on a Bill Toronto site on Victoria Park, which will have 30 affordable housing units in it. And there is some funding that's come through both Councillor Wong Tam, $200,000 on a project she has on Hazelton Lanes, and my colleague Councillor Cressy, who has some funding of $1 million coming for a project on the Globe and Mail lands. However, the $200,000 is for Toronto Community Housing repairs from Councillor Wong Tam, and $500,000 is the same thing from Councillor Cressy, and only $500,000 of all those units is towards affordable housing. And I don't think it's a great thing to have to take cash on Section 37s to cover up and to fulfill the funding needs of Toronto Community Housing that shouldn't be borne by the city and the City of Toronto taxpayers. That $700,000 should be going into amenities that the city needs in the wards where the new development is in place. And it shouldn't be going for the shortfall that we have in funding and the fact that Toronto taxpayers are stuck with trying to maintain the housing stock we have in public housing. That doesn't happen anywhere else in Canada that I know, or anywhere else in North America where municipal government is left with that. And that just takes away from the funding in other areas. So I understand my colleagues doing it, and I think it's important to do so, but I have a problem with that. I really don't think it's the way we should be going, and the funding for Toronto Community Housing should be fixed, and we should be getting more affordable housing when these developments go through the City of Toronto. 3,532 units and no affordable units isn't right. On the agenda in front of you today, which is what I stand as well to speak on, there's two very important issues, PG 16.1 and PG 16.2. They are related. One is a development application review fee update, which was at executive sent over to Planning and Growth, and the second one on the city planning performance metrics. And I say they're related because there has been constant concerns expressed to me on an ongoing basis ever since you gave me the role of chair of this committee about the problems with the development review process, both from applicants and from the public and from councillors. And the fee structure is one that will now cover the full cost again through the user fees, but at committee we have agreed that we should be able to enhance the staffing and increase the staffing where it's needed in the 16 divisions that are responsible for reviewing planning applications. The problem is that we really don't know how to fix the system because we really don't have the right performance metrics to review what's happening within the divisions to find out what we need to do and where that staff has to go. So while the committee has supported, with the help of my colleagues at the committee, with Councillor Perks, who was there as a deputant, where we had a development lawyer expressing their concerns with it, where we said we should add some staffing and trying to fix the problem, we don't have the right performance metrics to really measure it, because in the second item, one of the stats was from 2011. And we really need to know what's going on. So I'm looking forward.
Hold on.
I'm looking forward to going.
There's a point of order. Councillor Campbell.
Have we had a ruling on whether or not the opportunity to introduce the committee reports is also time when opinions can be offered to the council?
I ruled on it at the last council meeting.
Did you rule that that was okay?
we circulated the copy of the ruling to all members of council.
So in five-
The chairs are to speak on the item that's before you on the committee report.
So in 5 minutes, a counselor can opine on anything on the agenda rather than just introduce.
Consider yourself lucky. I would have been told to sit down already.
You don't get much for being chair.
Thank you.
This is what you get.
Councillor Shiner, can you just continue, please? On what we have before us, on the
I
agenda.
am, Madam Speaker. I'm talking on the two issues, the planning performance metrics and the development application review fee. Where I was not on the agenda is what I start with every committee to talk about the affordable housing units, but I am in order now. And I'm glad that you're listening, Councillor, and that you've brought the entire room to listen to what I'm saying, because it is extremely important that we find a way to make sure that development applications are processed as efficiently as possible with all the public comment we need and all the work for the department, but we find a way to measure that. And that's what I was talking about in the second part, to know what's right and wrong because of how complicated the process is and how important it is. Because again, 3,532 units on this agenda alone. The city is growing at a pace it's never grown, and we really have to be sure we manage the process
Councillor
well.
Shiner, your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's going to be a long day. Councillor Robinson?
Thank you
You have a
very much.
motion to introduce the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee report.
Thank you. That the report from meeting 17 of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. And in order to be brief, I will just say the biggest issue at our last meeting was quorum. And I want to thank Mayor John Tory for saving the day, not once, but almost twice. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minawang, you have a motion to introduce the Striking Committee report.
Yes, thank you. That the report from meeting 11 of the Striking Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Yes, and good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 18 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. So who's... Okay. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 18 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That the report from meeting 18 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, that the report for meeting 20 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. And as always, I'd like to thank the clerk staff for their outstanding work in clerking that committee.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy. Councillor Cressy, you have a motion to introduce the new business from the mayor and city officials.
Madam Speaker, that the new business from Mayor John Tory and city officials listed on agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions? On favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please, and thank you.
The motion carries 36 to 2.
Are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the committee, the item, or motion number under the nature of the interest. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning. So items EX 20.1 and 20.2, as it relates to the municipal land transfer tax. I'm a member of the Toronto Real Estate Board. And anything else that may be related to MLTT.
I don't think that makes a difference.
I know.
Sorry, Councillor Crisanti, another councillor was speaking to me. What, you're declaring an interest on which items?
20.1, 20.2, EX 20.1 and 20.2, as it relates to the MLTT, the land transfer tax. I'm a member of the Toronto Real Estate Board.
Well,
Up to you, but I don't...
you can pull, I believe you can pull that one out when we, and
Yeah, I know,
vote on
but
that,
you asked
vote
for
on
it.
that separately, but not on the...
Yeah,
the
no,
item.
we'll do that separately, correct. You asked, Madam Speaker, and I got up and declared. Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Layton. Sorry.
Thank you very much. That's okay, Madam Speaker. On page 4, item EX 20.22, 2017 rates supported budgets, Toronto Water, and recommended 2017 water and wastewater consumption rates and service fees. I'd like to declare an interest as my partner works for an organization that receives a small operating grant for the Blue Flag program.
That's a very clear declaration.
So did we get that one from Councillor Lane?
I have made the same declaration about a dozen times, so
Yeah.
I'm sure they've got
Can
it
you just repeat the item number,
Sure, it's
please?
EX 20.22, the 2017 rate-supported water budget, as it relates to the Blue Flag program.
Okay, let's just wait for a minute. Oh. Is he holding the item down? Yeah, Councillor Layton, you're holding the item down, so if you have an interest, you can't hold the item.
Narrow piece of this. I've done this every year for 5 years, 6 years now. And you can all guess what, 95% of you know what motion I'm gonna move.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, so just continue holding it, Councillor Layton. Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, I am declaring an interest in item GM 16.15, conveyance of 215 Rainy Avenue and a portion of Lila Lane to Toronto Community Housing Corporation for inclusion in the Lawrence Allen Revitalization Project, as I've declared an interest previously in the Lawrence Allen Revitalization Project, as my family has property in the immediate area.
Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to declare an interest in CC 23.8, report regarding the conduct of former Councillor Doug Ford. I do not have a pecuniary interest in this, but I do believe my presence is a perceived bias, so I would like to recuse myself on this item.
Thank you. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Ainsley.
Madam Speaker, I have a petition from 782 of my residents with regards to EX 20.3 against any partial or wholesale of Toronto Hydro.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I have a petition from 133 residents of the Pocket supporting a 25-year goal of creating an off-leash in the lands adjacent to the TTC yards.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions? Oh, Councillor Mamalidi, you have a petition?
Madam Speaker, I have a few hundred online petitioners that are very clearly against the tolls and other fees and taxes in the City of Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask for the indulgence to allow me to introduce a lengthy petition that I received as it refers to the second key item from the mayor, and I had to go downstairs just to get it.
I'm sorry,
That's on item X20.3.
yes, and what is it? You have a petition?
Yeah, I had to go downstairs.
So you have a petition downstairs and you want to bring it up later? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. All those in favor of receiving the petitions? Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I will now review the order paper. We have two deferred committee items on this agenda. T 18.56 on a construction staging area for 25 Richmond Street East, and PG 15.1 on How Does the City Grow Update 2016. The mayor has designated the following items as key matters for this meeting. EX 20.2 on the City of Toronto's immediate and longer-term revenue strategy direction, and EX 20.3 on asset optimization review, Toronto Hydro Corporation and Toronto Parking Authority. These will be our first two items of business today. Council is scheduled to meet in closed session at 6 p.m. tonight if required. Notices and motions are scheduled to be dealt with at 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters have been completed. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the item listed on the order paper to take additional holds. I will recognize requests to make matters urgent and time-specific after I go through the items for additional holds. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a two-thirds vote. Members of council, I have just been advised that the city solicitor that item CC 23.5, a report request for direction regarding 3049 and 3051 Bayview Avenue and 12 Blifffield Avenue will not be coming to this meeting and should be withdrawn from the agenda. CC 23.5. So can I have a motion to withdraw? By Councillor Shiner. All in favor? Carried. Page 3. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. EX 20.1, City of Toronto Long-Term Financial Direction Update. I'd like to hold that, please.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi.
Sorry, it'd be page 4 for me. Sorry about that.
Okay, hold on. Everybody's putting their... We have to clear the page because we've finished page 3, so let's go to page 4. Okay. Councillor Kelly, page 4.
Thank you, Speaker. Executive Committee,
Okay, hold on. Your mic is... Yeah, okay, thank you.
Executive Committee Meeting 20, Item 16, adjustments to various direct city loans and loan guarantees. I have an amendment from staff that I'd like to meet. I don't think it's ready yet, but should be ready for quick releases later on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. May I hold EX 20.23, 2017 rate-supported budgets, solid waste management services, and recommended 2017 solid waste rates.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mamalidi.
I'd like to hold 20.9, and there's a few others.
Okay.
Yes. 20.9 is the
Okay,
first.
can you read it out, please?
100 Resilient Cities Network.
Okay,
I'd like to hold 2014, new implementation approach for the Gardner Expressway.
okay,
I'd like to hold 2017, property taxes, the interim levies.
okay.
I'd like to hold 2023.
It's already been held.
I don't see that on the sheets, I'm
Well,
sorry.
Counselor Holliday just got up before you and held the item down.
Sorry about that, Stephen.
Yeah.
I'm ignoring all the other heckles.
Okay. Counselor Fletcher. Oh, Counselor Fletcher?
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold EX 2012, George Street Revitalization Recommendation for short-term non-competitive contracts.
Thank you. That was on page 4, EX 20.12. Counselor Fletcher is held down. Page 5. Counselor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. EX 20.41, replacing the lost railway stations of West Toronto.
Thank you. Counselor Mamalidi?
I'd like to hold 2028, budget adjustments. 2045, interim estimates.
Counselor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 5, EX 20.30, accessible communication at meetings. And then there's two more on the same page.
Okay, the other ones?
EX 20.32, accessible bus routes, as well as HL 16.1, progress in implementing the Intimate Partner Violence Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Page 6. Counselor Mamalidi?
I'd like to hold 16.9, renewal of the agreement between the City of Toronto and the Canadian Council on Social Development.
Counselor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold CD 16.6, updating the delivery of the Housing Stabilization Fund.
Points. Page 7. Page 7. Counselor Mamalidi, page 7.
Yes, I'd like to hold 16.9. That would be the group home and auto insurance for city employees.
Counselor Perks?
Excuse me. Thank you, Speaker. If I could, I'd like to hold LS 15.4, update on liquor licensing issues.
Thank you. Counselor Davis?
Just wonder if we could have a vote on GM 16.10. That's the award of requests for proposals related to custodial services.
Okay, you want a recorded vote? Recorded vote. This is on page 7, GM 16.10. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Fletcher, please.
The item carries 29 to 13.
Thank you. Page 8. If we can clear the board, please. Page, okay, Councillor Shiner?
Sorry, on a point of privilege, I am sure that I voted yes on that last one, and it came up as a no. Could I have the indulgence of someone that voted in the positive?
Okay,
too?
let's just check first, Counselor Shiner.
I saw a red show up on that.
How
one.
did Counselor Shiner vote on that one?
He voted no.
Okay, one at a time, please. Counselor Perruzza, I can hear Counselor Shiner. Okay, so can we have a motion to reopen? Counselor Palacio in favor, carried. Let's redo the vote, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please, and thank you.
Councillor Filion, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Filion, your vote, please.
The item carries 27 to 15.
Page 8. Page 9. I'm on page 8. Counselor Campbell, are you on page 8?
No, I would move to page 9.
Okay, I'm on page 8. Counselor Perks, are you on page 8?
Sorry, Speaker, it's so difficult to keep up with you. PE 15.2, Resilient City Preparing for a Changing Climate, Status Update and Next Steps.
PG 15.2. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So now we'll go to page, I didn't see your name. You just put it on? Okay, Counselor Fletcher on page 8.
Thank you. Can I release one right now for 15.6, legalizing off-leash area and lands west of Greenway Toronto Transit Commission yards? And that was the petition I submitted, and I'd like to have that.
Okay, on page 8, Counselor Fletcher is releasing PE 15.6. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Page 9. Counselor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In regard to EY 18.5, final report 4208, 4210, 4214 Dundas Street West, staff has a technical amendment that we can put up on the screen. There it is. Beautiful. Excellent.
Okay.
That's it.
So on page 9, EY 18.5, Counselor Campbell has an amendment that's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Item as amended, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Carmichael Greb.
Page 9, PW 17.9, staff has an amendment. I don't know if it's ready for that. Is it ready? Okay. This adds some temporary parking in front of the Eglinton Grand Theatre.
Okay, okay, if we can put it on the screen on page 9, PW 17.9. Councillor Carmichael Greb has an amendment. It's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Page 10. Councillor Campbell.
Same thing, Madam Speaker, at the very top, EY 18.6, final report 4650 Eglinton Avenue West, zoning bylaw amendment application, technical amendment.
The staff have the amendment? Okay. It's on the screen, page 10, EY 18.6. Councillor Campbell has an amendment. All in favor? Carried. Item as amended. All in favor? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Shiner.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Your vote, please.
Can you
Councillor
put,
Shiner.
can you please put the amendment on the screen? We're voting on the item as amended. Well, we had the amendment on the screen, Councillor Shiner. We already voted on the amendment. Okay, there it is. There it is, Councillor Shiner. All right. Okay, so we're voting on the item as amended.
The item carries 40 to, or, sorry, the item as amended carries 40 to 2.
Councillor Shiner?
On a point of order, when a motion goes up with an attachment on it, I don't think members of council really have an opportunity to see what we're voting on. And that one said as attached. And although I trust the councillor, know he was in support of the project, I don't think we can vote on these as quick items without having the opportunity to see the motion itself and the attachments that are there.
Well,
and in the future, I'll stand up on a point of privilege and ask that that be held unless we have a chance to see that.
yeah, that report is in the supplementary report. So when that happens, if a member of council wants to hold the item down, the item could be held down.
That would be the procedure that gives us an opportunity to see
Well,
it with the amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, it was circulated yesterday. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 10, EY 18.12, application to remove private tree, and I will also be doing EY 18.13, application to remove a ravine-protected private tree. I'd like to hold both of those, please.
T. Councillor Crescenti.
Oh, yes, Madam Speaker. I thought we were on page 9.
No, we're at page 10.
Could we go back to 9, if you don't mind? I had I'll defer this to Councillor Karygiannis. There's an amendment. If we could deal with it now. It would be a quick one. Councillor, is there an amendment ready?
Well, Councillor Crescenti, you didn't list the item, so we don't know what item you're referring to.
Sorry, okay. So
Okay.
this is page 9.
Yes.
Item number ST 11.1. So if that amendment is ready, maybe Councillor Karygiannis, I'll defer it to him.
It's not a quick item.
No?
No.
Then we'll...
Okay, thank you. Page 11. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold NY 18.14 application to remove private tree, 37 Summerside Crescent. Thank you.
Which number, Stephen?
On page 11, NY 18.14.
Yep.
Can you and Sarah just slug it out of her trees?
Page 12. Page 12. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. This would be item SC 18.14, application to remove a private tree, 16 Shropshire Drive.
Do you want to just vote on it? No, let's start.
Page 13. Councillor Mamalidi.
Item 2013, request for directions in Roncesvalles. 2014, request for directions, 1181 Queen Street. And 2018, TO Corps, Planning Toronto's Downtown.
Okay. Counselor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. On page 13, TE 20.8, final report, 20 Edward Street zoning amendment application.
Thank you. Counselor Perks.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Councillor Mammoliti got the item I was interested in.
Okay. Page 14. Counselor Mammoliti.
20.42, installation removal on on-street accessible parking spaces.
Page 15. Counselor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. CC 23.1, appointment of public members to the Toronto Local Appeal Body.
Just hold the whole agenda.
23.1.
Okay, that's on page 15, CC 23.1. Okay, that's it. Oh, Counselor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 23.9, report on an inquiry for inaccurate and misleading registrations.
Okay, that's on page 15, CC 23.9. Four and six. So can I have a member, Councillor Grimes, can you hold CC 23.4, which is the Mimical by the Lake, because there's a city solicitor report that's coming, and then on CC 23.6, can I have 939 Eglinton OMB hearing, can I have a member hold that item down? Councillor Burnside? Okay. Right. Are there any requests to make an item urgent and time specific?
Speaker, you've left my microphone on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's on page 7, item LS 15.1, amendments to Chapter 349, Animals, Dangerous Dog. The reason is there have been it has been one individual in this city working very hard for the past 5 years since her daughter was mauled in a dog attack, who has been working on this with the Ombudsman as well as city staff, and I would just like to offer her the opportunity to be here when it passes. I know that myself and Councillor Palacio are to speak to the item. It will be brief. I'm hoping for tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9:30. We can all come in early.
No, but nobody's in the council chambers at 9 a.m.
I'll make a speech then as well.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The staff are here at 9. The staff are here at 9 o'clock. Sorry. Yeah. I know you're up here at 8:30, actually.
If we could make it for 9:30, then the first item of the day tomorrow.
First item of the day. All right. So that's on page 7 LS 15.1. Councillor Layton is moving. That'll be the first item tomorrow. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Crawford.
I'd just like to move a motion to consider the following items together. EX 20.1, the City of Toronto Long-Term Financial Direction Update, and 20.2, the City's Toronto's Immediate and Long-Term Revenue Strategy Direction. They're very similar and we dealt with them separately at executive, but they're very similar with questions and comments, so I'd like to move to put them together.
That sounds good.
So,
Good idea.
so we have that item?
Yes, I do.
So Councillor Crawford is requesting that on page 3, EX 20.1. Sorry, Councillor Perks.
On a point of order, I need to understand the precedent here. During last year's budget debate, I attempted to make a motion to conjoin an item to the mayor's key item, and I was told that was out of order. Is that still your ruling, or will I be able to do that when we get to the budget?
I'm just going to ask that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mammoliti.
Madam Speaker, I know you're entertaining a motion, but I'd like to ask you a question with respect to process under these two items and what might or might not be acceptable in the way of motions.
Well,
I'd like to be able to explain before you tell me to sit down.
But Councillor Mamalidi, let's wait till we get to it. We haven't even finished the agenda.
I think it's quite
Wait till we
relevant-
get to the item, and then you can ask the question.
Quite relevant to how I vote on this motion.
How you vote on which motion?
The motion to
Well,
combine both of them.
Councillor Mamalidi, we haven't voted on it yet.
Right, but
that's the point.
do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
So why are you telling me to sit down?
Because
get it.
I haven't made a ruling yet on Councillor Crawford's motion. So what, Councillor Perks, what I was advised by staff, that the previous one, that there was motion, and it was only on the consent of the mayor that we were able to vote on that item. So,
Thank you, Speaker, and as long as we abide by that precedent, I'm fine.
okay, so I'd like to ask the mayor.
If I consent to these items being combined, Madam Speaker, yes, I do.
Okay. So that's the motion by Councillor Crawford, recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, your vote, please.
Councillor Ainsley, please.
The motion carries 32 to 10.
Councillor Mamalidi.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Just be patient with me here. I have heard over the last number of weeks that if we wanted to move particular motions forward that would replace what our concerns might be with respect to tolls and other fees, that this may or may not be the venue to do it. If it is the venue to move motions that find the savings to replace tolls, replace the fees, then I need to know that now, because I'd like to do that at this meeting. If you're not going to allow me to move those kinds of motions, is it appropriate for us to be dealing with this and then dealing with the budget later? I'd venture to ask you to rule to allow somebody like myself or others to be able to find the savings to replace the tolls and replace all the taxes and fees that are being suggested.
Okay, what we have before us is the executive's report and the recommendations. That's what we will be debating today. Yeah.
And what I can't get away with the respect to the motions.
Councillor Mamalidi, it's not that what you would get away with, because I won't let you get away with a lot.
So Ken,
When you present the motions, then we will deal with them as they're presented, and if I have to, I rule them out of order. But right now, you can present motions.
I would like more of an understanding of the types of...
I've just explained it, Councillor Mamalidi.
No, I would like more of an understanding. The mayor has made comments about what to replace the tolls with, that if some of us want to be able to replace the item of tolls, to do it while we speak. So if you're going to rule those out of order, then I'd like to know that now.
Councillor Mamalidi, I did rule and I explained to you when we get to the item, you present your motions, and at that point I will advise you if I rule them out of order or not. No, sorry. We have a huge agenda, and I don't need any examples. Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza.
Yes, Speaker. I apologize. On page 7, I would like to hold 7, correct. GM 16.18, 1 Yorkgate Boulevard, North York, new lease for Toronto Employment Social Services. I'd like that item held in my name, Speaker.
All right. All those in favor of adopting the order, okay, we will vote separately on the following items to permit the members who have declared an interest to leave the room. Councillor Mamalidi, please stop interrupting. I can't hear if you're speaking over me. GM 16.15 regarding 215 Rainy Avenue. Councillor Shiner, you have an interest on that? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Davis, when you're seated, please.
The item carries 38-2.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi, can you just allow us to finish these votes? CC 23.8 regarding former Councillor regarding former Councillor Doug Ford. Councillor Ford, you have an interest, so if we can vote on that separately. Recorded vote. This is on CC 23.8.
Councillor Crawford, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
The item carries 37-2.
Okay, Councillor Mamalidi.
Madam Speaker, there are bylaws in this place that allow us to stand up regularly on points of privilege, points of order, and other points that are necessary to the argument. We're already starting, Madam Speaker, with heckles. I have the right to stand up on a point of privilege, and I'd ask you to consider, in this debate and the rest of this meeting, There are other points that need to be made outside of the recommendations that are here. I plan on making those points, and I just want to be treated like anybody else in this chamber when it comes to the points of orders, points of privileges, and for me to be able to stand up, ask questions, and to speak.
Well,
I already get a sense that you're going to shut me out, Madam Speaker, and I'm making a point of privilege to please allow me the same courtesy that you would ask of everybody in this chamber. And I'll give you notice now that I am going to bring forward a number of different opposing arguments, and that's all I'm asking, to be treated like everybody else.
Thank you. And Councillor Mammoliti, you will be treated like everyone else, but the rules is that you speak when the item is before you, and those are the rules. Councillor Mammoliti, I don't appreciate threats. Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the order paper? And all items not held, recorded vote.
There was a couple other mayors, but they're not here anymore. And she's generally pretty good. She's very nice. She aligns a lot with stuff like the conservative, socially conservative.
Deputy Mayor Amanda Wong, please. Councillor Kelly, please.
She's going to be very good.
Councillor Wong Tam.
She can be very supportive and very...
Councillor Campbell, please.
Okay. That other one? Not this one? No. Oh, you're going to take it with you, okay. Yeah. When someone's coming down, Barbara, do you want a coffee or a latte or something? Should we have water?
The motion carries 38-2.
Okay, members of Councillor Shiner.
On a point of privilege, it appears through this meeting, which is going to be long, we're going to have a lot of challenges as to what is a point of order or a point of privilege, and I would ask that you have that circulated to us, because there are rules and we all abide by what is permitted to do it. And that way any councillor will understand what they can or cannot stand for.
Right, and thank you. And I did circulate it, I think, a couple times last year and the year before, and so I will recirculate the rules, and hopefully every member of council will read it, including Councillor Mammoliti. Members of council, I want to stress the importance of preparing your motions in advance. The clerk staff are here to help you prepare your motions. In particular, if you intend to move a motion during the release of holds, I will insist that your motion be prepared in advance and given to the clerk. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, City Council follows a routine for the processing and adding of any motions without notice during the meeting. Please remember that a motion without notice must include a reason for urgency. If you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, please give your motion to the City Clerk staff. They will prepare the necessary procedural motion for my review along with your motion. The chair must agree the motion is urgent before you can seek leave to introduce it at the meeting. It will require 30 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. I will be reviewing all motions carefully and will advise council after each recess which motions need a motion to add to the agenda. Councillor Robinson, you, I believe, have an announcement.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I indeed have a very cheerful announcement to make. I'd like to take a moment to officially welcome Barbara Gray to the City of Toronto. Barbara Gray comes to us from Seattle, where she was the Deputy Director of the Department of Transportation. She's held a series of senior positions both in transportation and in land use planning and design. Her responsibilities in Seattle included design standards, regulatory code development, and pedestrian and cycling planning and design. And Barbara also has experience in the private sector as an urban design and transportation planning consultant. Her extensive background in both the private and public sector is going to be a true asset for Toronto. In her new position as the General Manager of Transportation Services for the City of Toronto, Barbara will be focusing on a number of priorities, including accelerating the city's first-ever road safety plan, developing strategies to cut congestion and gridlock, and improving road closure management and operational efficiencies. Barbara will bring a fresh perspective to the ever-changing field of transportation around the globe and right here in Toronto, and I look forward to working with her. I want to ask all of Council to join me now in welcoming Barbara to the City of Toronto.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Good morning, festive friends. As many of you are aware, today is Amanda Galbraith's last council meeting as the mayor's communication wizard. She's an amazingly talented woman. She has been immensely helpful with me, and I'm sure all of you seems to be getting along with everyone. I wish her best of luck in her future endeavors, and I will warn Dom Pete, those are big shoes to fill. Tall and high shoes to fill, Dom Pete. Thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to make an introduction. There is a school from my ward, St. Sylvester.
Yeah.
They're up there, grade 5s and 6s, under the leadership of their teacher, Barbara Stoner, and the principal, Roy Fernandez. I'd like to welcome to this chamber and wish them all a great day and a Merry Christmas to them in advance.
Councillor de Bearmaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to take a moment to recognize former Councillor Erin Shapiro from Thornhill, City of Markham, is here with us today. And I think she was on council for 10 years and I think voted most popular councillor in Markham for each year that she was elected. So we hope she comes back in one seat or another. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just, when Councillor Rogers was speaking, I just like to put Barbara Gray on the spot right now and ask her what her thoughts on the soccer game on the weekend were, Seattle and Toronto. Never mind. Thank you.
Okay. I believe now we can proceed with the agenda. First item, EX 20.1, EX 20.2. So are there any questions? Councillor Mamlidi, where are you? Councillor Dissette?
On a point of something, would we be able to get the city manager to give us a presentation?
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we get the city manager to give us a presentation.
We do have a presentation, if I can get it put up on the screen. Absolutely. And if I had any moral courage at all, I'd put on Amanda's reindeer ears. I'm just waiting for the slides to come up. We hadn't been planning to do this. So.
Coffee.
Yeah. Absolutely. I apologize for the slight delay in getting to the presentation. Presentation is the same as given to Executive Committee earlier this month, so I will proceed through it relatively quickly. On the outline page, you can see that there are three basic constructs we'll review this morning. The first is long-term financial plan update, essentially the basis for the advice provided to you by the public service. Immediate and longer-term revenue strategy, and of course asset optimization. Max, if I can get you to go to the next page, and I will briefly just wander through the criteria and basis for advice. And this is the base of advice for both this presentation and, of course, the $12 billion operating and operating budget as well that will be later considered by Council. So there are four core criteria adopted by staff as we consider our recommendations. The first is financial and policy risk minimization, which reflects that this government is a municipal government. It cannot borrow for operating. It does need to take a very prudent approach with respect to financial and policy risk. One of the challenges for Council over a period of time has been, frankly, the inconsistency between short-term decision-making and longer-term aspirations. It's obviously our advice for, as staff that we make consistent both the revenue and the expense aspirations for the city. That does require, in a long-term plan, much future estimation of both cost and revenue curves. We're trying to estimate those, understanding there is uncertainty, but on the best possible statistical basis. And of vital importance to staff is to maintain the fiscal and policy resiliency of the City of Toronto so that the City of Toronto can continue to deliver excellent and sustainable public services. Those are the core criteria and the basis for our collective advice. We have identified over the past year and a half a number of important fiscal factors, and those do come together as we have this dialogue, and they are both representative of this current set of issues and, of course, the budget itself. 2017 operating budget and 2018 implications of that operating budget. And as we talked about last week at budget launch, despite the very, very significant increase in land transfer tax, there remains a $91 million residual gap that will be addressed by Budget Committee over the next coming months. We have been able to fit substantial new elements of capital spend into the long-term capital plan, the 10-year preliminary capital plan, but there is still a significant long-term capital overhang, which has stopped growing but does remain a pressing issue. We have asset optimization as a significant opportunity for the city. And of course, over time, Council will need to adopt both long-term expenditure management and long-term revenue management that are consistent over a period of time as well. I do want to emphasize that as we work with Council to create a long-term plan, we are helping to assess the basic fundamental question is, what level of public services does Council endorse? What level of public services do you as Council want to deliver to the public? At this point in time, Council has consistently supported a very high and, in fact, an increasing level of public services, particularly on capital, but also on operating as well. That has resulted in a gap, short-term $91 million, growing over a period of time between the expenditure aspirations of Council and the revenue capacity. One of those things we will try and do is make sure that we address that first on the expense side and then on the revenue side. But a core point of principle for me as city manager and for the staff will be to always look to expense before we look to revenue. Next slide. I do want to emphasize that we have not been standing still over the last number of months, and in fact, staff, as directed by Council, have undertaken a series of public consultations. We will be back out to take once we have additional direction from Council, undertake those next phase of those consultations. We have also been very busy in terms of business transformation and service modernization. This is an area that, in my view, has not received sufficient attention in the City of Toronto, and in fact, many of the silos left over from amalgamation and silos between divisions remain intact. This is something that we will, as a staff, continue to address. I do want to point to the last piece, and something that is frankly inspirational for us, is the Toronto Police Service Transformational Task Force. And one of the things we are seeing is that agencies remain significant issues. This is the first year in which Toronto Toronto Police Service is not a significant pressure on our budget going forward, and I think is an indication that as we as staff, working together with agencies, work on a variety of new and coherent strategies around cost management, we can be largely successful. Having said that, even within realistic cost containment, it does appear that there is a going forward gap between what Council has requested on the expense side, what Council is willing to approve in terms of expenditure reduction, and the required revenue. It is important to recognize that the City of Toronto does not have a great deal of flexibility with respect to revenue capacity. And under the City of Toronto Act, the City has essentially 3 sets of revenue options, or 3 sets of revenue measures. The first is taxes on real property, and that includes obviously property tax. It also includes a tax on property transactions, or the municipal land transfer tax, and things like a parking levy, which are permitted under City of Toronto Act, are really just a narrow and specific version of property tax, but they are in effect property tax. So all of those are essentially taxes on real property or real property transactions. No matter what, that is the basis, unless we have different tools available to us from the province, that is the basis of municipal revenue finance. We also have available to us from the province a number of specialty taxes, some of which have been implemented over time, most of which have not. They include alcohol beverage tax, personal vehicle tax, third-party sign tax. These are very powerful when you first look at them. As you begin to explore the revenue mechanics, and something laid out in the presentation, in the, not presentation, but in the report, is that things like an alcohol tax have at least a capacity to generate large amounts of revenue, but in a practical measure, given that we are not in a position without provincial authority to actually ensure collection at the level of the LCBO, these are much more illusory than real as mechanisms. And then finally, a very significant source of revenue for the City of Toronto is user fees, TTC being the largest of those. But importantly, there really aren't any other measures. There's no magic bullet available to the city other than these measures in terms of addressing revenue. We have initiated the dialogue on the right-hand side of the page in terms of potential policies that would require major provincial change, legislation in particular, graduated residential, variety of other mechanisms as well. It's important to emphasize what's not available to the City of Toronto, and that is on the following page in terms of income sales tax, a variety of other things. Council may wish to direct a dialogue with the province on those, but these are not available to us with respect to 17 or 18 fiscal years in our judgment. We have put forward in front of Executive Committee a number of recommendations for Executive Committee, and these are not recommendations, these are not policy recommendations from staff. These are recommendations to Executive Committee for measures that we think have a realistic potential to be applied as part of the 17 and 18 budget process. The list is in front of you. As Council will be familiar, a number of them were taken off by Executive Committee, although that is, of course, a consideration for Council this morning. But that's the basic suite of measures that are realistically available to the City of Toronto and would have a material impact on the 17 and potentially 18 budget cycles. And again, that point is re-emphasized on the following and 10th page, which is basically the measures that are available to us in terms of 2017 and I think realistically 2018, and they are hotel and short-term accommodation tax, the potential to address the LCBO and others for intermediate taxation, and of course road tolling is also potentially a measure that could be introduced in a relatively rapid fashion, and that does bring a measure of fairness in pricing of public assets as well. The next pages are familiar to Council. These are a modification of the earlier material done by KPMG that simply emphasize in a color-coded fashion. One of the points I emphasized to Executive Committee that these colors are bright and bold. Realistically, they should be shaded. You know, there is no absolute dividing line between yellow, red, and green. They're used to give Council a basic sense of that, but also emphasize as well that it's not It is very important that council be realistic in terms of the measures it adopts on a going forward basis. One of the options that is contained in council and executive committee did recommend for consideration by this council meeting is expressway tolling that is supported by work done by our transportation division. The submission in front of you is to continue with working on an expressway tolling option for council. This is designed in order to both manage congestion and potentially yield incremental revenue for investment in congestion management, both in terms of city transportation and transit as well. As council is very familiar, we have a significant long-term capital gap. This revenue would be directed towards long-term capital, and it would be directed towards long-term transportation capital. In particular is the submission in front of you. I would emphasize that this is a user fee. This is a user fee for access to express tolls. We are very comfortable with using user fees. We have a $3.25 user fee for access to the Toronto Transit Commission. The Toronto Transit Commission has been fully paid for as well. This is simply extending the mechanics of user fees through the availability of new technology onto other areas of public goods pricing. It is a fairly powerful mechanism. You can see on page 14. I would emphasize that these are early numbers. These have not been done in terms of understanding the exact technology, vendor relationship, potential collaboration with the province if they are considering HOT lanes or a variety of other elements. But this gives order of magnitude indications of the potential use of tolls to both manage congestion and, of course, to yield incremental revenue for public services and city building. I know there will be many questions on this, but I want to pause here and offer council an assurance that if you give us permission to continue with this work, we will undertake it thoughtfully. We understand that there are genuine issues associated with tolls. We understand that they are a powerful tool. We understand that they are internationally acceptable and a leading practice by a number of international communities, including some of those we compete with in terms of some of the best places in the world in which to live and invest. But at the same time, we understand that these are a significant impact on families, so we'll be very, very clear in terms of understanding the pricing impacts. We'll be very clear in terms of understanding the congestion impacts and understanding the impacts on other communities. This is work that I advise we need to continue, but it is work that I can give you an assurance will be undertaken thoughtfully and carefully by staff. The last thing I want to cover is asset optimization. The City of Toronto does have a number of very important assets. Toronto Hydro and Toronto Parking Authority in particular. You as council gave staff direction to look at the value of those and particularly to see whether or not we could optimize that value. We have undertaken a significant piece of work in collaboration with Deloitte Consulting. The fundamental policy direction that comes back from that, our advice to you is to retain those assets, but to ensure that they continue to offer significant fiscal benefits to the City of Toronto. In the case of the Toronto Hydro Corporation, that does require a significant incremental investment of capital. Toronto Hydro Corporation has been very clear. The board has, I think, acted exceptionally responsibly to indicate to me as city manager that its fiscal condition would not be sufficient to allow it to continue with the traditional dividend on which the fiscal plan is based. We stress tested that with Deloitte and were able to confirm that, in fact, Toronto Hydro Corporation's board was correct and that Toronto Hydro Corporation does require significant investment of incremental capital. We worked with Deloitte to determine the best mechanism for getting that incremental capital, including a potential...
Mr. Wallace, if I could, there's an awful lot of noise in the council chambers. If I can please ask members of council, city staff, please, if you can please try to keep it down. Thank you.
Including potential asset transactions such as a strategic merger or initial public offering. On the basis of the very specific assumptions adopted by Deloitte, particularly with respect to rates of return or variety of other specific economic measures, Deloitte recommended that the very best strategy for the City of Toronto over the intermediate term would be to retain 100% ownership of Toronto Hydro, but also to invest significantly into supporting the capital structure of the city, and that is the recommendation we're bringing forward to you today. I would emphasize that this is an appropriate measure to secure the dividend. I would emphasize that this does not yet yield significant incremental revenue for potential allocation to a city building fund in the future. So I believe that corporations should continue, and I believe that government should continue to keep an open mind with respect to assets and continue to look at the potential use of this asset, future leverage of this or other assets for city building and potentially yielding of incremental revenue. Much the same analysis with respect to the Toronto Parking Authority, but with the absence of any structural issues associated with the capital structure. And essentially, Deloitte recommends that we maintain the existing ownership position, but requests that Toronto Parking Authority provide us with a slightly higher incremental dividend. Thank you very much, and we look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can please have members of council and city staff, please try to keep it down. Okay, we'll have questions now to staff. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions are not complex. I know there will be many complex questions, and I just wanted to sort of set the tone of where and when we ask them and where we direct the motions, because I know that's a concern for some of my colleagues. In the first item, item point 1, next steps, which is right at the end of the report on page 15, it talks about coming back with that long-term financial plan, specifically post-consultation and such, in Q2 2017. My questions are around the statement, we need to provide you with the options and help you to create the roadmap, and we're coming back at that point having better fin analysis and some modeling, more complete than what we have now. So my question is, help me to understand how the motions that might be moved around item number 2 and any limitations that we might place through item number 2 might affect this. Would that, if we close the door on some of the things that have been raised through our deliberations in the next item, are we going to radically reduce the kinds of financial analysis and modeling we might otherwise receive?
So the basis for the City Council direction to me to undertake a long-term plan is a fundamental realization and acceptance of a reality that City Council has approved vastly more expenditures, particularly on the capital side, than it has the capacity to fund. That will not be addressed simply by an occasional expense reduction. That is something fundamental. I will come back in the spring with a series of scenarios and potential options available in terms of a status quo government, a much smaller government, or a government that meets Council's aspirations up to this point for an increasing level of public services, particularly on the capital side. Obviously, within that context, if there are motions that indicate that large areas of potential relief for City Council on the revenue side are not available, that will greatly constrain the analysis and essentially mean that the only lever available for Council will be a much smaller city government. City Council has up to this point been utterly unwilling to endorse a much smaller city government.
Yes, and the reports thus far, there's been some criticism that perhaps the reports are more political than they might be, because they don't focus a lot on what we might do with property tax and assessment as it exists right now and under the current structure. And we know that's certainly not the mayor's mandate, and it's certainly not Council's history. But if we wanted to move different approaches to property tax as they exist today, you've already done some of the consultation. If a motion was moved today, could that become part of the public consultation on the long-term plan, a phased approach, similar to the questions I was asking in executive?
We have included a wide variety of taxes, all taxes in the consultation, and obviously, Councillor, you or anybody else can make that explicit through a motion.
Okay, and lastly, once we get into item number 2, we're more focused. If we want to move motions on alternatives to, for instance, alternatives to the attention grabber, the road tolls, if we move those in item number 2, do they make it into the long-term consultation that's going on out in the public, or would they be more directed to the 2017 and 18 actions?
Both will take place, and I would just observe that I believe Councillor Crawford moved that items 1 and 2 be considered together.
Right, right. So wherever we place the motion, if they are in order, you will make sure the consideration goes where it needs to, whether to the public or to council.
Absolutely, absolutely, and also the long-term plan will of course give council a variety of options in terms of would council prefer to have a much smaller government, a government roughly the same size, or a larger government? And then we will need to understand from the perspective of and council has to this point indicated it wants a larger government, and then we'll need to understand from the perspective of available and realistically available revenue measures what might be required.
Okay, I think I understand now, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before we proceed, I'd like to welcome the students at St. Bernard Catholic School, located in Ward 12, York Southwest, and their local counselor is Counselor DeGiorgio, and their group leader is Frank DiLorenzo. Welcome, students. Counselor Mamlidi, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So whatever we decide today in terms of tolls and some of the other recommendations isn't a given until the province actually gives us their rubber stamp. Is that accurate?
It requires a change in provincial regulation, that is correct.
Were you at the legislature the day that the Liberals abstained of the vote to the tolls?
I did not attend the legislature on that day.
Are you aware that they didn't have enough votes to pass and defeat the Conservative motion that won at the end of the day?
I am aware of many things about the legislature, including the reality of whether or not some motions are meaningful or not.
All right, so they didn't have the votes, and they decided to abstain, and yet we're going through a process to give you authority to spend how much money without a clear view of where the province is going with this.
There are many ways in which we have dialogues with the province, and there are also motions at the legislature. While these things do take place at the same time, we are continuing a constructive dialogue with the province.
How much will you be spending if council agrees with tolls today to move forward with this without the blessing of the province?
We will endeavor to get the blessing of the work with the province in order to secure their approval.
How much are you going to spend before that?
We will spend minimal amounts of time. This is policy at work.
Not time, money. How much money are you going to be spending before the province decides?
The expenditures at this point will be largely in terms of staff time.
How much money is that?
I, of course, do not have a dollar figure for you.
Can we get that before the vote?
No, we cannot reasonably estimate the amount.
So you're asking us to make a decision without a cost factor in between the decision and whether or not the province is actually going to make the decision.
With respect, we of course make a number of we work on a number of policy options. We do not know exactly the price of working on that policy.
Right, so you're asking council to make a decision to spend money of which we don't know the amount of, and whether or not the province might even say yes to it. So who absorbs that if the province says no?
It's part of our work plan.
So the City of Toronto would absorb the costs of this if the province doesn't take it on or says no.
As does the City of Council absorb.
But you don't have a figure for us today.
Of course not.
Why not?
Because this is part of our routine work plan.
Councillor Mamley, hold on. Councillor Mamley, the staff would not have those figures today.
Madam Speaker,
So,
on a point of
please
privilege,
stop badgering the staff, please.
I don't think I'm badgering anybody.
Yes, you are.
No, I don't
Okay,
think
go-
I am.
go
On a
ahead,
point of
Counselor.
privilege, Madam Speaker, please stop my time.
Actually, you know what? I'm actually...
Please stop my time.
I did.
On a point of privilege, I'd like you to define how I've been badgering the staff.
Well, because you're asking the staff a question.
I'd like it in writing.
Okay, and you're not waiting for the answer.
I would like, on a point of privilege, you ruled that I've been badgering staff. I'd like it in writing to find out how I've been doing that.
Thank you. If I can have the staff, the city manager wanted to
Are you
respond.
going to do that in writing, Madam
Yes, I will.
Speaker?
Councillor Mamalidi, your time is going.
And
Okay, I will later.
Good.
Councillor, I have observed that a number of councillors have, from time to time, when they have highly specific questions, been shared with me the basic courtesy of asking me the question and letting me know so that I might reasonably prepare an estimate for that issue. Having now had the opportunity to think that through, I would be happy to endeavour
Before the vote.
To give you an answer to that
Fantastic.
question.
Thank you so much.
Particularly in the context of a $12 billion overall operating budget.
Thank you. Have we looked at some of the much larger expenditures that we could actually look at the City of Toronto before we've implemented or recommended these implementations of higher fees, taxes, and tolls? In other words, there were some lingering issues around whether or not we should be in the business of childcare, for instance, which we're not mandated to do. We're not mandated to even take on the TTC. We can upload or ask to be uploaded to the province. That's a savings of hundreds of millions of dollars. Have we looked at amalgamating our affordable housing offices, all of them, so that it's all under one roof for a few hundred other $1 million before we make these recommendations on tolls and on fees and taxes to the same people that have to pay them?
And Councillor, as I indicated in answers to earlier questions, we as staff will be happy to take direction. We are working in the context of what City Council has told us to do. City Council has, up to this point, been strongly supportive of investments in childcare, Toronto Transit, and a variety of other things. If City Council wants to cancel, for example, the TTC, that would obviously eliminate the need for
It would be the same
tolls.
recommendation that we're making on tolls to the province, right? It would be, we would like to upload TTC to you, and you absorb the costs, and we can absorb the cost savings at the city, right? We would do the same thing here, right?
We can fundamentally advocate
All right.
responsibility.
Question of the clerk.
That was your last question. Councillor Mihevik.
Yes, thank you. My questions are trying to integrate this process with the 2017 budget process. And I'm just wondering, if we were to do the MLTT, when would it be able to be put in place, and how much money would that yield for the 2017 budget process?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the estimates that are both provided in the budget presentation and this report are based on a March 1st implementation. And one of the scenarios listed is if we do full harmonization, it's about $75 million in this fiscal year. In 17, starting March 1st.
Oh, I see, and then a little bit more for 2018?
Correct.
Okay, great. And how about the hotel, like, just for fun, let's assume that it's 4% and 10% for Airbnb. What would that yield, and when could that be done?
We put in a conservative estimate that would be about $5 million, and that assumes a Q4 implementation. So
you can't do it any earlier than Q4?
No, it requires legislative change, and that would likely not happen that quickly.
So Q4 would be $5 million in 2017, and then the rest, and then $20 million, I guess, in 2018.
That's correct. Yes.
And then the next one is, the toll. So if you went I don't like the image, guns a-blazing, if you went very quickly and implemented that as quickly as possible, when is the earliest possible date that they could be installed?
Tolling?
Tolling,
so
yes.
The report talks about, in the estimates in the report, is 2024. But transportation, it does talk about that perhaps that couldn't be done sooner, and I'll let transportation answer how soon.
Transportation could answer. I'll put your time on hold. Did you hear the question?
Apologies, Madam Speaker. No, I was in discussion.
How long would
with
it
the
take
councillor.
to implement the tolls in a fast framework?
So the work we've currently done has focused on implementation of the tolls around 2024. We think that if we move forward quickly, we could implement them around about 2019, 2020.
Okay. So my question is, my next question is, the motions here before us speak to kind of you going back and doing more work. Do you not need especially authority certainly for the tolls you need authority to do more work? I see that. But for the hotels, wouldn't it be wiser for us just to say, we're doing it, go, make it happen? And the same thing with the MLTT. And what was the fourth one? Oh, yes, the vacancy rebate. When does that kick in if we do that?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So certain new revenue tools, we could move ahead, the ones that we have legislative authority to do. Tolls requires a provincial regulation.
Yes.
Hotel tax requires provincial legislation. So council would not have the authority to implement those without first going through those processes, and the resolutions that were approved by executive committee would direct us in that vein to try to pursue those with the province.
Yes, but the motions at the executive actually suggest that we kind of approve them in principle and refer them to the budget process, so you wouldn't have final authority till March. And then wouldn't it be wiser for us to basically give you authority to pursue the vacancy, the MLTT, and the hotel? Well, frankly, and the tolls as well, but recognize that takes a lot longer. But to get them going so that we can actually benefit from in the 2017 process.
Through you, Madam Speaker. So recommendation 4 does direct staff to try to pursue the ones that need legislative authority with the province, and that in particular is the hotel tax and clear authority for the collection of that, and also directing us to pursue with the province the road tolls because it requires the regulation. So 4 covers that up.
You don't have to hold back on anything. No. Okay, and the second last question, vacancy rebate, when does that kick in?
So a vacancy rebate,
the end of it.
We could do that for a full year. We have, the province has just announced reforms. It will require each municipality to prepare a proposal, do public consultation, and then request ministry approval through regulation.
So
that could be done for a full year.
For a full year, so that's 20 million there?
Well, the current vacancy rebate is $22 million.
Oh, 22 million. Okay, so there's 22 million, 5 million, 75 million. That is possible within the 2017 fiscal year. Were those monies to the city
That was your last question, Councilman Hebbick.
This is my last
Yeah.
one? Thank you. To the city manager or to the deputy city manager, were these numbers, if passed today, these numbers then get plugged into the budget process and will help deal with the shortfall in 2017. Is that the kind of way you're seeing this?
So as you recall in the budget presentation, we have a $91 million gap right now, and as we set out, it could be plugged or addressed through expenditure measures or revenue measures. And that would be a possible avenue.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The personal vehicle tax, could we implement that in time for 2017? Are we allowed to do this right now without going to anyone for permission?
Yes, we can.
And if we were to charge, I think it was $100 or something instead of $60, what revenue would that bring in?
The estimates that we've used is if you match the provincial $120 vehicle registration fee, it would raise about $100 million. Annually.
As you say, that could go to our operating budget for 2017?
It could go wherever council wished to direct it. But
Okay.
those revenues would be available in 2017.
That would be about 100 million. Okay, nice. That could actually fill our gap, could it not?
Well, for the report does say it will take about 3-4 months to get that up and running again. So for 2017, I think we've estimated $75 million of in-year revenues.
So we're not quite there for the 91.
$100 million on an annualized basis.
Okay. I just want to confirm road tolls, because there was a chart up today which said, when it's something about talking about the province, said none. I thought we had to go to the province to get permission to use road tolls.
We have authority to do road tolls within the City of Toronto Act, but it needs an enabling regulation by the province.
Okay. In this report, does it actually say how much per trip you are recommending, or is that still open to come back to council?
That is still open. The report provides various scenarios. We were asked to respond to 2 scenarios. One, what is a toll that would recover operating and capital costs of the Garden of the Don Valley? That turns out that break-even toll is about $1.40. That scenario is in the report. And then we provided some alternative scenarios of $2, $3, and $5.
And just a point of emphasis there, that's an early estimate.
Yes.
So council could say we want to do the same as a TTC ride. Council could say we'll do the $2. So council will still have a chance to decide what the dollar figure per ride will be.
That's correct.
Sorry, per journey, not per ride.
Yes, absolutely, that's correct.
Hydro. Toronto Hydro right now, I understand we have an agreement with them that the city receives X amount of dividend funding. I also understand that maybe this year it's a little different. Do we have to change an agreement with them, or how does this work? Because everyone was counting on X number of dollars coming into our budget, and now it's not. So where do we stand on that moving forward?
We have a shareholders agreement that states 50% of the net profit or revenue, net revenues of the Toronto Hydro is paid to a dividend, and there's a minimum of a $25 million dividend. So that's in place today. There is in the asset report a recommendation to deal with the Toronto Hydro's capital deficiencies. They have too much debt, for lack of a better word. We would inject some capital to fix that problem, and then that would reinstate the 50% dividend as opposed to going to the minimum dividend of $25 million.
So the agreement we have in place now would allow us as the city to leave them some money to improve the structures they have right now, which are getting old and tired.
That's correct. It would require a capital injection by the city, which we would do through our investment portfolio.
I see. Now, we have quite a good list before us of options for revenue tools. And if we in this council say, take them all, send them to the province, see what the province says, we're not doing anything wrong there, are we? It's rather than saying we only want to send 1 or 2. We could send this complete list, and the province would then come back and give us their opinion whether we can actually use them or not. Is that correct?
Basically, yes. Our report has a menu of revenue options. Some we have current authorities to do, some we do not.
But by sending it to the province, we're not doing anything wrong. In fact, it's more sensible to send more to the province, and then we may have some more options when they make their decision.
Well, that would be up to council in terms of which revenues it has preferences for.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to ask about 2 areas where the consultants did some assessments and made recommendations which you included in your report. And those were all of the changes that were deleted by the Executive Committee, which that are under 3B, which have to do with graduated residential property taxes, etc. Let me just say, one of the things that didn't come out clearly here was that you recommended, that you didn't recommend increases in property taxes. Straight up increases in property taxes. And I'm wondering why that is when your analysis says very clearly that with property taxes in the City of Toronto, we have fallen far behind in terms of tax rate to assessed value. In fact, you said homeowners have become wealthier since amalgamation, and the city is taxing them for a diminishing share of that wealth. And I'm wondering why we would not talk much more about increasing property taxes.
So this report is in the context of a long-term plan. And I have always been clear that there is a gap between council's aspirations and its revenue capacity with the long-term plan. It is my view that the core issue in front of council that council does need to address sooner rather than later is the question of what type of city do you want, and then address that, then figure out the revenue approach to support that. I think that I owe council a better analysis of what a smaller government would look like, what a status quo government would look like, and what a larger government would look like, and then from there to give council an understanding of the available and realistic revenue measures to look at
even though Toronto's tax rate now is the lowest in the province of Ontario, there's not a clear recommendation to say we should be moving over time to catch up.
Councillor, I'll be very direct with you. It would be useless for me right now to make that analysis and that argument. Right. Council has been crystal clear through almost its entire existence with its perspective on this. And I do believe that Council, before it needs to consider some of the longer-term approaches with respect to use of property tax, and property tax not in the form of land transfer tax, in a turn to property tax, but a more basic rate in property tax, we'll need to have a broader dialogue about the level of service it wishes to support.
Okay, I have more questions. One of the things that is recommended in your report is looking at a graduated system of taxation that would put more progressivity into the property tax. And in fact, KPMG also says that would be a good way to achieve more progressivity in our taxes. Could you tell us what other taxes are before us that are being proposed that are progressive in nature? In other words, those that have more pay more, and those that have less are protected or pay less.
So the original report did talk about what we call graduated residential tax rates.
Right.
That would be progressive. The MLTT currently is progressive because the higher value the house, the more the tax rate increases. All the other taxes, I believe, that have a rate applied are a flat rate across all thresholds. So the two would be MLTT and residential. Now, we currently have commercial graduated tax rates.
You also, if you look at your chart of green, yellow, and red, you also recommended sales tax and an income tax, or a portion of an income tax, and that was identified as having more progressivity. Those who can afford pay more.
So sales tax definitely does not have more progressivity, and one of the things that we will need to address is, are those tools actually in the end realistically available to the City of Toronto? And if not, the City of Toronto will have to default to either reducing the level of services or making use of a measure that it already has.
But those are not before us now. The Executive Committee eliminated those, but do you believe those are still important avenues that should be explored to provide taxation that grows with the economy and is progressive in nature, which was one of your criteria clearly at the beginning in this report?
That was your last question.
So there are very few taxes that are truly progressive in nature, and really it's only income tax that is progressive in nature. I do believe that the City of Toronto does require access to levels of revenue that do grow with the economy.
That was your last question, Councillor Davis. Thank you. Councillor Fragadakis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. So one of my residents wrote me asking the following. As seen with the 407 debacle, people will just stop using the Gardiner and DVP, create serious traffic jams on the side streets, creating a two-tiered system whereby the wealthy people with cars who have an option to use transit but choose not to have the luxury of an open highway, while the people who have no other choice but to use their car have to take 2 extra hours to get anywhere in the morning. So we've recently seen some very disheartening stories about poverty in Toronto, and yet road tolls are not progressive. Is there any way to make road tolls more progressive?
So there is not an obvious way to make road tolls more progressive. They are a user fee, as is the TTC, a variety of other things. We have many fees, particularly the TTC, that are far from progressive, that are applied on a different user base. But I indicated earlier in the presentation that staff will approach any analysis, assuming that council approves this to go forward, very carefully. We will try and make sure that we understand the issues of affordability and also the issues of congestion and the impact on neighborhoods as well.
Okay, great. So both the provincial opposition parties have come out against these road tolls. So if the current provincial government gave us permission to implement these tolls and a new one wanted to reverse that decision, could you elaborate on how easy it would be for them to do that?
Much depends on the nature of the provincial instrument. If it were a regulation change, it would be relatively straightforward. If it were a tax change, it would require a legislative reversal. But I would argue very strenuously that the City of Toronto is a mature jurisdiction. That if any change were to be, if we were to be in a position of moving forward on tolls, and that were to be changed, we would look forward as a city to some form of very substantially different and renewed financial relationship with the province of Ontario that addressed some of the very real fiscal issues with which this council struggles.
Okay. Earlier this year, the Toronto Star did a story on the federal government analysis of road tolls that suggested that they would hurt low-income Canadians. There's even a mention in the story about, and I quote, a secret briefing package. Do we have access to that report? Perhaps not the secret part, and will it inform how we implement road tolls?
So we will be very careful in terms of any analysis of road tolls or other things to take into account of distributional issues and others. But I observe that we have a wide variety of fees, water, other elements that we undertake, including transit fares that also have distributional issues.
Great. So many people have been referencing what is being done in London and Stockholm, but they used what you described as a cordon charge, but you're ruling that out for Toronto, and I would want you to elaborate on that.
There may be merits for a cordon charge, and pricing of public goods is something that will evolve over a period of time. But in this case, I believe it's the advice of transportation staff that the first best approach is tolling of expressways.
Okay. You've suggested that most of the traffic diverted by road tolls will end up on other roads, and that, quote, this would result in increased travel time and vehicle volumes on local roads, as well as increased potential for local traffic infiltration. Can attempts to address that be built into the REI?
They will obviously have to be addressed into that, and any work we undertake on tolls will consider equity, congestion, neighborhood, environmental, and myriad other impacts.
My last question is, three major concerns have been raised about short-term rental accommodations. One, those operations where the owner is not living in the building can be very disruptive to other residents. Two, affordable housing taken off the market. And three, impact on the hotel and convention industry. Can you assure me that by voting to tax those today, we're not undermining our ability to regulate them at some future date?
Through you, Madam Chair. So there's really two streams of work going on here. One is on the taxation side, but then also I believe MLS and Tracy Cook's group was asked to look at the regulatory regime that needs to be put in place to address the issues that you're talking about.
Yes, I realize that. So what I'm wondering is, by voting to tax the short-term rentals, an Airbnb tax, if you will, do we in fact validate Airbnb in advance of actually regulating them? And how would we be what would that mean for us trying to regulate them if we're already taxing them?
The taxation, as we've pointed out in this report, would be at best coming in maybe October of next year. So the work that Tracy's group is doing will still proceed. I don't see how the taxation would impact the regulatory side of it. I don't think it would impair our ability to regulate.
Have you spoken to anybody at Revenue Canada, for example, to know that for certain?
No, we have not had discussions with Revenue Canada on this.
That was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for Mr. Wallace. I heard you talk that we're going to be talking to the province. Maybe they might want to implement some tolls along when we do it at the same time. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
How does it work with Mississauga?
I'm not necessarily sure about the same time, but obviously that's an important conversation.
Have we talked to any other cities like Mississauga? Do they have can they ask the province to, or does the province control that portion of the QEW in Mississauga?
So the fact situation with respect to the City of Toronto is unique with municipally owned expressways. So
Mississauga, Burlington, Oakville, that would be if there's tolls on that portion, that'd be up to the province, correct?
Those are provincially owned highways. That's correct.
Okay, so you think the province will have those conversations at the same time with HOV and possible tolls going further down the lines on the east to west parts of the city?
Obviously, I can't speak for the province, but obviously, Toronto has, the provincial government has put in place HOV lanes, and it has begun to alter the dynamics and use access to those lanes. Great. So we're looking. I'm just talking on the toll portion, looking for the okay to go to the province and ask for that permissions. Now we got a lot of projects happening, and I'm going to be selfish talking about my worry of closing the gap. We have the waterfront reset. There's EAs going on. How will this affect all those going on at this point with the unclarity of So two very important points, one of which is that you are correct to raise issues with respect to your ward, and let me give you an assurance through Transportation Services staff that we will make sure that we understand and work to mitigate any impacts in terms of local traffic congestion, a variety of other elements. Secondly, you have a number of, in your ward, congestion issues that are associated with an absence of transit. That absence has been historic over a period of time. The primary driver for that absence of transit has been a lack of investment, not a lack of commitment, not a lack of an announcement, but a lack of investment. This is one of the most important measures that we can take in order to provide dollars to actually make that investment real and actually address the congestion that is a real issue in your ward and throughout the city.
Yeah, so I heard those dollars could come in. We heard 2024. We heard maybe as early as 1920. So we start collecting those dollars. How would those projects come forward? Closing the gap or the waterfront reset? How would they get allocated? I'm sure it would come to council, but would there be priority set on what we find out from the tolls going in?
So much of this conversation is frankly a little bit premature. What we are looking for here is an opportunity to work with the province and consider the mechanism, bring it forward. We would come forward with those things specifically to council, and obviously we would ensure that there was a fair and realistic mechanism to ensure that that any revenue from tolls, if council were to support it, would be available to support transit, would be able to support other road projects as well.
Well, support transit, I know you understand, Mr. Wells. So as the QEW comes into Toronto, it's right into my ward. It's parallel to Highway 2, which is Lakeshore Boulevard. In some cases, it takes only a minute to come off the QEW, get down to Lakeshore. In some cases, 5 minutes. So I have major roads, Browns Line, Kipling, Islington, the punch-through of Legion Road, which will be on the books. That'll all be taken into account on how that will travel through?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we will also look at pricing and other methodologies to ensure that we reduce the incentive to travel on local roads. But these are real issues that will require some thought, some care, some modeling, and will be brought back to council for your decisions.
That's my last question, is on the modeling. There will be modeling on, will the $2 force people to get off, and how that all, we'll have modeling on what the patterns we think will happen. Will we be able to find that out somehow?
Absolutely, absolutely. And much of this will, and this will be something that will not occur overnight. This will take a number of amount of time. The earliest we can do this, as indicated, 1920. We will be back to council with a process to allow council to understand pricing, dynamic models versus static models, impacts on communities, environmental impacts, a whole variety of other things, including the equity issues, so that council can make a full and fair and informed decision.
Great. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yes, thank you. Through you, I believe, to the city manager. On page 10 of your report, you said that between 2010 and 2016, property taxes have gone up 1%. Correct? Average, yeah. Per year, presumably. Yeah.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, I believe property assessment growth has been about 1%. I believe the total taxes has been up slightly above that, like 1.2%, if I recall.
Okay, and I know that the with the MLTT, the burden isn't borne equally, but that's essentially a tax on property owners, correct?
I believe it is. Yes, it is a tax on property owners.
So if $237 million of revenue was generated from property tax increases, equaling about 1%, if you add the MLTT onto that, which by my calculations, would be about 1.5% if you shifted it over. The real actual burden on property tax owners, keeping in mind it hasn't been borne equally, is about 2.5%.
Yes, absolutely. And the only
sorry, go ahead.
The only thing I'm going to pause here is it's also very important to consider the entire price of the city of government. And when we take that price of city of government, add it all in, adjust it for inflation and population growth, it's essentially neutral. So there has been a change in the distribution, but the actual cost of government has not increased.
Correct. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what our real tax burden has done. Okay, so that's my first question. Have there ever been any studies done of when we look at property value, which have skyrocketed in the last number of years, and we talk about this increased wealth, have there ever been any studies done in respect to the ability to pay? So, for instance, you might have a senior that's been in a house for 50 years. Like, is there really a direct correlation anymore?
So throughout the years, there's been a number of tax studies done, especially in the mid-90s. There was the Fair Tax Commission. That's when then the province moved to the current CVA system that we have today. The city does have some tax support programs for low-income seniors and low-income disabled people, so we do provide some assistance. But yes, that's an area that's been looked at many, many times in the past.
In the 90s, that's 20 years ago. I'm talking about recently where you've seen this huge growth in the value of properties. And we always, councillors like to make this correlation. Oh, your property's gone up by X million of dollars, so you must be wealthier.
So one thing you have to make note of is while property values increase, municipalities do not tax that inflation. We have to adjust our tax rates down and start anew every budget cycle. So whether a property goes up 50%, if all property is going up 50%, you don't pay any more tax.
No, I
because the CVA.
I recognize that, but that wasn't really my question. My question is more about this talk about this huge increase in wealth. What's the correlation with the ability to pay? Because there's a call for increased tax on this actual wealth.
So there has been relatively little research on that. We do have powerful mitigation mechanisms that ensure that seniors or others are able to defer any burden associated with rising property taxes.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question comes down to tax rates. So let's take a municipality, for example, I don't know, Whitby. Is the cost of policing in Whitby any less than the cost of policing in Toronto?
Through you, the last, Madam Chair, the last time I looked at per household, per capita costs of policing, they do vary, but you won't.
Small.
The variations aren't large, and we do have the lowest tax rates in the GTA, Hamilton, Ottawa.
No, I recognize that. That once again, I'm just asking about the cost of delivering services. Okay, so the cost of policing, roughly the same. Cost of fire, roughly the same. Cost of city employees, roughly the same.
I mean, we're generalizing, but there isn't that much variation. I would say that we are a higher cost jurisdiction and that our salaries are higher.
So let's take an example like Oshawa. If their costs are roughly the same, maybe even a little bit less to provide services, but the value of the individual house is actually half of the value of an individual house, one could expect their tax rate to be double.
Yes, if that was the case. But if you look at recent trends, we are no longer the highest average valued residential property in the GTA.
Well, that may well be.
Other jurisdictions, there used to be wide gaps between property values in Toronto and our neighboring municipalities in the GTA. They have come down quite significantly. So if you don't want to look at tax rates, I will grant you that, is what the proper indicator would be to look at what does the average house pay in taxes in each municipality.
That was your last question.
Thank you.
Councillor de Bearmaker. Councillor de Bearmaker. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have just a few questions. If I can start on the proposed hotel tax. Can I get some clarity in terms of, for each percentage point, how much revenue are we anticipating to receive or collect as a city? So I understand if it was at 3%, what is that for each percentage point?
1% would, on an annualized basis, would be about $10 million.
Would be about $10 million. And is there a staff recommended amount, be it from city staff or from the report from KPMG that was done, that articulated from a hotel perspective what is the right amount without negatively impacting the hotel sector?
We have not, Madam Chair, we have not recommended a right amount. KPMG did do a survey of hotel tax rates in North America and found that they vary between, I just had the number, 2 and 14%. So that was the range that was given.
2 and 14, okay. And if the province does grant us the authority to levy this and we have a system for collection, are we anticipating any revenue may be available in 2017?
Our projections for 2017 are quite modest at only $5 million because we've made a projection that maybe we could get something implemented by the fourth quarter, but that timetable is really not within our hands because it requires legislative change.
Okay. On moving from hotel to short-term rentals and lodging, just for clarity, at the moment, short-term hotels and lodging, be it Airbnb or others, they don't pay a commercial tax. Is that correct?
No, yes, that is correct. They do not.
And in other jurisdictions that have implemented a tax on short-term rentals and lodging, is there a differentiation in rate between hotels and the short-term because they do not pay a commercial tax rate?
That is a very new area of taxation. I believe there was one municipality in California, and I forget the name of the municipality, Santa Monica, and I'm not aware of if they had a differential rate between Airbnb-type accommodation and traditional hotel.
Okay, I'll follow up offline on that. And just to pick up on a question that Councillor Fragedakis had asked, there are two parts to the discussion of short-term rentals and lodging. One is the regulatory framework that's coming back, and the other is the method or amount proposed for taxation. Would these be coming back in parallel? In other words, when the long-term fiscal strategy comes back, would this come back and as part of the regulatory framework from LNS as well?
That may not be possible because, as I said previously, the timetable for being able to tax is not within our control, but the timetable to regulate is more in our control. So I can't give that assurance at this time.
But the process for collecting that tax from short-term rentals and lodging requires a regulatory framework, which would come through MLS, I would assume.
I believe that may even require legislative change.
Okay. On the staff recommendations, just so I understand, so staff's initial recommendations thought provincial authority for a range of tools, and we know many of those, sales and income and others. Now, as part of the development of your long-term fiscal plan, when does the city manager's office and our CFO, when do you plan to come forward with that, and what consultations are still to be done on it?
So we have started our first phase 1A of consultations. We have another 2 phases of consultations in the new year, and the report says that we will come back with our long-term financial direction or plan report in Q2 of 2017.
Q2 of 2017. And are there, we talked about this being the first phase, are there other public consultations planned as part of that?
Yes, so there's a second phase in the new year, plus we always do our public consultations related to the budget. So that's really a second stream.
Council could give direction for you to include certain recommendations or measures as part of those consultations.
That's correct.
Okay. And final question just on tolls. At what point will the determination of the rate be decided and the pricing, be it at a fixed rate, a distance-based, demand-based? At what point will that come to council for a final decision on the rate and pricing scheme?
So that requires further analysis and a report, and I would look to transportation of when that analysis could be completed.
So to transportation, the timeline and when that will come to council for the determination of the rate and pricing scheme for tolls.
So the likely timescale for that, as was identified earlier, we'll need to do a whole range of additional analysis and work depending on any direction from council. So it's likely to be end of 2017, probably early to mid 2018, before we prepare to bring some detailed recommendations and impacts forward to council.
So long enough that our new GM will be standing up answering that question.
That was your last question.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to the appropriate staff. I'm actually going to follow up on Councillor Cressy's questions about the range of options that are before us today. Some you're recommending, some you're not. Some of the ones that I would think have the potential to generate magnitude higher levels of revenue stream for the city, like the sales tax. Are you or are you not recommending that we continue to examine that option? I'll call it those options, including income taxes and things like that.
I believe that there is a significant gap between council's aspirations and what council has directed staff to work on and, in fact, promised the public, and the revenues we currently collect. If we do not ultimately have access to things like an income tax or a sales tax or some of these other measurements, the only mechanisms available to the City of Toronto will be either to not meet those aspirations or to rest exclusively on property tax. My own personal view is that Council would like us to explore those options with the province.
And that's then your recommendation 3B. You're still suggesting that we request the province to move ahead with some of these things, but I guess your feedback to us is that's not going to happen soon enough. Even if it did happen, it couldn't happen soon enough to get out of this financial challenge we have before us today.
No. 2017, 2018, realistically 2019 are within kind of basically the current revenue piece. The relief will come potentially with tolls and potentially with other measures a little bit later.
Okay, great. Through you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I'm actually looking at page 28 and 29 of the report. And on page 28, we talk about the rebate harmonization, and there's one small change that caught my eye, and I'd like to ask you about it. We talked about the rebate being up to, I think it's $3,725, and if we take the maximum rebate to $4,000, consistent with the province, this move would cost the city an estimated $5 million annually. And in another paragraph or section of the report, you talk about, well, let's look at the third-party sign tax, and maybe we can raise another $2 million that way. Why would we want to harmonize from $3,700 to $4,000 when it's going to cost us $5 million annually?
The report actually puts two options in front of council. One would be to keep the first-time home buyers at the current rate of $37.25, which covers at current rates a $400,000 house. If we raise the rates and leave it at $37.25, you no longer cover a $400,000 house. So we put in an additional option for council's consideration. If it was important to maintain the threshold at $400,000 house at higher rates, then that would require the first-time home buyers a rebate of $44.75. And yes, the higher the rebate, the more it costs.
And would you recommend we do that?
I believe that if it depends on how high the rates go, that's something that council should be looking at.
Which rates go?
I want to speak to the very tricky issue of recommendation here, Councillor. Land transfer tax has a potential to be volatile. City Council does require incremental revenue. City Council has not at this point been comfortable raising property tax directly. This essentially has an impact on property tax, although through a somewhat different mechanism. In that context, it is a worthwhile initiative. We should be clear that this is something that is only possible because the province of Ontario undertook a revenue neutral measure and readjustment. In so doing, it opens up room so that we can say we are harmonizing. But let's be very clear, it is in fact a tax increase.
Yes, but if we don't raise $3,700 to $4,000, this city would collect an additional $5 million per year in revenue.
Yes,
and
all of those things, and there's nothing that would constrain us to those rates. There's nothing that constrains that. We're simply taking advantage of not room, because it's a tax increase, but we're simply paralleling the provincial measures or one direction of the provincial measures.
Okay. And then on page 29, through you, Madam Speaker, when we look at the chart about the rebate eligibility criteria, we've got 600,000, 700,000, million. What are you recommending in terms of that price point? if we go to 600,000, do we actually gain an additional $17 million per year?
At this, through you, Madam Chair, at this point, we are not making any recommendation, but we're putting forward for council consideration
So if we chose that
there
option?
should be some type of threshold over and above which you no longer
If
qualify.
we chose 600,000.
That was your
the
last
city-
question.
So if we, I just want to finish that last question, thank you. So if we chose the value of consideration of $600,000, the city would gain an additional $17 million of revenue per year.
An annualized basis, as per the chart on page 29, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, the appropriate staff, have we given any consideration about taxing foreign ownership, people that are buying homes and condos in our city that are not Canadian residents, Canadian citizens, or have the appropriate paperwork to be in this country?
So through you, Madam Chair, so we have looked at what BC has done. There is a current table of discussion going on between the federal government, the Ontario government, and the city manager sits at that table. Those were one of the proposals that were discussed at that table. The province, in their fall economic statement, decided not to introduce any changes on foreign ownership other than to not have foreign owners be able to qualify for the first-time home buyers. And one of the proposals here is to piggyback that as well for the first-time home buyers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. The province has decided, but what they decide and what we decide, what we ask them are a couple of different things. Is this incorrect? I mean, the province had decided a long time ago that they wouldn't be supporting tolls. We're going back to them right now saying, please allow us to do tolls. They haven't decided for us to use tolls. So why are we taking our lead from the province versus us doing our lead and asking the province?
One of the things on the MLTT is that Terranet, through the province, collects that tax. So, and right now they do not collect information on foreign ownership. So to do something than the regular collection mechanism could be problematic, and it's something that we would have to study to see if the province didn't go ahead and we did on some foreign ownership rules, could we in fact then get Terranet to collect that additional information and implement it? So that's a further wrinkle that
There
we
was
would
a
have to
report by TREB that 5% of the condos that are sold in Toronto are sold to foreign ownership, and I'm sure this report was widely, and I see you shaking your head, that means you're not disputing it. In 2015, the average sale of a home was $800,000. If you take that number versus 5,000 homes that were sold, you get $4 billion of sales. If we were to charge foreign ownership at 1%, that's $40 million. How much are we short in order to fulfill our coffers in the city and meet our budget requirements?
In the 2017 budget, it's $91 million.
So if you were to charge foreign owners at 2% or 2.5%, that will take care. Is my math correct?
Well, I think you've got to consider what happened in the province of British Columbia the month that new foreign ownership tax came in. September over September results, sales fell 25%, and then the following month in October, I believe, it was over 30%. So you have to look at what the impact on the market is as well.
There's still sales going on.
The
And the
other
fact
piece-
that they fell was also supporting the fact that our children would be able to get in the market and they wouldn't have to compete with such high prices. So,
I think the city manager wants to respond.
You raise an important issue around affordability, Councillor, and I'll simply point out that the fiscal plan of this city is frankly dependent on the continued health of land transfer tax, and we alter the return of that land transfer tax with great caution.
through you, Madam Speaker, to the city manager, I don't think you're going to have a drop of people wanting to buy homes that are people that live in Canada. They will still continue to buy homes. The only thing that we're supporting here is people that are coming abroad, foreign owners, that we don't even know how they made their money because they're coming in and paying cash. They don't ask for a mortgage. We're not seeing what they're doing, and we don't even know how they're coming their mortgage. If we were to follow the Vancouver model at 15%, can you please guesstimate how much money we would raise on $5,000, 5,000 home at $800,000 apiece?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we could do that analysis.
I'll give it to you. It's very simple. 600 million. For 1%, it's 40 million. For 15%, it's 600 million. How much money will we make from the tolls per year?
That depends entirely on what the level of the toll is, and we've shown various
$2.
scenarios in the report.
$2?
So at $2, we net about $200 million a year, starting in 2024.
Here's your chance to have 3 times as much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to review something with City Manager. I just want to review the download at amalgamation of all of the housing. Was there any money that was given to the city or substantial amount given on an ongoing basis to the city in order to cover all the capital needs of Ontario Housing and MTHA?
There were a variety of one-time restructuring funds and other elements, but there is no stream of revenue other than the upload of a share of education property tax.
And so there's really no way that we have as a city to gather any of those dollars from the province?
Not other than residential property tax.
We would have to do that. We have no way to reach up and get some of that money that one might say is owed to the city.
That is correct.
And that would be the same for the transit, would it, or not, for the 50% operating?
That is also correct. The province has subsequently moved to create direct 100% funded transit in the city, 100% capital transit, Eglinton Crosstown, and a variety of things like that.
Right. So can you just remind me what the cost is now of the refurbishment of the Gardner, the latest estimates for that?
That's transportation to answer that.
Transportation?
Through the chair, the 10-year program speaks to an investment of about $2.3 billion. It's estimated over the next 25 years to be about 3.6 for the entire Gardner.
And that includes the hybrid that we council decided, I won't say we because I didn't vote for it, but the council decided to undertake.
Through the Speaker, that is correct.
And that's increased now from the original report by about what? Overall, the cost has increased by?
Well, through the Speaker, that's the subject of a separate report. The increase has been as a result of following a P3 model, and hence an increase if one were to follow a P3 model. Our proposal in the other report that is before you speaks to a more conventional design bid build, and within the 10-year capital plan of transportation services, there is enough money to support the rehabilitation needs of the Gardner for the next 10 years.
So that's the $2.3 billion.
Through the Speaker, that is correct.
That is a pretty big ticket item. And how about the Don Valley? Do we have any estimates for any other large major expressways that we have large capital costs for? Do we know? Yes. Future costs?
So through the chair, the Don Valley Parkway annual ongoing maintenance costs over the next 30 years average out around about $11 million a year.
11 million. So over 10 years, it would be the billion, right? Approximately.
No, sorry, that's 11 million a year. So over 10 years, that would be 110 million.
No, 110 million, and then 2.3 billion for the Gardner. Okay, and thank you. And then just looking at tolling, that, and back to you, Mr. City Manager, just the effect of a toll on the Gardner as far as meeting that type of large capital call, 2.3 billion. I'm not saying it's directed there, but just as a cushion that would allow us to more comfortably spend 2.3 billion. Is that not something that you have considered or part of your consideration in advancing tolls as a revenue stream for the city?
Absolutely, that and a variety of other factors.
And I just want to touch on the technology around tolls. There seems to be a concern that it's extremely expensive to do that, very cumbersome to do that. and one might consider from the original tolling on the 407 that it is a little cumbersome to do. Would you agree, or do you know anything about the advances in technology for tolling as being a little less painless than what the province went through in establishing the 407?
So there are continued advances in tolling. It's a relatively robust market. It's a market that's being pioneered by a number of jurisdictions around the world, and we would, of course, expect to be able to procure the best technology available.
So that was, when was that put in? The 407 was put in maybe 20 years ago. That by that time, it might be a smartphone. There's many new ways to do things.
There are many new ways of doing things. That's correct. And we will, of course, pursue what we believe to be a robust market.
Thank you. That was your last question.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the city manager, when it comes to our long-term financial plan, I don't see any sale and lease back of some of our downtown towers, such as Metro Hall or TCH, a common vehicle for raising capital in the private sector. Was that explored in any way?
We have not fully explored those. We have, I know that Metro Hall has been looked at, and I'll ask any subsequent questions to be answered by staff. We can always pursue alternate financial arrangements. They have not always worked out well for governments.
Regarding the land transfer tax, are there any statutory impediments to the seller being obligated to contribute and share the burden?
No, there are not.
It's odd that when housing prices have escalated so dramatically and that people are getting $1 million, 1.2, 1.34 for a single-family detached, that we haven't looked at the seller actually contributing and paying their fair share.
We would expect the market to equilibrate those, and we would expect sellers and buyers to adjust the price to reflect the reality of any cost at closing, including land transfer tax.
Through you, Madam Speaker, to transportation. Now, the annual maintenance fee on the Gardiner, exclusive of the hybrid option that we've approved, I have a figure in the $50 million a year range. Is that a correct figure? You could hold my... Oh, we've lost a speaker. I was going to ask to hold my time.
You get an extra 10 seconds so far. We'll count.
I can go on to my next question. Back to the city manager or the chief financial officer. You've referenced in the section in your report on tolls that, quote, they have a relatively high operating cost. Now, once the initial capital is paid back, would you still concur that we have a high operating cost as a revenue tool for tolls?
So through you, Madam Chair, the type of technology that these costs are based on that you see on page 44 and 43, it requires a reinvestment of capital, I believe, about every 7 years or so. So it's not just one time. Because it's technology-based, there are life cycle and significant reinvestments that have to be done on about a 7-year basis.
Final question, and I'll go back to transportation on the maintenance costs. When it comes to an income tax, it is based, correct me if I'm wrong, on where you work, not where you live. If we... an income tax, a municipal income tax.
An income tax is based on residence, not on location of employment.
It's my understanding that New York City has an income tax and is based on where you work, not on where you live.
So there are different arrangements with respect to the United States. But the Canada Revenue Agency collects income, my understanding, on the basis of residence and has a number of rules to determine residence location.
Now, is that option available for us to tax people on where they work as opposed to where they reside?
if council directs us to explore, that would be one of many things we would work on with the government of Ontario and potentially the government of Canada.
Okay, thanks very much. Do we have something on the maintenance side?
Yes, sorry, Councillor. The on maintenance of the Gardner, around about average of $7 million a year in 2016 dollars. $7 million a year.
So, based on that figure, would the maintenance, the ongoing maintenance of the Gardner, eat up the first $7 million a year in total revenue? Is that the plan?
So through you, so on page of the report, I'm trying to find it now, on a $1.40 toll, the costs,
Page 43.
sorry, I'm just flipping through the page 43. So there's costs about $1.6 billion to collect the toll. That's about 40 cents of the first whatever tolling you do is to collect the toll. Scenario 40, on page 43, this one was specifically to address what would the level of the toll need to be to recover capital costs, operating and maintenance on the Gardner and the Don Valley over a 30-year period. So in this scenario, the entire $1.40 of the toll, the entire net revenues after collection costs go to reinvestment in the Gardner, the Don Valley, operating and maintenance over 30 years.
Thank you.
So
That was
all
your
of it would be.
that was your last question.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Speaker. To the relevant officer, I'm looking at Appendix 8 and as well Recommendation 1A of item number 2. In 1A is the introduction of a dedicated property tax levy of 0.5%. Now, on Appendix A, is that the equivalent of the dedicated capital levy?
Yes, they are one and the same.
And the annual income that's projected from that is $126 million. And there are no additional costs to deduct from that. Is that correct?
Through you, so every 1% would generate about $25 million, half a point, half that, $12.5 million right now. And then there's some
I see.
compounding
So
for 5 years.
the assumed rate is 5% here rather than the 0.5 that's in the recommendation. Is that correct?
Yeah, what it's based upon is a 0.5 increase in each of 5 years. And then, so that would make 2.5%, or there was also a proposal to, what if we increase that to 1% increase each year for each of 5 years? Okay. And that's how then you get to the 5.
Right, thank you. Now, with respect to our ability to levy a tax on parking spaces, do we have the ability within that authority to differentiate between a parking space and a retail parking space?
So through you, the actual design of the parking, if council were to approve a parking levy, that's the kinds of things that we would need to think about. What's the level, what type of parking do you want to charge the levy on? What exemptions would you like? What's the actual rate per space or per gross floor area? So there's a lot of flexibility in there.
Okay, the short answer is yes.
Yes.
With respect to the alcohol tax, would there be a need to get provincial regulations to initiate it in whole or in part?
So the alcohol tax is a tricky tax. We have the authority to impose one, but to do that, we would need clearer authority to allow and permit or enforce the LCBO to collect that tax on our behalf. That's a missing piece right now.
So I want to explain that a little bit more clearly. Right now, City of Toronto Act does provide an opportunity to collect an alcohol tax. In order to collect that, we would have to make an administrative arrangement with essentially every alcohol retailer in the city. That would be very expensive, a relatively intrusive, high compliance cost, and likely lead to a certain amount of evasion and other challenges. Not particularly attractive from a city perspective unless we are looking to maximize the size of the City of Toronto staff, at which point it's extremely attractive. The alternative is to collect tax from the LCBO. That is not something available to us.
All right, thank you. Now, as I understand it, if item number 2 passes, that gives staff the ability to, on behalf of the city, to make a request to the province to introduce the necessary regulations. Does anything come back to council for approval, or would we just simply be informed of the nature of the application? In other words, what constitutes the plan that would be submitted to the province? Because as I understand it, through the remarks of Minister Del Duca, that such a submission with respect to tolling regulations would also have to be accompanied by a plan. You cannot have the regulations approved without the appropriate plan. And how would we know what constitutes a plan going forward?
And that's correct. So that's why the recommendation is to put these revenue tools to the budget process, the long-term fiscal plan process, of which those details of what the plan is and what council wants to approve would be determined. And then that would have to go, you are correct, that would have to go to the minister for the regulatory approval with respect to tolling.
So nothing goes forward without the budget committee reviewing everything. Would the budget committee have the ability to delete any of the recommendations that are contained in item number 2?
So how the process, through Madam Chair, would work is council approves a suite of revenue tools. It would go to the budget committee first, then they could amend them, then it would go to executive committee, and then it would ultimately, though, go to council, who's the ultimate authority of all of this.
So it can...
That was
all
the
right,
last
thank you.
question.
I appreciate the answer.
Okay, we'll recess to 2 o'clock. Well, there's a number of speakers. We'll recess.
Was he the last?
No,
there's still more.
Still more. Many more.
We'll be here a while.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be here the better part of the day.
Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council is debating item EX 20.1 on the City of Toronto long-term financial direction update and EX 20.2. We will return to those items after the release of member holds. Do we have any release of holds? If you do, please put your name up. Request to question staff. Councillor Crisanti.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Page 5, EX 20.29, urban forestry. I spoke with staff, Madam Speaker, and so I'm satisfied with the responses I got on this item, and I'm happy to release this item. Page 5, item number 20.29, EX 20.
So on page 5, EX 20.29, Councillor Crisanti is releasing. On favor? It's the urban forestry, increasing complaints under the municipal tree protection bylaw. On favor? Carried. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 8, the very bottom, PW 17.2, contract award for tender call 2262, reconfiguration of... Oh, sorry, that's not the one. Sorry. That's not the one.
How about another one?
Hang on, there's another one here.
What committee?
Oh, there it is, sir. Nope, there it is. Got it. PW, next page. PW 17.11. Bicycle page 9. PW 17.11, bicycle traffic control signal St. Clair Avenue West, Poplar Plains. Okay. That's the one.
You're good to go?
Good to
So
go.
you're releasing it?
Yep.
Okay. So on page 9, PW 17.11, bicycle traffic control signal at St. Clair West. Councillor Campbell is releasing. On favor? Carried. Councillor Algemari.
Speaker, on page 11, NY 18.12, application to remove a city tree at 166 Richard Clark Drive. It came before us without recommendation, and that is because it was a tie vote at Community Council. It may be a quick item if we deal with it now.
So what would you like to do?
I'd like to, in this case, and I've looked at this very carefully and I've gone out to see it, in this specific case, I think that it's a good idea for the resident to be given permission to take it down and replant. Because it was ruined in the...
I'll hold it, we'll have a quick chat. I was going to move the office, so we'll chat.
So you're moving that
Speaker, I'm having a particularly challenging day, and I may not be here later this afternoon. So would I have your permission to raise it later after I speak with Councillor de Beermaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Kelly.
Speaker, page 4, EX 20.16, adjustments to various direct city loans and loan guarantee. Do you have the...
It's page 4, EX 20.16. Okay, Councillor Kelly?
Who said that?
Councillor Mamalidi. So we'll continue holding it in your name? Councillor Kelly?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Do we have 30? Okay. Who's first? Councillor Cressy. Councillor Cressy, you have a motion without notice to be added to the agenda.
I do. It's a liquor license matter, and this is to give time for the community to engage prior to the AGCO hearing date.
Okay, all in favor? Carried, and you have a second one.
And again, this is another liquor license matter, which is urgent for the same reason.
Okay, on favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will need a moment to bring up the list. Oh, Councillor Fillion, I didn't see your name there.
Apologies, I should have held 2029 because it overlaps with a notice of motion I have that'll be considered tomorrow. So if, with council's indulgence, if we could reopen so I could hold that and try to match the two up.
Which item is that? EX 2029.
EX 2029 about urban
No, you
forestry.
didn't. This one here is on page 5, EX 20.29, which Councillor Crescenti held and he just released. So you want to reopen that?
I'd like to reopen the hold because it relates to a notice of motion. Otherwise, they're sort of disjointed.
All in favor of reopening? No, you didn't. Councillor Crescenti's name was on it, Councillor Mamalidi. It's the tree. Councillor Crescenti held it down and he just released it. Yes, all in favor, carried. So Councillor Fillion, it will be under your name?
Yes, thank you.
Jeez. I think you were looking on the wrong page.
Who's that sharp guy over there in the mayor's corner? Oh, look at him.
Councillor Layton, you're up next to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On a couple of things, on page 43 of the 2.2, this is on the cost of collecting and the rate of the tolls. I'm just curious because the chart here, the break-even scenario includes the maintenance operating costs for the Gardner and DVP over 30 years, right?
Yes, the present value of that.
So we're looking at a toll of $1.40 covers only the costs of the Gardner, the DVP, and the administrative and capital investment of collecting the tolls.
Capital and operating, that's correct.
So can you tell me what the cost to collect the tolls are? So to collect $1, how much do we need for us to count $1 beyond the cost of the Gardner and DVP operating and maintenance? What's the cost of collecting that $1?
So on this one, it's about 40 cents.
It's 40 cents to collect $1.
Yes.
To collect $1 of property taxes, what does it cost to collect that $1?
Property tax, I don't have it expressed as a dollar, but it's very efficient and very effective.
Call it a fraction of a cent, if that?
I don't want to put out a number because I don't know, but it's very small.
Would it be as simple as like clicking a mouse key and putting just like adding a 1? And then, so the amount of time it takes for a staff person to click that mouse key is probably pretty close.
So I will tell you, so the cost of running, see, I don't have it split out separately.
That's fine, we can go back to that. The vehicle registration tax, what's the cost of collecting $1 of the vehicle registration tax? For every $1 of revenue the city would get, what would be the cost of collecting it?
Joe's just looking for that, and we'll get it for you.
Okay. The hydro financing, I couldn't find the reference to it about this capital outlay that we're giving as part of the financing. What's the rate of return that the city's getting on the capital outlay over the term of the...
Sorry, the regulated rate of return for hydro is 9.3% right now in this 5-year term.
So
9.3.
during the 5-year term, the city on that $250 million is getting a 9% rate of return?
It would be around 9%. That's what the regulated rate of return on Toronto Hydro is.
Do you know what Hydro pays for other debentures that they take out in order to pay for capital work?
Yes, their rate of borrowing is just a bit, maybe about 10 points higher than ours. So say if we're borrowing right now on a 30-year debenture, it would be about 3.7%. They'd be about 10 to 15 points higher.
So 3.8.
Yes, right now.
So why would they borrow at 9% if they can?
No.
This is what?
9% is what the regulated rate of return. So for every dollar that's invested in capital, that's what the OEB allows Hydro to recover in rates to earn that much money on their capital.
So what rate would Hydro be paying the city on their on the $250 million capital inflow?
So all those details we would still have to work out in terms of how we're going, what would be the new level of dividend rates. And that's something that what we talk about in the report is if the council approves in principle that investment, we would come back, discuss those details with Hydro, and come back with a plan for council.
So the actual rate hasn't been determined yet?
No.
And the city otherwise on that $250 million, are we going to be issuing debt for that, or that money's coming from our existing?
So we have an existing investment portfolio when we consolidate all our reserves. We right now invest in Ontario bonds, municipal bonds, federal bonds. Instead of taking $250 million invested in those bonds, we would take that money, so it would be off budget, and invest it in Toronto Hydro.
And how have those investments been doing? Do you have a
So
a
this
rate of
year
return?
we were at 2.9%, just a shade under 3.
Okay. And just back to my original question about the cost to collect $1 of the personal vehicle fee?
2 to 3%.
So it's 2 to 3% for the vehicle and 40% for the toll?
Sorry, but that 40 cents, that depends on the toll rate. The higher the toll rate, the cost of collecting it stays the same, the more you make. That was in that example that we showed on page 43.
So that's in the 1.4.
That was your last question,
Okay, thank
Councillor
you.
Layton. Sorry. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through to the Treasurer. My first question. Some have indicated that we should simply just add the needed revenues to the property taxes. Can you tell me what that percentage would be if that was the case? The same amounts that we're talking about in terms of generated from tolls on an annual basis, and also what that dollar sum would be to the property homeowner?
Right. So just for example, a $2 toll at full implementation would raise about $200 million. And $200 million would be equivalent to about 8% in taxes.
8%?
8% tax increase.
In addition to the current tax rate, is that?
Right. If you had to raise an additional $200 million
Right.
through taxes,
Right.
it would require an 8% tax increase.
So total would be about 10%?
Yes.
Okay,
After collection,
thank you.
yes.
My next series of questions, Madam Speaker, is for the Mayor. I wonder if I can ask the Mayor questions. Mayor, I would ask the first question. You have determined that the revenues that we generate in the city at the moment and the expenditure that's required to actually do things like infrastructure, variety of capital improvement and so on and so forth that are required for the city, that it's not sufficient at the moment?
Well, I think it's fair to say, it's fair to say that if we're not going to look at dramatic cuts in services or some imaginary offloading of services to other people, that the funds we're taking in today have not provided in the past for, say, $200 million to put towards our share of building transit and fixing traffic. So the answer is yes, we don't have enough money to do that. We haven't had enough money, and we're now just facing up to the fact we need it, and we got to get on with building the transit and fixing the traffic.
And you would agree with me that there are no taxes that anyone would find palatable and agreeable, that in fact they would be running to you with a coffer of money from their pockets. So in essence, that irrespective of whatever decisions you make in terms of the choices or the option, someone or somebody would disagree with you and your position.
Well, I think, Madam Speaker, through you, we've all been around politics and government long enough to know that there is no charge you can levy, no matter how good the purpose. And I think in this case there would be very broad agreement with the purpose that people are going to be unanimously joyous about. I had three choices in coming to this one. One, a massive property tax increase, which you just asked the Treasurer about, and you heard it was going to be 8% just to fund the transit and fix the traffic. Second, selling assets, and I felt in all the circumstances that was not the right way to go. And third was some other means of raising this money. And when you look at those different mechanisms, I felt this was the best to move us forward from where we've been, which is a standing position where we've done nothing for the longest time at addressing the one perplexing question that's out there: how are you going to pay for the transit? Because it's not free.
And you're prepared to take this risk with respect to providing the public, the citizens of Toronto, with a viable option in terms of how you would take care of the $33 billion of unallocated liabilities that exist now in order to fund those things that people have asked you to fund. Is that correct?
We have an absolute obligation, Madam Speaker, to look after our share of that $33 billion. And you could take even a couple of projects off that list if you wanted to, but you'd still be left with a very big list of things that have been proved over time here, many of which are very important transit projects, highly ranked on the list, if not at the top of all the lists people in this room and experts have said. And so the answer to your question is yes. And with respect to the risk involved, we're here to do the right thing. And we're here. I have a feeling people are going to admire the honesty of all this on the part of all of us, as opposed to a meeting not that long ago in this same room that I wasn't present for, where everybody said no to everything and nothing happened as a result. There was no transit, the traffic got worse, and it continues to get worse, and we continue to need more transit.
And you're significantly aware of the pressures and the impact that an 8 or a 10% tax increase to the property owners in the City of Toronto would have, and all of the seniors and all of the others who are challenged now. And you're looking at a more broader case with respect to, in this particular case, road toll that could apply broadly to everyone, still provide people with options to be able to have other choices in order to navigate the city.
When I talked about the plan that I had and the fact that I had a choice to make as to how to pay for it, which was an essential element of an honest plan, is you have to say how you're going to pay.
Right.
I felt that the alternative of a big property tax increase of the order of, say, 8-10%, was going to be more unpalatable and frankly cause more hardship for more people than the road toll alternative, which frankly is a user pay. It says to people who use those highways, including a lot of people who don't pay any tax here at all in this city, say, you're going to help us keep up with the cost of providing proper public transportation and maintaining all transportation in this city. And we think that's fair. And you have a choice to go by other means, whether it's to take transit, carpool, whatever. It will help with congestion, in my view. So to me, that was a way better choice than the alternative of a huge property tax increase, which would affect seniors, it would affect young homeowners, it would affect a lot of people who are just ordinary people paying their taxes, and I think prefer this kind of a choice to a huge property tax increase.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There's an awful lot of noise. Everybody back there, councillor, staff, everyone. There's just way too much noise. Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Ainslie, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I'm not sure who to address this to. I wanted to ask, in the modeling that we've done for the Gardiner Expressway, for example, in the tolling, how we've taken into what Metrolinx's future plans are. For example, expanding the GO Transit corridor to Hamilton and Grimsby in the next few years.
So the modelling work that's been done has used the latest GTA model version 4, which was also used to do the transit work that's recently come to council. It does take into account the RER projects and projects proposed by Metrolinx, such as the light rail transit projects, which are proposed in the GTA area up to 2041.
Okay. So I was just trying to understand, so Metrolinx's plans, they're going to be expanding their line to Hamilton and Grimsby by 2021, and then Niagara Falls, I believe, by 2023. And we seem to have a huge amount of traffic that comes into the GTA and the Gardiner and QEW. and that's modeled into the usage on the Gardner Expressway, or how's that done?
Certainly, the increased frequency on those GO lines is modelled in the transport model that we're using. Yes. So the forward projected flows in 2031 and 2041 would take account of those lines being in operation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to staff. I wonder if somebody from, I think, Transportation can tell me what are the projected number of trips on the expressway that will generate the toll revenue? And what is the split for the west, the north, and the through?
I'll put your time on hold.
Thank you.
So the total number of daily trips is 532,000 trips per day. It will take me a minute or so just to pull up the numbers of the split. So out of those 532,000, about 197,000 are on the Don Valley Parkway, about 272,000 are on the Gardner, and about 63,000 use both the Gardner and the DVP.
So those are total trips. Is it safe to say that most people make 2 trips? So the number of affected individuals is about half that number?
That's probably a reasonable assumption, Councillor, yes.
And what's the split between residents and non-residents of Toronto with respect to those numbers?
So the usage of residents is around about 60% and non-residents 40%.
Okay, so given your answers, is it reasonable for me to say that 60% of 50% of those numbers represent the people that are affected in Toronto, and if I do the math, it's about 140,000 residents?
I'll trust
Trusting
your math.
my math.
I'll trust your maths, Councillor. Yes, that would
Conceptually.
probably be a reasonable assumption. Yeah.
So 140,000 residents of Toronto will be paying these fees. Okay, I wonder to the CFO, I wonder if the CFO could confirm the approximate number of households in the City of Toronto.
Based on the 2011 census, I just checked the number, it's about 1,050,000.
1,050,000 in 2011, so growing more. So again, with my math, I wonder if you can confirm, if there's 140,000 people that are going to be affected by the tolls, does that make that about an 8-to-1 ratio? So 1 in 8 households would be paying for these particular tolls.
I'm going to use Ashley's answer, and I'll trust your math.
All right.
So
to the city manager, in the report, this was flagged as yellow with respect to fairness. So given that 1 in 8 households are the ones that will be paying this particular tax, is that one of the reasons why this is not necessarily scoring high on the fairness ratio?
We do have to be careful, of course, in making sure that we raise revenue for general purposes from revenue that is broadly borne across. But let me be completely clear about one thing, which is this is a user fee, just as is the user fee on the TTC. We can make exactly the same calculations with respect to other areas of public services that we also price.
So is all the money that is being raised by the user fee going into the particular service?
It will go into the transportation service. That includes TTC and that includes TTC and transportation services.
So TTC is lumped in with transportation. And what is the association with TTC and the expressway?
And to be clear, that's a choice. That is the proposal in front of you. That's a choice for council.
So council has indicated that linkage. Okay. This was flagged as red in terms of efficiency in the report. And can you explain the rationale for that?
The rationale for that is that it is a relatively costly way in terms of raising money. If we were thinking this only as a way of raising money, it is also a way of mitigating traffic congestion, appropriately pricing public services.
Does anyone know, has traffic congestion that could arise from this on the parallel routes, has the cost to the city been factored into that? So let's take the Queensway, for example, in the West End. It's reasonable to assume that some people who avoid the tolls take the Queensway, and that will cause us to need to invest more in the Queensway in terms of traffic signals, maybe lanes, efficiency on the road. Has anyone added those costs, those big picture costs, into the cost of this?
So those numbers are not yet known, and part of the process that we're asking for is, of course, the opportunity to continue and do that work.
Would those costs further erode the cost to benefit ratio? So you've already flagged it as red. I'm assuming it will continue to be red because those costs haven't been figured in.
So it's likely that those costs will be incremental and relatively small, but they will, of course, have an impact on the overall cost recovery ratio. And again, as the Deputy City Manager indicated, the level of the fare or toll will hugely impact the relative efficiency.
So the toll would have to go higher than the $2 that's bantered about to create a better efficiency ratio.
Or if it were lower, the opposite would happen.
And if it was a lower toll, it would be less efficient, to the point, if I guess it hits $1.60, that's the break-even point, or we'd be losing money if we drop the toll below $1.60.
And remember, this is not, with respect, just about money. This is also about managing the congestion appropriately.
And last question, it's indicated that the policy was flagged as green or well aligned with policy objectives of the city with respect to tolling. But if you take into consideration the lenses of other congestion in the city, which we're trying to minimize, connectivity through the city, equity for residents that lay on the outskirts of the city being able to access downtown, and accessibility for those that can't ride transit, is this truly something that is fully aligned with the city's policies, or is some misalignment?
That was your last
Thank you,
question.
Speaker.
So the question of alignment is ultimately up to council to determine. But from a staff perspective, in an area where we charge already very heavily, receive very, very high levels of recovery associated with public transit, comparable levels of recovery associated with other areas of city services as well. It does not strike staff as appropriate that we 100% fully socialize the cost of roads and expressway travel while recovering a great deal of the costs from the citizens who ride transit.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio, questions?
Madam Speaker, I have a couple of questions, perhaps, just from my own curiosity. First of all, with the arrival of the City of Toronto Act back in 2007, we're currently looking at today from our operating budget in the neighborhood, tax-supported operating budget in the neighborhood of $10 billion. The provincial contribution is in the neighborhood of 19 to 20%. That's what I'm told, correct? From some of the slides that I looked at.
Through you, Madam Speaker, so we get about $2 billion in
20%.
provincial funding, so about 20%.
Okay, 10 years ago, when the City of Toronto Act came into place, how much was the provincial government contributing to our operating budget at the time? Do you remember? I don't have the information. I'm just guessing.
I've
Maybe
got it in front of me.
30%?
Just by coincidence, it was $1.7 billion, and it was 20% back in 2006.
Oh, so it hasn't changed?
Hasn't changed that much, no.
Okay, that's interesting. When we introduced, for the right reasons, we upped the annual water rate from to 9% for a 9-year period or something like that. Did we notice that there was a drop in consumption of water?
Water consumption actually has been dropping steadily since, I believe, the 80s and 90s, and not just in the city of Toronto, but throughout the Golden Horseshoe area. So yes.
That's kind of a relationship that exists between price and demand. So typically when price goes up, demand does tend to slip down. But I'm surprised it keeps coming down, the water consumption.
It's not just on price, but I think consumers are just using less water because things like toilets, washing machines, dishwashers, they're all becoming more water efficient as well. Shower heads, all that.
They buy bottled water.
Okay. The last question I have, I guess, when we launched on this strategy of taking all of the services that used to be all covered under property taxes, in other words, when we started shifting to a situation where we'd introduced user fees, and we ended up taking some of the services off of property tax. What was the driving reason behind that?
Well, the main one in the City of Toronto was the decision to move solid waste management cost recovery from taxes to user fees. The rationale there was to drive it more on a utility basis so that users pay more for the waste if they create more waste, and that would be an incentive to drive waste levels down or to recycle.
Right. I'm trying to drive at maybe what happens as a result of this user fee sort of transformation. We ended up actually having people use services more economically, because had we left everything on the property tax base and we just kept increasing property taxes for all the services that we provide, I suspect we'd probably spending more money today than what we are.
I think that's entirely correct, and I think also, and I was not here at the time, but my recollection or my understanding was that there was actually a little bit of a crisis in the stability of the water system in particular, because council had not been willing to put in place the investments, and by finding an alternative method of financing, I know the water program has been able to put itself on a stable financial footing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, it is very noisy. Councillor Layton, Councillor Fillion, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Ford, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to focus my questions towards staff more on Toronto's immediate revenue strategy. What will be the proposed 2017 operating budget?
The total operating budget, tax-supported and rate-supported services is about $12.25 billion.
So 12.25.
That's rate and tax, consolidated, whole city.
Right. And without the rate supported?
The rates account for about 1.8 billion of that, so I think it's about 10, oh my God, mental math, I got to do again, about 10 and a half
problem.
billion.
That's not a... So, just through the media and whatnot, I've heard that the city of Toronto is facing a $300 million shortfall, and now was presented as 91. Were those numbers ever accurate, or was there any mitigating factors of those numbers?
So we are at a $91 million gap. I think that reference is to our waterfall chart that we showed during the budget presentation, where we started with a $730 million shortfall. We did a number of measures without involving any policy changes, got it to about $300 million before tax and TTC rate increases.
Right.
So that's where that interim $300 million number is. And then there were some deferrals and some other actions to get it down to where we are at 91.
Right. So it's roughly less than 1% of a gap here to the total operating budget that we're looking at.
On a gross basis,
No.
yes.
Right.
Not on a net.
And could the city have found further efficiencies to help that number mitigate the 91 million?
Well, this year we have found some $25 million of efficiencies, plus there was about another in total, $177 million of proposed expenditure reductions, savings, re-estimations.
Right.
I would submit that if we had more, without affecting services, they should already be on the table. So I think for the course of an in-year exercise, we've done about as much as we could do for this year. Does that mean that in the future we will continue to do more? Yes.
Okay. And then now moving on to kind of the longer term and the provincial asks of the city. So I know this has been, I'd like further clarification. So what happens when we go to the province, they commit to letting us use these revenue tools? Sorry, Madam Speaker, it's a little noisy in here.
Please, members of council, the public, staff, please try to keep it down.
Thank you. So what happens, so the province says yes, and let's say, not saying there will be, but I guess we have to be prepared for all outcomes. If there's a change in government, what happens then? What's our plan B? And they decide to take that away from us.
So there are a number of potential calculations in that regard. I note that one of the potential governing parties from Ontario has committed to essentially a new deal with the City of Toronto, so that's certainly potentially. The other thing is that there, I'm going to be perhaps overly frank in this chamber, but we should probably do what we need to do and allow other levels of government to sort out what they need to do. In this particular case, unless City Council is willing to either massively cut services or willing to massively increase property taxes, these are the choices available to us. If we are working through the mechanics of road tolls and the provincial government were to first grant and then alter that position, this council would certainly be well within its rights to expect a very substantial reorientation of provincial-municipal relationships, including direct funding to support the key priorities that we have. And one thing I would add to the Deputy City Manager's answers earlier with respect to expense is that the primary expenditure pressures, remember, relate to transit, to capital, and to social housing.
Great, thank you. Specific to number 6, item 20.2, should the city receive authority to implement the tolling of roads, specifically, A, capping the amount of toll that a Toronto resident would pay per year is what we would look at. Are there any ideas of what that would be? And could that be zero?
So we would.
That was your last question.
We would, of course, look at a variety of scenarios, perhaps $1,000. We may also want to look at the price of a Metro Pass or the price of a Metro Pass times the average number of people in a car or some variety of other mechanisms as well. There are also commercial users. All of those things would be brought forward into consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the city manager or the chief financial officer, whoever, is over time, Toronto residents, especially during the Miller administration in 2008 and 2009, they were told that by then the big discussion was revenue tools as well. So with the introduction of the MLTT, with the TTC fare increases, user fee increase in terms of garbage and water rates and so on. At that point, Torontonians were told that will somehow put the city of Toronto in a firm financial footing. So when I'm talking to residents out there, what they are saying is, what happened? When is this going to stop? And here we go again. So it's, can you...
So a couple of things have happened, and I'm not sure of the historic record. I do know that Mayor Miller did have a broad financial study that did look very seriously at things such as asset transactions and a variety of other pieces. I do know that City Council did put back any revenue associated with vehicle registration. But I know in the interim as well, two things have happened. First of all, there has been an absence of investment in transit, which is resulting in some of the congestion we're seeing now. And secondly, and absolutely critically importantly, it has only been the land transfer tax that has saved the City of Toronto from very difficult fiscal decisions, and that includes the current budget year. And finally, the uploads that have been associated with the changes in the province have also provided significant benefit. All of those are reaching maturity.
So that's in the side of revenue now, in the side of spending. Here we have over $33 billion in unfunded capital projects. So moving forward, wouldn't it be prudent for all of us to take a firm position and say, well, if we don't have any more money to fund whatever projects, we're going to have a moratorium on anything that's unfunded or until we have the revenue tools in place.
And this is, I believe, Councillor, an important observation, and I do believe it is appropriate that as City Council considers increasing its investment, that it also considers the opportunity for revenue to match that investment, or expenditure reductions or expenditure reallocations to match that investment.
Thank you. To the CFO, with regards to the graduated property tax, or the proposed one, can you identify any jurisdiction, either here in Canada, United States, or anywhere throughout the world, where this kind of tax have been implemented and have worked properly?
So through you, Madam Chair, we do have graduated tax rates in Ontario right now, but just on commercial and industrial properties.
Residential.
In residential, I'm not aware, in Ontario we don't have it, and I don't think any other Canadian provinces do. I do not know about in the United States, though.
Is there anywhere in the world that we have this?
I don't know.
So we are trying probably to implement something that's never been proven anywhere.
Well, actually, implementing graduated tax rates would be a very simple thing, because we know how to do it. We do it on commercial and industrial. It's just a matter of getting legislative authority to do it for residential. It's not a technically difficult.
I understand that in Singapore, Denmark, and Ireland, they do have this kind of system, but that's run by federal governments. So you might want perhaps to look into it. Not that I support, but just as an observation. A question to the mayor. Mr. Mayor, if the tolls were to be implemented, what kind of legal process would you commit to ensure that any funding raised will not end up in any other projects? What kind of airtight process do you envision that perhaps another administration will just come and take that money from whatever reserve account and put somewhere else, as it has happened in the past?
Well, through you, Madam Speaker, I have said publicly yesterday and before that I would be seeking, and I'll probably move something when it's my turn to speak, that seeks from our officials their advice on the maximum we can do under the law to protect this money so that there is no chance that future councils or present councils can have at it for purposes other than transit and transportation. I even mused yesterday that if electric fences around the money it would help with very, very high voltage shocks, that I would be quite happy to implement those too. That is my determination, to make absolutely sure we can say to the people, if people are going to pay this money to build transit and fix traffic, it will go to nothing other than building transit and fixing traffic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Perks, questions?
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the City Manager. In the event that the City of Toronto were to go to the Province of Ontario and ask for the right to get, say, 1 cent of the sales tax, would it be administratively difficult, impossible, or relatively easy to also ask the province to provide us with the tool to give the rebate for low income on sales tax as they do with their portion of sales tax?
So income tax, sales taxes are not income tested. Income taxes are. The rebates are on the income tax side. That is mechanically very straightforward to implement.
Very straightforward to implement.
Yes.
Okay. If we were to get to follow that path, broadly speaking, with a low income rebate, is the sales tax broadly progressive under those circumstances?
The sales tax will never be progressive, but of course it can be offset by an income tax rebate. As long as people file, then that will be a progressive, the net change will be progressive.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Yes, so the permission that we have to ask for, is it singularly focused on 2 roads, or is it for roads within the City of Toronto?
Through you, Madam Chair, it would be just roads in the City of Toronto. We would not have jurisdiction outside our boundaries.
Okay, so this is more of a policy question. Are you aware of road tolls on not, let's say, highways, but on roads? So, for example, in Singapore, their main roadway has Orchard Road, has a toll road on it. Are you familiar with roads that are like this?
I'm familiar with a number of the systems, Councillor, yes. Not that one in particular, but I'm familiar with a number of them.
So if we wanted to actually look at tolling other roads, so for example, there's like a very busy street like King Street, where there's a lot of traffic and actually our streetcars have a hard time making its way down the street. If we wanted to actually move those streetcars faster and move traffic better, if we wanted to create, as they do in a place like Singapore, a road that's going to move, that's going to actually address the issue of congestion, but also raise us some revenue. Is that possible?
I don't see why not. It's certainly possible. What you need to be very careful of is the knock-on impacts of doing that in such an isolated way in the centre of a downtown, because what you'd primarily do is push all of the traffic onto the immediate surrounding grid network.
Which you would do, but we're doing that, we're naturally doing that on the Gardner Expressway and the Don Valley Parkway, so it's pretty much the same thing, yes?
I was going to say, it's quite different because the Don Valley Parkway and the Gardner are generally strategic roads where people are using them for longer trips. Streets like King Street in the downtown are primarily trips where people are for the last couple of miles or last mile or so of their to get to their destination. So there's less choice around where and how they move.
But we could
in those
encourage
locations.
people more to take those streetcars instead of getting in their cars, yes?
Sorry, Councillor.
We could encourage people by having that congestion pricing like they do in large urban centres like Singapore to not get in their cars and bung up traffic so much, yes?
We could indeed, probably in that sort of circumstance, a cordon charge would be more appropriate, though, in terms of delivering those sorts of policy objectives.
Cordon charge?
A cordon charge, very much like in London in the UK.
I see. And we could also probably, you know, if we wanted to do that, we could do that with, let's say, even Avenue Road or Yonge Street or a road like this.
And I'll intervene. We can absolutely. The only question will be simply the mechanics of putting place gantries or other technologies associated with doing that.
Pick up on that.
And in a place where there's relatively more choices of roads, there'll be a cost-benefit question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wallace. Can you ask, so the Allen Expressway is also it's a much shorter road, but it also is a road like the Gardner Expressway and the the Gardner Expressway and the Don Valley Parkway. So there's a possibility to make, you know, to do the same thing to the Allen Expressway, yes?
I think in principle, Councillor, there's the option to do that for any sort of road. What I would say is the Allen Expressway performs a very different function from the Gardner and the DVP, so it's much shorter trips. Obviously, the construction of the Allen was truncated, so it now finishes at Eglinton, so it would simply feeds traffic onto Eglinton. So I think if you told the Allen, you'd more likely see some diversion onto some of the more local arterials either side.
And so just my final question to Mr. Orsini, if we were to look at a broader range of road tolls on different very busy roadways, there wouldn't be as much financial pressure to squeeze as much money out of the Don Valley Parkway and Gardner Expressway, would there?
Through you, Madam Chair. So if you're asked, if I'm understanding the question is, if we toll more than just the Don Valley Parkway and the Gardner, you're asking whether revenues would increase or decrease in total?
No, I'm asking you that you need a certain sum of money, and the more roads that you could get revenue from, the less you would have to charge on the Gardner Expressway and the Don Valley Parkway, where you're looking at just 2 roads. If you had 4 roads, then you know you wouldn't have, the price wouldn't have to be as high, and you wouldn't have to look at increases as often.
The short answer to that would be yes. If you're looking to raise a certain sum of money spread over 1 road versus 20 roads, the rate would be lower.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of questions that were asked by my colleague here, Councillor DeGiorgio, because I found the answer a little perplexing. So I'm looking at the chart that has the 2017 numbers and the comparison to the 2006 numbers, and I just want to focus in on one part of that pie chart, and that is the contribution by the province to the city operations. So in 2006, the province provided to the city $1.705 billion, representing about 20% of the total city revenues, correct?
That's correct. That's operating budget, yes.
Operating budget. Yeah, just want to focus on the operating budget for a second, because if we go to capital, I suspect it's far worse, right? So in 2017, the provinces will provide, if everything stays as is, $2.003.37 billion to the city, representing 16% of the city's total revenues, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so just on that surface there's a 4% reduction in provincial contribution to the city overall revenues, correct?
That's as a share of the total.
A share of the total.
The actual dollar would have been higher.
Perfect, okay. So now, what was the big number here in the middle of the pie chart? In 2006, total city combined revenues.
So the total gross budget in 2006 was $8.33 billion.
$8.33 billion, correct? 10 years
Correct.
ago. Fine. What's the big number in the center of the pie chart for 2017?
That would be $12.25 billion.
$12.25 billion. So an increase of about $4 billion, correct?
That's correct, in nominal,
Right.
non-inflation,
So while city revenues and city expenditures have expanded by about $4 billion for the operating budget, provincial transfers, provincial grants to the City of Toronto have actually shrunk as a portion of overall revenues by 4%, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you actually took the provincial contribution now and you basically folded that into the overall number of 12.25, where should that provincial grant, if it had stayed consistent, if it had stayed at 20% consistent, what would that number be today?
That would be just over $2.4 billion.
$2.4 billion. A $400 million basically reduction in grant growth over the same period of time that the overall city budget has increased by $4 billion, correct?
You could look at it that way.
$400 million. So basically, they've been taking half our land transfer tax.
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
No, you're right. It's not 50%. It's a little over 50% of our land transfer tax. But in shrinking their grant contributions to the city, correct?
The grant in
The pie
dollars
chart,
is
the pie
actually
chart,
increased.
the pie
It's not
chart
kept
tells a
pace with the
tale.
size of the
It
budget.
tells a story.
Councillor Perruzza, can you...
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question in regard to, well, if we're talking, it's for the city manager, if we're talking about the long-term financial plan, why do we focus, why does the report, and are you asking council to focus on contributing to and balancing the city's 2017 budget? Because it sounds almost like we're exclusively looking at that, but we're not really, are we?
No, we're looking at and I did put up an earlier slide.
Your mic is not on.
Presentation that talked about a number of factors. I identified 8 or so specific fiscal pieces. They all do come together, and in a practical sense, City Council must both balance the 17 budget, not dig a hole for 2018 and the out years, and have some regard with respect to the longer-term stability of the city finances.
And I did not attend the executive. I know that one of the items that was on the list to be considered was a municipal income tax. That has not come forward. And I'm just wondering if staff had a view on that, or if you've just left it to the council to decide.
I think over a period of time, and all of these were presented to council to executive for potential consideration by budget committee. Over time, City Council, and this is not only true, frankly, of the City of Toronto, we're seeing the same pressure in other large cities across the country that are struggling with the demands of modern, complex, incredibly important urban services, and unable to fully provide those on the basis of property taxes that they find acceptable. As a result of that, you as council will face a choice: either increase property taxes, reduce services, or find incremental sources of revenue. The incremental sources of revenue would include an income tax if that were available.
And you made a comment at the very outset of the discussion in response to a question about the progressivity of an income tax and its desirability. And of course, a a property tax is by its very nature a very regressive tax, is it not? Or it's not, it's less, well, I think it is, but I'd like to hear from you and the property tax in relation to an income tax.
So there's very little doubt that many of our user fees are likely quite regressive, TTC and others. Property tax itself, I think there's less empirical evidence that it is regressive because more wealthier people tend to have larger homes. So in many respects, it's actually a surrogate wealth tax. The tax that is truly progressive and gets very steep at the top is income tax.
So I guess the last question is about what we're really doing here today. And when I look at the recommendations, we're not really doing that much. And correct me if I'm wrong, we are sending options to the Budget Committee, we are deferring to Planning and Growth, we are giving consideration and we are requesting to the province, we're asking for a report on, and we're asking for consultation. We're not really making a decision that we are going to do anything today other than carry the process forward. Is that correct?
I'm going to give you two answers. First, that's absolutely correct. On the other hand, we are actually breaking through some of the log jams that have prevented the City of Toronto from adequately funding the transit and other investments that it's continuously promised its residents.
Okay, and I have a question for the Chief Financial Officer. You mentioned that, thank you, you mentioned that it was 40 cents to collect $1 when we look at road tolls. So I question that, and but it would also be said that it's probably 40 cents to collect $2.
Yes, if you look at our report, the cost to collect over 30 years, net present value is about $1.5 billion. So,
but in terms of, I'm looking at the transaction cost. So
yes.
Like on the very first $1 is 40 cents, but there's fixed costs that we're covering. So whether we bill somebody $1 or $10, I mean, it goes, the percent that we are allocating to our costs goes down, correct? So it's a bit of a misnomer to say it's 40 cents on the first $1.
That's correct. So if you look on page 44, there's a $2, $3.90, and a $5 plus charge. The cost to collect that is always the same, about $1.6 billion.
And I have one last question, and it goes to the way sometimes government functions. This report, Investing in Toronto's Future, how much did we pay for this document?
Sorry, which part?
This was appendix. This was the appendix.
Oh, sorry. That is the consultation process. The entire consultation process, we budgeted $500,000. Not all of that goes to the consultant. There's also advertising, the actual facilitation of meetings, but the whole consultation process, 2 phases, is $500,000.
That was your last question, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
But I am going to add something here, which is that was a council motion that was directed. I don't think staff are claiming that's value for money.
Councillor Robinson.
Michael.
I don't want to get tagged.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have some questions about the tolling, the impacts, I guess, on parallel routes. Certainly, I've had lots of emails about Don Mills Road, Leslie, Bayview Avenue, which Bayview Avenue is best described as a parking lot currently. So, what are the potential infiltration, traffic infiltrations and impacts of road tolls?
So I will ask Transportation Services to.
So as part of the work that's being done as a result of the report that went to Executive in September 2015, Executive asked us to look at 2 things: the cost to recover the cost to recover the capital operating and maintenance costs of Gardner and DVP, plus look at generating tolls for some revenue as well. But they also asked us to look at the spillover impacts of implementing tolling on the Gardner and the DVP. That work is currently underway, and we'll be reporting back in early 2017 on those numbers.
So early 2017, we'll see more of the numbers and impacts, infiltration. And do you have anything off the top of your head, any information for us about those major arterial roads that parallel? I'll speak to the DVP specifically.
I do have some very preliminary numbers, Councillor. So they're in the order of 13 to 29% spillover. So that's in the order of 300 to 600 vehicles an hour.
And that would be, like, once, if this road toll concept was implemented, that would be an immediate impact over a duration of months, or would it alter a year in or 2 years in?
So that would be based on the assessment year, which would be 2041, councillor.
24, okay. Okay, thank you very much. And to the city manager, certainly a lot of people are asking me, do we feel our financial house is in order? So I will ask you that question. Do you feel that our financial house is in order? Because it's hard to ask for new monies when residents are wondering whether we've got things, our housekeeping done.
I do not believe that I could ever say that the City of Toronto delivers full value for money. I think there's always more work to be done, but I do observe that while city services are up, when we adjust for inflation and population, the cost of government has remained essentially constant. It's down a little bit from 2010, has been constant over the last couple of years.
Okay, and maybe this to the our CFO. The land transfer tax, again, I've had feedback from residents about homes being purchased, then going, the sale going offshore and being flipped multiple times, and the city not being able to access the land transfer tax. Has that issue been acknowledged, and there's loopholes in this current system? Is there a way to address that?
No, through you, Madam Chair, that's not correct. Whether you are a foreign buyer, or Canadian resident, or a Canadian citizen, you still pay municipal and provincial land transfer taxes. The question is, should they be paying the same rate? And they pay the same rate, but they still pay land transfer tax.
So even if the sale takes place overseas, they do pay the tax?
It has to be a sale of property within the province of Ontario. So if you sell real property in the province of Ontario, you pay the provincial land transfer tax, and if that property happens to be in the City of Toronto, you also pay the municipal City of Toronto land transfer tax.
Okay, so that's not what I'm hearing. That's not what I'm hearing from development lawyers, but in my ward that have contacted me on that issue. But I will circle back with them. And then questions about, I guess, to the city manager or the CFO, revenue options, things, and they're not big things, but illegal parking pads. You see, Councillor Fillion has some motions, new member motions related to fees that aren't being collected. Again, when we see these things and hear these things, I think residents aren't happy to hear that we're not using those revenue streams or actually capturing them. Could you comment on that, please?
I think it was 2012, Council adopted a new user fee policy. We apply that user fee policy during each budget process. So that looking at which fees should be adjusted at inflation, which fees should be adjusted at more than inflation to match market. Every year we look at enhancing or bringing in new fees. There are a couple new ones and some significant enhancements to, say, planning fees this year. So we are constantly looking at our fee policy every year at budget time.
Okay, and
sorry, that was your last question.
Thank you.
Councillor Crescenti.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. And this question is probably for the City Manager, Deputy City Manager. So I've been sitting here listening, as we all have, quite intently to the line of questions. But what we haven't heard enough of is the areas of where we could find more and more efficiencies. Page 12 of your report speaks to two things: citywide real estate review and office modernization program. And these are key initiatives to optimize the city's real estate program and also to reduce the city's real estate footprint, therefore creating two streams of revenue, one that could be sustainable and one that could be a one-time revenue. So I just would like you to comment on that. Is that correct? So through the modernization program, we will have a steady stream of sustainable revenue that we save, and also we will be clearing out buildings that will allow us to sell buildings, and I'd like to know the potential of that.
So through you, Madam Chair. So we are doing that. We've consolidated real estate space, say, on the 15th floor of Metro Hall. We doubled the number of offices, about from 70 to 140, collapsed a couple leases. We're doing the same on the second floor of Metro Hall. We've put some money in the capital budget to do more pilots, because the more renovations we can do, the more consolidation that we can do, the more savings that we can capture. One of our aims would be, can we empty out a whole building move it to Metro Hall, densify that, and then sell a particular building. So we are looking at all of those options every year, and we've actually incorporated some savings in the 17 budget through the work that we've done already on the 2nd and 15th floors of Metro Hall.
Right, and I was there and I saw the great work that was being done, but I haven't heard the answer to my question in terms of what have we saved so far during this pilot project program, and also some idea potentially of what new revenues we can get from the sale of buildings, because you just mentioned we could empty out buildings and merge them into one, and so what's the expectation here?
Through you, Madam Chair, I wish Josie Sholey was here because she told me what the number of that we saved in the leases that we've collapsed. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I will get that for you.
All right, but it's suffice to say that there's great potential savings,
yes,
both in a sustainable way and great opportunities for revenues, one-time revenues.
The target
correct?
savings for both the real estate review and the office modernization program is 10 to 15% of our real estate costs and facilities costs.
And in terms of timing, how quickly, is there any way of accelerating what we're doing?
In terms of the real estate review, we were directed to report back on an organizational model from council, and we are reporting back in the second quarter of 2017. And as I said, in terms of the office modernization program, we are slowly chipping away at that. As we know, when we can get monies in the capital budget, we'll do the renovations, densify our office space, and free up leases. So that's a continual, longer-term initiative.
And if there are any tools that you needed, what tools will you feel that you'd need to help accelerate this program?
Well, there were two things. One, we will bring forward a recommended approach on real estate consolidation. That's an organizational thing. And then on the office modernization, unfortunately, you do need to spend a little bit money up front to do the modernizations, condense office space to be able to free space that you can sell it. So, you do have to spend $1 to earn $2 down the road, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I get that, and it's just too bad we didn't start this 15 years ago.
We're doing it now.
We're doing it now. So this other question, I think, I'm not sure if it was the deputy city manager or the city manager who made a comment, I just made a quick note of it, that reducing incentive to travel on local roads. I'm not sure what you meant on that as part of. You remember that comment?
I'm not sure I do, but there is a very important issue raised by a number of councillors here that if we are going to proceed with tolling on expressways, that may put pressure on local roads.
Right.
That's something that, as we heard from Transportation Services, needs to be modeled very carefully. We need to take into account in terms of the pricing and other aspects so that we mitigate any adverse outcomes.
Okay, thank you. And very quickly, I'm almost out of time. We keep on hearing that property taxes are low in the City of Toronto. They're higher in surrounding municipalities. We hear that over and over again. Are we comparing apples and apples in terms of the services we offer, in terms of services they offer, and or maybe their taxes are just too high?
So we're not offering a value judgment on that. We're offering simply an empirical fact, and depending on, no matter really what the measurement, whether a share of household income, price per house, variety of other things, there is a differential between Toronto taxes and others, and that is also sustained if we include the overall revenue stream associated with the City of Toronto, including some things that we pay for through the rate base and implicitly through land transfer tax.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, sorry, I can now answer your first question, Councillor Crisanti. We've collapsed 2 leases from the office modernization pilots that we've done at Metro Hall so far, and we've saved $1 million a year.
Okay, Councillor Bailao.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The city will be in a few decades doubling its population. Can you remind us when will that happen?
Planner. Shh.
I'll try and do my best. 2011 census 2.8 million, on the way to 3.5, but not doubling overall in the city. You may be thinking of the downtown population doubling.
We had some 6 million, but that's okay. I was told by a colleague of mine not too long ago that the subway that is about to open next year was started to be voted on and discussed 28 years ago, that she actually voted for the extension of the York-Spadina subway 28 years ago. Is that possible?
Madam Speaker, if you remember the Let's Move initiative back 1988 and 1989, where the TTC had 6 projects on the go.
So that makes
sense. There was a
sense.
York University subway extension at the time. It did not contemplate going to the Vaughan Metropolitan Center, but that got added in the 90s.
So, and can you remind us again how much our city loses in productivity every year because of congestion?
Board of Trades has done a number of things. They used to say $6 billion, but it's more like $10 billion now.
10 billion. And can you let us know when a company is looking to invest or to open an office in our city, what are some of the factors that they look at?
They will look at labor force, they'll look at economic climate, they'll look at tax rates, they'll look at a variety of other things, but mobility and social cohesion are absolutely key priorities.
Okay. So you would say that we definitely have to start building transit a lot quicker and address this congestion issue a lot quicker than the 28 years that took us to now open York-Spadina subway extension.
Toronto is among the best places to live in the world and among the most competitive business jurisdictions. We have an obligation to maintain that. And clearly that means accelerating the pace at which we introduce public transit and a variety of other things.
Okay. From your report, I'm under the impression that we have an issue in our operating budget, but because of some of the pressures and the infrastructure deficit, because of the age of our city, we have a big capital issue as well. So some of the tools that you're presenting us is to address the operating, and some are to address the capital issues. Is that true?
That's correct.
And so the road tolls would be more appropriate to address some of the capital needs that we have. Was that correct?
That is correct. That's our advice.
Okay. And you mentioned that actually the size and the cost of this government has been decreasing or being maintained the same in the last few years, actually.
Yes, when it's adjusted for inflation and population growth.
So the pressures that we're facing is actually what has been requiring us to start looking at other sources of revenue to basically look at that infrastructure deficit and the investments that we need to do in our city.
To be very direct, the overwhelming fiscal challenge the city faces, and they are real, are a function of what was not done before.
Great. On the income tax, how long, realistically, if we were to have the opportunity to have a percentage of the income tax, how long could we see some of that money trickling down?
So that depends a great deal on the approach of the Government of Canada and the Government of Ontario. Mechanically, it may be relatively straightforward to implement. Income tax is filed on a by resident basis, and postal code coding is relatively simple. There are very complex dynamics in terms of anti-fraud and other things, so that you need to make sure that people do not change their domicile inappropriately and a variety of things like that that would require government some time to work out. But logistically, this is relatively simple. As a policy measure, altering that is something that we would expect the Government of Canada and the Government of Ontario to think through fairly seriously.
And with the graduated property taxes, so basically all we need is legislative authority. It would be fairly easy for us to do it, because I heard saying that we do it for commercial taxes already?
Yes, but there was also another point made very appropriately by a councillor, that this is not well precedented in other jurisdictions, and this is one of these things where we have to be very careful as we consider revenue, and part of the reason is that we need a dialogue on these things. There may be unintended consequences that we have not fully understood.
Okay.
So it's one of these things that has been raised in the academic literature, has some attractiveness, but would need to be much more thoroughly understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you. With respect to the questions that other council members have asked about the diversion rate of vehicles if the roll tolls are implemented, I understand that we don't know in finite terms as of now what that would be in terms of the impact on the side roads and the other arterials. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I'll have Ashley, or I'll have Transportation confirm that.
Yes, that's correct.
But we are pretty certain that there will be a reallocation of vehicles to secondary roads and other arterials.
That's correct, we are.
And so because we know there is going to be the impact while people try to choose additional roads to avoid the tolls, do we need an environmental assessment through this process before we implement the roll tolls?
It's likely we may do. We're still seeking some advice on that. We may well do.
And so how long will an environmental assessment take to consider roll tolling the DVP and the Gardner? And just roughly the length of time that the roll tolls would, the environmental assessment process alone would take?
So that would probably be in the order of about 12 months. Just to clarify, that would be because of the gantry installations that we would need to do in EA, not because of the impacts of diversionary traffic.
Okay, so an EA is most likely required regardless.
Required because of the gantries, yes.
And so would you be doing two different environmental assessments, like for two different road impacts?
No.
No, so it's one environmental assessment for the entire project or the new initiative, 12 months in duration.
That's correct. We would, of course, have the option of asking the province for an exemption from the requirements to do an EA as well.
How likely is the province going to exempt us from an EA process of this magnitude?
I don't know, Councillor. We haven't had that discussion with the province yet.
So my understanding that environmental assessments are a very robust consultation process. That's generally what they are, and they generally cost a sizable quantum. They're not insignificant. What would be the estimate cost for an environmental assessment for a project of this magnitude? This is not just reimagining Yonge Street, which had I believe a dollar figure of $2 to $4 million alone.
So I think the EA for reimagining Yonge is around about $1 million, if I remember correctly. I would anticipate an EA for the Gardner and DVP tolling would be of a similar order of magnitude.
Even though it's a much bigger project.
That's correct.
Okay, and so recognizing that there will most likely be some diversion of vehicles onto secondary roads. So, for example, even other arterials, such as if you're traveling along the Gardner, you want to jump over the toll, you may take the Queensway or perhaps the Lakeshore. How does that factor in, recognizing that in this agenda today, we've got the decision about the Gardner redesign? Because the early assessment of numbers, do you take into consideration the fact that you're going to lose those vehicles that will be jumping onto secondary roads because of the Gardner redesign? You're going to be under construction before you are back up and running. So how effective will the Gardner be, and have you taken that in consideration? Because there are going to be a loss of vehicles.
Sorry, are you talking about in terms of the revenue impacts of tolling?
Revenue impacts, for now the revenue impacts.
So the initial analysis which we're doing, which is the analysis that Executive asked us to look at in September last year, assumes that tolling would be in place after the Gardner rehabilitation work had been done. So tolling would be in about 2024. What we've said in this report, though, is that tolling could be implemented earlier. It could be used perhaps as a traffic management tool as part of the Gardner rehabilitation work as well.
So then what would be that financial impact?
So we haven't done that work yet, Councillor.
Would it not make sense for us to do some of that work even at this preliminary stage?
It probably would. It's not something we have as part of the current scope, but if council so directs, it's something that we could certainly look at as we move forward, and certainly something that we probably should.
You're also going to need those numbers as you evaluate the process around the hybrid. The cost of the hybrid and the impact and the value it has for those road users.
So I think, in general, there'll be a whole range of additional technical work which we'll need to conduct as part of tolling before any final decisions come, or before council can make any final decisions on implementation. Certainly, the sorts of questions you're asking are the sorts of things that we would need to look at.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. I don't know.
I remember you asking.
Okay. Before we get to the speakers, the city manager was asked a question this morning by Councillor Mammoliti, and The city manager now has the answer. So if we can have the city manager with the answer.
Thank you, and through you, Speaker, my understanding of the question was the incremental or additional cost going forward prior to, that would be incurred by city staff prior to any provincial approval. We would understand provincial approval to come relatively quickly. I think it would be a reasonable expectation that a regulation change happen within a matter of months. At Council's direction, we have undertaken consulting studies and a variety of other things like that. That's in response to prior direction. We would expect the incremental costs of staff time going forward to be something on the order of $40,000. And I need to be crystal clear in terms of that. We don't normally calculate that. That's staff who are already being paid for. That's the existing work from transportation services, legal, city manager's office, a handful of others will be interfacing with the province as part of their ordinary duties. If we make a best effort and conservative estimate as in on the upside, what those costs would be, it would be approximately $40,000. That is comparable, for example, to the cost of research for any number of staff motions that we undertake in response to council direction.
Thank you. So we'll now go. No, Councillor Mamlee, he was just answering that question. It's now we're opening up for questions. Speakers, Councillor Matlow.
Speaker, I have two motions. So first of all, I'd like to commend Mayor Tory for doing something that I believe is incredibly important and refreshing, which is changing the narrative away from a more dishonest and toxic debate to one that is actually focusing on our city's priorities. And I think that is needed. I would submit very respectfully, though, that the answer that has been provided to look at tolling as the answer does not fully answer the question, which is how do we fund the things that we want? So while the tolls are admittedly the art of the possible, what I'm submitting for your consideration is what I believe is necessary to move our city forward, to build the infrastructure that our residents want and deserve. One of the motions you'll see is to ask for a share of the provincial sales tax. That would bring in over $500 million a year. That would actually start working towards addressing the over $33 billion backlog of capital priorities. If the province does not agree to that, then we should seek the ability to have our own sales tax. Again, limited within the 2% range. The funds should be directed towards the City Building Fund. I think that was frankly, a brilliant concept so that we could start having a clear, transparent, and accountable fund that we could also work with our provincial and federal partners on to address the needs collectively. That this should be done in a regional way. In other words, rather than a cross-border war or cross-border shopping wars or pretending that we live on an island unto ourselves, that we work with the mayors and chairs and councils regionally to be able to implement a regional infrastructure program and build a network that addresses the way we actually travel. I also believe that it must be in an evidence-based way. I believe we undercut our argument that we need new revenue tools when we make decisions that are not fact-based, that are politically driven. That every time we spend billions of dollars in projects that are not genuinely our priorities, that we're not taken as seriously by many residents and governments when we're asking for funds for the actual priorities. And I believe that we need to, in a depoliticized way, organize that list in a way that makes sense, and then we go through that order as they come. There are cities, someone asked me the other day, is there any precedent for municipalities having portions or their own sales tax? In fact, if you look around, we're pretty singular as not having any. I was going to put it on the slide, but it'd be a waste of time. I've got pages and pages and pages of cities around North America that have access to sales tax revenue. It grows with the economy. There are ways to mitigate the impact on those with lower means, such as what we're doing with Presto, for example. It's an intelligent source of revenue. But we need to be courageous. We need to be bold. We need to be candid with our residents that we want to pay for what we want. I don't like taxes. I don't think anyone likes taxes. I don't like paying more. But I also don't like going without the basic services that improve my life, and my kids' life, and my neighbors' lives. I don't want to pay a little more for a bag of milk. I don't want to pay a little more to drive on the Gardner or the DVP. But I also don't want to have to get onto the Young subway and have to wait to actually get on from the platform and then squeeze on there like a sardine. That's unacceptable too. So we've got to make a decision. If we want an improved system, then we've got to pay for it. And if we are fine with the status quo, then I also suggested in my motion that if sufficient revenue tools are not approved to cover the costs of projects such as transit, housing, and childcare that are previously approved unfunded projects be reconsidered. In other words, if we are fine with the status quo and we don't want a relief subway line, and we don't want an LRT on the waterfront, or we don't want an LRT to U of T Scarborough campus, or we don't want better childcare, or we don't want to serve the tens of thousands of residents who need access to affordable housing, well, that's our prerogative. Let's just do nothing. Let's sit in our hands. That's an option. But I would submit to you that that's unethical and wrong. So I ask you to...
Councillor Matlow, your time is up.
So I ask you to consider my item for today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question by Councillor Holliday. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. To the councillor, I just wanted to understand what you meant by a portion of the HST. Does that mean that the HST would remain at its current 13% and we would take some of that from the province? Or we would piggyback on the provincial process and add, say, another % to the HST and then have that stream towards the city?
Thank you for your question. Just to be clear, just like the tolling option, this would be an option too. So in other words, we're not going to overly prescribe the details today. We don't know if the toll is going to be dynamic, flat, $2, $1, $3. We don't know that. We still need modeling of potential incursion in neighborhoods. We need to know all that. I would say the same with the sales tax. I would envisage, though, that the province has an option. Either they could give us a share of the current 13%, or they could go back 15 years before Prime Minister Harper removed the 2% from the 15. That's their prerogative. That's something for them to consider. What I do know is that one way or another, if they've asked us to give them our 2 cents about what we want to do about revenue tools, I'm asking them for 2 cents. I'm asking them to help us invest in priorities that we need to invest in, and I also believe it's an important legacy for this provincial government to support.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
So it's a pretty lengthy motion. I didn't really get a chance.
It's right there. It's on your desk.
You know what, Speaker, thank you. You're taking up my time, but I want to thank you anyway for interrupting again. It's a pretty lengthy motion. The intent of it is not to ask for any further taxes?
No, quite the opposite.
So we are to get a share of what's existing, including a sales tax?
That'll be the prerogative of the Premier and the provincial government. What the intent of this is to have access to a revenue source, the means to adequately invest. It would actually give us the ability over the next 30 years to invest over $15 billion at the very least into infrastructure.
What if the governments came back and said no, and the only way would be for us to increase our own taxes? Would you be in support of that?
I would rather administer a sales tax at the city level to pay for example, relieving the young bluer chokehold on our current system than accept the status quo. I would rather pay for that than allow for 90,000 people to be without affordable housing in our city.
Clarification then. Councillor Matlow, representing Ward 22, is in favor of adding a new tax, which would be a sales tax in the City of Toronto. Am I accurate?
Josh Matlow, being an honest person today, is saying to you that I want to invest in building a great city and serving people's needs and being candid and forthright with the residents who I represent, and I hope you would do the same.
So the answer to my question is yes. Josh Matlow would support a new tax in the City of Toronto. That would be a sales tax. This is just in case any of your constituents are watching.
Councillor Mamalidi, read the motion and clarification. That's not clarification.
On behalf of his constituents.
To the residents of Ward 22, as you can see today, I believe that I'm reflecting the very voice that I heard from the preponderance of residents in my community.
So the answer to my question is yes. You would support it.
The answer is, if those funds clearly and in an accountable way, as I've submitted in my motion, go directly towards our infrastructure priorities like childcare, housing, and transit, 100% I would support it.
Support a new tax.
If it's invested
In the
into
City
our
of
actual
Toronto.
priorities, then
The
yes.
question has been answered, Councillor Mamalidi. Yes, it has. Well, no, you're not.
Listen, is it your intention just to interrupt me every time I speak?
Well, if you keep interrupting, yes, Councillor Mamalidi, absolutely. If you don't follow the rules, I will interrupt. Again. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, it's my understanding that a councillor can rise on a point of privilege on behalf of a colleague and on behalf of a member of staff. And I rise on a point of privilege on your behalf because I have had enough of this long day of your rude treatment. A statement in addressing the Speaker that starts with the word listen, a statement that is combative and argumentative to the Speaker, besmirches all of the governance rules of this chamber and allows us to have chaos. And I am not going back to the chaos that we once experienced in this chamber. On your behalf, I hope the Council supports me in feeling a point of privilege on behalf of Councillor Mamalidi's treatment of you today.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I appreciate that.
You just made me feel so guilty.
Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and if I can ask the clerk to put my motion on the screen. I would ask that City Council reintroduce the personal vehicle tax at a rate of up to $120 annually per four-wheel vehicle and direct those proceeds to addressing TTC capital improvements and service gaps and accelerating the implementation of the road safety plan and so forth. And the rest of it you can read on the screen. There will be other motions that will be coming forward, Madam Speaker, and those motions from our colleagues will actually be trying to introduce additional new revenue tools, I should say, and they're going to all of us are going to try to work together to try to close this budget shortfall. It should be noted that regardless of what we do today, in the absence of raising residential property tax above the rate of inflation, we're really not getting very far. Even if we implement and try to implement and adopt the roll tolls, all we simply are doing is deferring this particular item down into the future until we actually start a conversation in 2021 when money may be flowing in. So we haven't fixed our financial house, and that's something that we need to do. And I recognize that these are difficult conversations, but I think that's what the residents of Toronto want us to do. The TTC is sitting with a $77 million budget shortfall this year. The Toronto Community Housing is sitting with $31 million budget shortfall. The city agencies and divisions have been asked to reduce their budget, and they've done so with about $18 million worth of cuts to services. And these services are going to impact the residents all very differently. Those who are more vulnerable will actually feel the hardship that much harder, and that cannot be ignored, nor that can it be belittled. So if we're going to close that budget shortfall today of $91 million, then the quickest and the best way for us to do so is to reinstate the personal vehicle tax. Now, we have since 2010 canceled that tax, and for those 6 years that we have not collected that particular tax, we have actually said goodbye to close to $400 million. $400 million is actually a sizable quantum that can help us address a number of our shortfalls. It could help us house people by fixing Toronto community housing. It could also help the TTC with the hardships that are endured by the riders every single day by failing equipment, by buses not arriving on time, by families waiting in the winter storms for the bus should it even arrive. And this is with a fleet of aging vehicles, with a staff that are overworked trying to do the best that they can to keep the city moving. And this is actually a tax that actually is reasonable, and we don't need to necessarily go through huge administrative hurdles to implement it again. It's already something that we have done. We've collected it very successfully. And between that and David Miller's land transfer tax, as you know, that has actually saved the City of Toronto year after year since it was first implemented. So here we are at the crossroads of once again, the budget process. We're going to have another big discussion in January. But we are having this discussion today about the things that we need to do today that can help move this city along. And I think it would be a mistake to think that the roll tolls alone are going to fix our fiscal problem, because we know we're not going to see any money from those roll tolls, not in 2017, not in 2018, not in 2019, 2020, until maybe 2021. What are you going to say to those families? What do we say to those families who are waiting for the bus today? What are we going to say to those families that are waiting for services today? We have seen an extraordinary number of pedestrian deaths over the past 12 months. It is, I think, what we've reached a crisis point. And we heard from our General Manager of Transportation in a previous debate where he said the only thing stopping him from implementing the road safety plan in an accelerated fashion, moving from 5 years to 2 years, was money. If you gave me the money, I could get it done. Our new General Manager of Transportation, I would probably imagine that if we gave her the money and the tools to do the work, she can also get it done. And that's why we should adopt this motion today. Thank you.
Okay, question, Councillor Burnside, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do you see this in addition to the road tolls, or do you see some sort of credit up to the value of the registration fee for people that use the Gardner or the DVP?
We haven't had a vote yet on the road tolls, Councillor, and what I'm proposing now is that we support this particular motion. We get rolling in 2017. The city manager has already determined and confirmed for us that we'll collect $75 million estimated in the first year of 2017, because he won't get the rollout until probably March, and then 2018 we can anticipate at least $100 million. I don't know when the roll tolls are coming. I'm not sure, because we heard that they have to go through an environmental assessment. We have to ask the province for permission.
Okay.
It's going to become a political football in the 2018 provincial election.
Not to cut you off, but I just have a couple quick questions. So I understand that part. So, do you, I'm not actually aware, but are you aware of what percentage of Torontonians own cars?
I don't have that information. If it's in the KPMG buried in the report, it might be there.
No, I'm trying to find out the percentage of Torontonians. Do you not see this as just hitting one segment of the population?
Well, if you drive a vehicle, I mean, you're going to have to renew your plates. My birthday's in June. I'll be renewing my plates in June. If you ride the TTC, you're going to have to pay the fare. If you drive a car on the DVP and the Gardner, you're going to have to pay the roll tolls. Every single one of these revenue tools are designed to be applied to one particular type of user. So
the answer is no.
Well, the answer is yes. Those
okay.
those who own a
That's good.
car will have to pay the personal vehicle tax, and that's okay.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti, clarification of the motion.
So, Ward 27 Councillor Wong Tam wants to bring back the license plate tax.
That is correct.
And are you prepared to go to do this midterm without going through an election? Having seen what the last round did to people and how that became an election issue, do you think it's appropriate for us to be doing this midterm without a mandate from the electorate?
Well, Councillor Mammoliti, I've just tabled the motion. You may choose to vote against it if you like, but this is exactly what I put on the floor of council
Right.
today.
My point is, should we not be taking these things to the electorate? Tolls, taxes, cash grabs. Should we not be going to the electorate and saying, hey, what do you think first? You saw what happened in that election with the license plates, especially with the seniors in this city that own cars. It became a magnet in that election to the point where we had to reverse it. You're prepared midterm, this term, to say, well, you know, that was then, and now in midterm we're going to do this anyway, without the electorate having a say.
So, Councillor Mammoliti, yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. That's what I have done. You are welcome to amend it if you'd like to exempt seniors over 65 from paying that
I'm going
particular
to vote
fee.
against it, but what I will do is I will ensure that I will do whatever it takes to make every one of these cash grab taxes, Tory taxes, or whatever you want to call them, I will make them political issues in any election.
I would expect nothing less from you, sir.
Thank you.
We ask clarification of motions, not speeches, Councillor Mammoliti. So please follow the rules. Councillor Holliday, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. To the councillor, it says here per four-wheeled vehicle. Why not include two-wheeled vehicles? Why not include bicycles?
Councillor, you're welcome to move your own motion. As you know, this is an opportunity for all of us to move motions, and I see that there are close to 25 names on the list. I suspect every one of these speakers will rise and move a motion. You're welcome to move it, and if you'd like, you can amend it to two-wheel plus four-wheel. But I think that they should be motorized vehicles.
Oh, so bicycles are exempt from this?
In
I recall people coming to Peawick saying, you know, when we talked about bicycles, that it was awful to tax mobility in Toronto, and it was wrong to tax people in bicycles because they're just trying to get around. So is it also wrong to tax people in cars because they're trying to get around?
Actually, Councillor, I'm hoping that I can have a question to clarify the motion, but my motion is specifically to address four-wheel vehicles.
Okay, so what's the rationale for motorized? You just said that it was for motorized vehicles. What's your rationale for that? Why only zero in on that?
Well, first of all, there's this licensing regime, but also it's coming right out of the city manager's report with respect to revenue tools that we may choose from. And there's a menu of options. That is the one option that I chose. I asked staff to prepare the motion for myself. They have done so, and that's what's before you today.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So thank you for your motion. It gets sort of a bit Groundhog Day here, doesn't it, sometimes? So I'm just wanting to confirm that you are suggesting that the 100 million we could collect in a full year would go partly to capital. Would it both be capital, actually? Would it be capital for TTC and it's capital for the road safety plan?
It would be capital for the TTC to help them address the service gap, and the implementation of the road safety plan, which I don't believe is capital in nature.
So that would be operating? Yes. So that would help us in next year, the budget we're looking at now, 2017, to get the road safety plan up and running and to help TTC with their, $60 million gap or something? I'm not sure exact number.
It's $77.4 million budget shortfall for the TTC this year.
but this could be implemented in January 2017. I think that's really where I'm coming from. Something to help us for the budget we're going to be talking about in the next day or so.
I understand from the staff's remarks that it would take about 3 or 4 months to get it off the ground. So that's why the first year of 2017, it will be prorated to at least $75 million. Subsequently, in 2018, the intake from the personal vehicle tax will be $100 million every year.
Right. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for your motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Robinson, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about accelerating the implementation of the road safety plan, which actually we've already done. We've added millions to the budget and actually have rolled out 2 sets of 14 intersections across the city, reconfiguring them, focused on school zones, and in January, the senior zones. So I'm just wondering why you're applying money to that endeavor when it's already been accelerated.
If there's a way to accelerate even further, Councillor, that's my intention. I think that we both would agree that it is important to implement the road safety plan as quickly as possible, simply since the City of Toronto is already committed to zero vision. I suspect, though, that there might not even be a heck of a lot of money left over for the road safety plan, because the TTC, as you know, is probably going to take up the big chunk of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is our share.
Councillor Mamalidi to speak. Oh, Councillor Fletcher, did you have a question? No? Okay. Councillor Mamalidi to
Madam
speak.
Speaker, I'm going to move that City Council refer the item back to staff for further consideration. Request staff to follow report to the Executive Committee once the province of Ontario is formally committed to allowing the city for the tolling. And the next one, Madam Speaker, I'm putting my money where my mouth is, and finding in front of you this motion has about $3.5 billion worth of savings. If that's really what we want to do, and it looks like that's not what we want to do, we'd rather tax, cash grab, and find money from the same old people over and over and over again. We don't have the mandate for this. Madam Speaker, I'm going to speak directly to everyone's constituents, because there's no point in talking to this particular chamber around these kinds of issues, because they've got their mind made up. They have been whipped into a particular frenzy to vote only one way, and that way is the mayor's way. The way of taxes, the way of cash grabs, the way of tolls, to hit property tax owners, to hit people that own cars in this city. And I, for one, cannot and will not support my colleagues who wish to do this to the citizens of Toronto. We don't have the mandate for this. In fact, last election, I think everybody in this city recalls that tolls was a big part of this particular election. And what this mayor currently had said was that it's not going to play a part in this administration. Now, what's happened is, in fact, it is. And it's in the middle of this term. And everybody back home now in the media are starting to learn of the key catchment phrases that everybody likes to use around here, including the mayor, which says honesty. We're honest. Well, the real honest part of this equation should have been during the election when this debate was actually taking place. In fact, what's happened is now, it's, oops, I made a mistake, I didn't know. And if it were done in the election, if this were actually dealt with in the election, there'd be another person sitting beside me in this chamber, and his name would have been Doug Ford, because he would have won the election. If tolls were a part of this, and they had the guts enough to say, yes, this is what I'm going to do, it would be a different mayor sitting beside me today. The province recently dealt with this issue, and I'm not sure how many people have been listening to the legislature, but the province said no already. They took a vote on this. They've said no. And the Liberals abstained from that particular vote, not because they are opposed to the idea of tolls, but because their particular MPPs are not in favor of these tolls. And so the province should decide this, not us. It's the province that it has to go to, and the province should decide whether or not they agree on giving municipalities, not just the City of Toronto, because what this does is it leads the way to other municipalities opening up toll roads as well. That's why it's a provincial mandate. That's why it belongs to the province and not to us. Because our roads, if you want to listen to the councillors in this chamber today, will say, well, we need the revenue. Well, what about the rest of the municipalities that are going to come knocking on everybody's door after this? Before you know it, when you come to a ball game, when you go to a hockey game, when you decide that you want to come to work in the morning, you're going to have to go through 5 and 6 toll highways in order to get to the City of Toronto. So the toonie per ride will end up costing you probably $10 or $15 per ride one day, if this goes through. That's the danger of what we're doing in this particular case. The precedent is incredible. I don't have enough time to be able to talk about all of this, but I could say this to you. Any politician today that votes in favor of these particular cash grabs should have the decency to resign and move forward with a mandate next time in respect to all of these taxes. Tolls, cash grabs, taxes to your garbage. They're about to increase your garbage rates, your water rates, to the tune of, if it was reflected on your property tax bill, we'd be talking about a 12 or a 13 or a 14% increase if you start putting all of those hidden taxes that's being led by the mayor of the City of Toronto right now. We cannot do this. This is impossible, and the toonie ride that we're talking about is absolutely loony.
Councillor Mamleet, your time's up. So we have a referral motion, so if you'd like to speak on the referral motion, please put your name up at request to question staff, and you have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. On the referral, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please.
The referral motion does not carry. The vote is 5 to 29.
Okay, let's proceed. Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Well, politics is always interesting here.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, as I've been kind of thinking about what to say here, the key phrase that has come to my mind is 2 words, and that is political courage. What we have done here historically is we have, when we've talked revenue tools, we've been, over the years, not this term so much, but previous terms, we've been very, very reluctant to take the bull by the horns and pass revenue tools. Indeed, last term of council, we voted against every single revenue tool that was presented by staff. At the same time, we have voted many a time to increase a service, add a service, and most of those services are desperately needed in our city. We've never come to have that adult conversation around making sure that when we do the great ideas out there, or push the great ideas out there that make our city better, to also say to folks that we need to pay for them. I call that an adult conversation, and when we have an adult conversation, I think it also requires political courage. When you have political courage, you don't hide behind quick war on the car phrases or some of the phrases that the previous speaker used, which seem to be very popular out there in this kind of Trump-forward environment. Political courage is having the guts to say, folks, we're going to build a better city, and we're going to ask all of you to find a way to contribute to that better city. That's what I think this conversation is about. And I think right now, part of the reason why we're having it now is because we've hit the wall. We've made enough promises, we've put together enough plans, we've grown enough as a city that we can no longer hide this question from ourselves. So I think it does take political courage. Frankly, I compliment the mayor for having the courage to put out the idea of road tolls. I didn't think he'd do it. He did it. My hat's off to you, Mayor Tory, for doing it. I give him full marks for that. Once we make the decision, I don't think, and I'm quite confident that we'll make a positive decision here, I don't think the task ends. We have some tasks just on this piece. We obviously have to talk to some reluctant provincial counterparts who, for their own political reasons, have chosen to go a different way. We need to help them understand how desperately needed this money and these resources are for us to build our city. We have to talk to our residents as well to help those who are hesitant, to show them the numbers. The same way that you would do if you're building a new church or a new synagogue or a new community center, and you have to go to your people and say, look, these are the options, this is the best alternative, please help make this funding work in our community. My math says that we need approximately $1 billion on the capital side each and every year, and about $300 million as a structural operating deficit. We today will take a big step in that direction, maybe somewhere between 30–35% in that direction. This is the first conversation that I think will go in a positive direction, and frankly, we're going to need to have maybe one, maybe two more of these conversations before we finally have straightened out the books of the city. So I think we need to also say to our residents when we're having those community conversations is that this is the beginning of the conversation, that more is coming, not to scare them, but to give them full respect and to have that adult conversation that this takes us on the road, but it doesn't yet get us to where we need to go. And that conversation maybe will happen in 2019, 2020, but we got to make this step, take this step today, and the next step perhaps a couple of years from now. I'll also be supporting the other motions that ask for increased revenue tools. I think we need them. I don't think they're going to win, but I think it's important to show as much support as possible around this council so that we can prepare the way for the next conversation that comes after today's meeting is over. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have a motion, if it can be put on the screen. I'll move this motion and come back to speak to it. First of all, in the context of today's long-term fiscal plan discussion, I want to start by recognizing and thanking our staff, our city manager, our CFO, and all the division heads and departments who have engaged. It's been a tremendous amount of work to get us to this point, and I want to recognize and commend them for it. And I also want to recognize the mayor for taking a big step forward. It costs money to build a great city and to build our city. And by supporting new revenue, we're entering a new phase in our city where we're actually talking about building the city again. And that's worth noting, and it's worth commending, and I want to thank the mayor for that. I think the context, and this is a good counterpoint to what I just said, is that for years we had a discussion at City Hall of a so-called spending problem. Many of us will recall the infamous hunt for gravy that was going to solve our city's problems. We have a revenue problem. We know that, and today we're having a frank conversation about it. We need more money if we are to maintain the city we have, let alone to build the city that Torontonians deserve and we want. Now, when it comes to taxes, people are struggling, and we know that people are struggling today, that inequality is up, that household debt's at record highs, that it's harder to find good, decent jobs. And so in that context, it's a fair question to ask if people can afford to pay more. And I understand that, given the struggle. But I think the reality that we experience, and I hear from my constituents, is that we can't afford not to invest, that Torontonians cannot afford to wait for the city to step forward and lead once again. The Torontonians cannot afford to wait in overcrowded buses. They certainly can't afford to wait in trains and TTC cars without air conditioning. Residents of TCHC can't afford to live in a state of disrepair with leaking roofs or mold in their units. And we can't delay critical investments that are urgently needed in our services. Child care, newcomer settlement, shelter support and housing, Toronto and employment services. We can't afford to delay. Taxes are not a four-letter word. They are part of building a city that's fair, that's affordable, and that, yes, is strong. Now, in the context of building that city again, my motion speaks to a couple parts. It speaks to taxing hotels fairly and increasing that rate to 4%. It speaks to ensuring that short-term lodging and rentals, Airbnb, that they pay their fair share, up to 10%. And it's to give our city manager and the public the opportunity to consult on the long-term revenue tool options that the city manager has said he wants to consult on, to allow us to answer the question which we still don't have the answer to, which is how much money do we need? What is that dollar amount we need to build the city we deserve and want? That's what my motion speaks to. And so I'll close by saying that I think today is a critical and it's a big step. This council today has the opportunity and will to improve the lives of Torontonians, to strengthen the foundation of this city, to build for the future. And I want to thank my colleagues for all the work that's gone into this, as well as city staff, and I hope to have your support on my motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we do have a question for you on clarification of the motion.
It's on the screen.
Yeah, you're correct. I didn't get it either. It's on the screen. Also, Councillor Mamalidi, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
So I heard you right. Your constituents want more taxes in Ward 20.
So, Councillor Mamalidi, you'll forgive me. I didn't bring boxing gloves today, so I'm just going to be straight with the facts. Yes, the answer is
you said it earlier that
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Point of order, Councillor Campbell.
My point of order is that Councillor Cressy put a couple of motions on the floor, and if I'm not incorrect, this is the time where we ask for clarification.
You're right.
Right, thank you.
And I have repeated that to Councillor Mamalidi numerous times.
But he said it earlier.
So I don't know if Councillor Mamalidi, if you understand or not, but it's clarification.
But I didn't bring it up. He said his constituents want higher taxes.
There is your motion.
Just clarifying it, that's all. Ward 20. All right.
Councillor Mamalidi, it's clarification of the motion, not what he said, what's in the motion.
Well, the motion, number 2 says...
Read it,
that
it's on the screen.
He would like a report to come back on lodging no higher than 10%. So if staff were to come back and say 10% on lodging, that would be great for the economy?
So I'd be happy to clarify that. The intent of part number 2 is threefold. One, it is to recognize that there should be a differentiation in the tax rate between hotels and short-term lodging. Yeah. That's because hotels don't pay commercial tax.
Get it?
Secondly, the principle of number 2 is that short-term lodging and rentals should, in fact, pay tax. And I guess the third piece, speaking directly to clarification on that point, is a recognition that it will come back because the platform for how we would collect that has to be considered in the context of a regulatory framework for Airbnb.
All right. So you think that's great for the economy?
I think that's fair, And I think that helps to build a strong economy.
So under 3, you're asking for residential property tax to be increased? Graduated means increased?
So on clarification, if you're seeking, the city manager has said that as part of the development of the long-term fiscal plan, he is going out for consultations this spring.
Right.
And so I think what is clear, and just to clarify your motion as part of 3, is this does not endorse nor does it kill, but rather allows for consultation on these.
Right, you want a financial plan on the following: property tax increases, income tax in the city of Toronto,
So that would be incorrect in
commercial
terms of what you're
parking
asking.
tax,
So just
sales tax in the city of Toronto,
Councillor
Mamalidi,
and
please.
alcohol. I'm asking a question.
No, you're not.
It's his motion.
So Councillor Mamalidi, I know the facts are very difficult, so let me be very clear. This is a request for consultation with the public
it's a
on these.
It's a financial plan is what you're asking for. A long-term financial plan on the following: property taxes, income tax, commercial parking, sales tax, alcohol tax, and you said that your constituents want higher taxes.
So for clarification on it, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the item we're on is the development of a long-term fiscal plan.
Oh, I know what we're on.
And this seeks to consult on options to develop it.
So all of these A, B, C, D, and E are higher taxes, new taxes for the City of Toronto, of which Ward 20 residents would love to see.
Councillor Mamalidi, Councillor Cressy has answered that, and you keep asking the same question over and over again.
But I would love to answer it one more time for
No,
Councillor
but you've answered
Mamalidi.
it, Councillor Cressy.
Councillor Mamalidi has asked in the past in questions if residents of Toronto could be consulted on the taxes he doesn't like, to which I would say point number 3 allows that to happen.
Councillor Karygiannis, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to my colleague. Having consultation is a great thing, and I understand that you want to examine that. But how do we look at, when we examine the possibility of the areas that are close to other cities in the proximity? For example, in my ward, if I don't want to buy something in the city of Toronto, I'll go across and I don't have to pay the additional tax. How do we take that in the consultation process? How do we accommodate for that?
So my motion, as part of the consultation, speaks to different items which the city manager would
Can we have them
consult
back
on.
up, please?
It's right there in front of you.
If you would
in front of
like
you.
to bring forward other items.
Thank you,
that-
Madam Speaker, but I can see them better if they're up there. They're larger, so I wouldn't mind seeing them on the screen. But I want to thank you for pointing out that they're right here. Sorry, Councillor.
No, that's okay, Councillor Karygiannis. What I was saying is that if there are other items that you think are important to be included as part of the consultations on the long-term plan, such as the opinions of adjacent municipalities, I think that that's an amendment or a motion you should seek to move.
I'm very concerned about, you've got 5 points here, and they're to be discussed, to be examined, to look at. But my concern is what happens to the proximity when we're close to Pickering. What happens to proximity we're close to Vaughan, Markham, or even to Mississauga. And that's my concern. 5 minutes to go across to put gas, which is cheaper, I'll do it.
So I would say 2 things in response to a concern that you may have. First is I would speak to our city manager as to whether they are planning to include that as part of their plan, and they're exceptional at what they do, so they may be. But if you're concerned that they're not, I would encourage you to move a motion to that point.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Councillor Burnside, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to Councillor Cressy regarding the hotel tax. Could you, or would you know the rate in Chicago, the hotel tax rate in Chicago and or New York?
I'm afraid I don't know the rate specifically in that municipality. What I'm aware from the KPMG report that was done on this file in particular noted that there's a range in municipalities in North America from 2 to 14%.
Okay, but okay. So if the answer is no, then that's fine. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, clarification of the motion.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to Councillor Cressy. Councillor Cressy, when I look at your motion, it implies that whatever decision is made by this body with respect to road tolls and perhaps the hotel taxes, there's a necessity that more needs to be done to address the financial challenges that the city is facing?
So,
Would that be correct?
Well, one of the things the city manager has said to us is that he does not have a number that's required on the operating or the capital side to meet the needs today. And the development of the long-term plan is to both establish that number and to articulate how we get there. I think today is a tremendous first start, but we need for that long-term plan to come back before we know the absolute amount and how we get there.
And you're simply suggesting that there are some additional things that you'd like to have included, particularly in number 3 and clearly in terms of number 2 on the Airbnb. You're making a suggestion to the city manager and staff to examine these other things as part of the consultation process that will take place with the public.
Yeah, specifically on number 3, this again is not to endorse these measures, nor is it to kill them. Rather, it is to allow for that consultation on them to take place. On number 2, there is a recommendation here that we do have a differentiated rate between the short-term lodging and rentals and the hotel, up to and no more than that 10%, but we'll get a report back on that. And this is a new area, as we know, of taxation related to Airbnb and others. And so as part of the regulatory framework that Tracy Cook and MLS will bring back, I anticipate these will be aligned in part.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano, clarification of the motion.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. To the Councillor, number 4, 1 to 3 is pretty clear to me, but number 4 says City Council requests the province work collaboratively with the city to address current and future revenue shortfalls. Current and future shortfalls in what capacity? If you could be a little bit clearer on that.
Sure.
Better reflecting the unique needs. What's more unique than other needs?
So, and this is to speak to the need as a municipality to work in cooperation and collaboration with other levels of government, specifically the province. If I could give one concrete example, our State of Good Repair backlog, the 10-year plan for Toronto community housing, calls for $2.6 billion, and 1/3 of that to come from the province. That's a council-endorsed and directed request, and we have not received that full amount from the province. And so this adds on to whether it's on transit or infrastructure or our Toronto community housing for the province to work with us and, yes, to fund the city.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Davis, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
So just to be clear, your intention is to refer these other, what had been recommended strategies from staff, is to refer them to the city manager to make sure that we have an opportunity to hear from the public and to have a more fulsome discussion of more progressive approaches to revenue generation.
That would be correct.
And right now, there really aren't any progressive or taxes on the table that are that tax those with greater income or protect those with less.
And I think some of these that are listed, whether it is for consultation on income or sales with rebates that have been alluded to, provides an opportunity for that type of analysis, rigor, and consultation on those options.
Because, of course, we've just started this discussion. I don't think the people in my ward have had an opportunity to weigh in on these things with one short survey, and phase 2 is already going ahead. So this would add these to our phase 2 consultations.
That's correct, and I think it's worth noting that in the development of a long-term fiscal plan, this is going to be an ongoing piece of work. We know that as we seek to build a city for the future, we're going to need to find out how much money do we ultimately need and how do we best get there, and this is to allow our professional staff to make sure that they can go through that process with the direction from council to do that properly as they see fit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor de Bearmaker to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The report before us recommends a number of options to be looked at during the budget process that's just been recently launched. I will be supporting that set of staff recommendations and some recommendations that have been put forward or will be put forward today. Certainly I would be supporting Councillor Cressy's motion. I think those are reasonable things for us to look at, to examine, and to pursue during that budget process. Others I certainly won't be. And I, like every member of this council, I don't think there's a single member of council here that wakes up in the morning and says, you know what, today I think I'd like to raise taxes, I'd like to make it harder for people to live, I'd like to increase the burden on my next door neighbors. None of us do that. Quite the opposite. I think every day we all wake up saying, how can I make this city better? How can I make life better for my next door neighbors, for the people who live at the end of the street in the apartment buildings, for the people who may not have the same opportunities that perhaps some of us have had in life. So we're here as a council trying to make decisions on how to build our city, how to make our city more prosperous, more fair, more vibrant. One of the realities is we need additional funds. Nobody likes to say it, but that is the truth. And some of us will have to knock on the doors and tell our friends and our neighbors, you know what? The City of Toronto needs more funds. Saying that, I don't support some of the motions, like the first motion that was put on the floor of council today, saying, let's just punt it down the street and ask somebody else to solve the problem for us. That's an easy way out. I've done the dance before. I've been on this council for 13 years. The province and the feds, I don't think we should be waiting for them to jump on a horse and ride in to save the day. It ain't going to happen. So it may be easy and fun to say, let somebody else solve our problem. I'm of the opinion we need to be masters in our own house. We need to raise the revenues we need to build the city that we all believe in. Of course, we have a report before us today on the Gardiner Expressway. We're talking about tolls on the Gardiner Expressway. The Gardiner Expressway cost in the report today is about $3.5 billion of money that we don't have today. To build, rebuild, and maintain that highway and that section, we need $3.5 billion that we don't have today. There's another $30 billion of projects lined up after that project. The downtown relief line, latest estimate is $6 billion. It'll soon be at $9 billion. $6 billion and counting. How will we fund that? Well, I look at it as somebody who wants to build this city, and I say, well, we could put it on property tax. We have very few tools in front of us. We can either let the Gardiner Expressway fall down, let it run out its useful life in 2035, let it fall down, let the bridges collapse over the Humber River, just close it down. I don't think that's an acceptable option. So if we want the Gardiner, and if we want the downtown relief line, and if we want LRT lines, and if we want to build this city, how do we pay for it? Well, this report today, just looking at tolls alone, equals about an 8% increase in property tax. That's a legitimate option before us. It's not one that I'm accepting. I'm accepting the tolls at perhaps $2 a trip because there is, while it is not a good tax, and while you can make 101 reasons to argue against it, it's the fairest tax that I see on the table today to help us build our city. If I use the Gardiner Expressway a lot, I'm going to pay more than some of my next door neighbors who are in their 70s and they don't even have a car. So it's a user fee. The more you use the Gardiner, the more you're going to contribute financially to building it. Just like in the TTC, we tell people every time you get on the TTC, you pay $3.25. The more you use the TTC, the more money you pay, the more you're contributing to maintain the TTC. I've seen colleagues say, you know what, we should just find some savings to fund this $30 billion backlog. The examples, one councillor has moved motions basically asking somebody else to take over child services, or the TTC, or eliminate the poverty reduction strategy, or to assume the responsibility for old age homes. I don't think it's a viable motion. We've done the dance before. The province isn't going to take all of this. They're in deficit themselves. So I don't want to be at a point where we say maybe we should close down the seniors' homes, shut down the daycare centers, eliminate poverty reduction strategies. I think we have a forum here and an opportunity here to do something that won't be popular, but it will be right.
Thank
you, Madam
you.
Speaker.
Your time's up. Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two motions, if I may have them on the screen. First is a brief one requesting a report. Speaking to item number 1, I'd just like the city manager to provide a report to the Budget Committee that talks about all of the different services that we voluntarily have taken on as service levels in this council that properly belong at different orders of government. The second motion is additional to item number 6. I'd like the city manager to include in future report back some concepts. I'd like to know if we can have toll-free time periods during off-peak hours, during the evenings, during the weekends. I'd like to know if we can have a rebate program so that taxpayers can recover some of these tolls that they've paid in the City of Toronto. I'd like to know if we can have a mechanism to exempt business owners to be exempt from tolls, especially business vehicles that are registered in the City of Toronto. And finally, we're supposed to be trying to reduce congestion. I wonder if there's a way we can get 2-for-1 or 3-for-1 cars off the road by exempting people that carpool through these toll lanes. Quite simply, I'm against this terrible toll tax. It's by our own measurements right in the report that it's not a fair model. It says so. It's color-coded right in the report. It's not efficient. $1.60 of the $2 is going to be used just to pay for the machine to collect the tolls. And I don't believe that it matches the city's priorities. More so, this is a tax that targets my neighbors in Etobicoke and those that live in North York. I don't wear pins often, but I wore this special pin today. This is the Etobicoke pin. This is to remind me who elected me to sit in this chair and to protect their interests. And I'm going to be voting against these tolls to protect their interests. We got it in questions. It's a 1-to-8 ratio. 7 houses in this city are not going to pay a substantial amount on this. 1 out of 8 houses in the city are going to pay a large amount of money. That's 140,000 households that are going to pay the revenue that should be going to 1 million households in this city. 140,000 will carry that tax burden. You talked about political courage. I don't see any here. We're trying to tax people that live outside the city and tax 140,000 households instead of taxing everybody in this city for transit across the city and initiatives across the city. I don't see how that's courageous. That's getting off. All those councillors that aren't going to be affected, or it's a piece of cake to vote for them. How can I possibly support that when it's my taxpayers that will be paying $1,000 per household just to go to work? We stand in this chamber and we talk about congestion and all these initiatives are doing to stop congestion and make this more livable in the city. We have these arguments at Community Council about speed humps and cut-through traffic. What do you think it's going to do to the Queensway? What is it going to do to Evans Avenue? What is it going to do to the Lakeshore and the communities that are there? Councillor Robinson talked about the communities bordering the Don Valley Parkway. What's the traffic going to be like in those communities after that? I don't understand how we're doing this to that. It's so easy with one click of a button to cause all of that congestion. I'm not standing for it, and I'm not promoting that. All I can say is people of Etobicoke and people of North York, hang on to your wallets because you're about to get robbed with these tolls. I feel like persona non grata. Every time I turn around, we're putting an initiative in this city that blocks me from coming in and out of downtown. The bluer bike lanes, now I've got to pay $2 to come into the city to come to work. I urge my colleagues on council, stop ripping the city apart with these types of initiatives. It's tearing us in half. Have some political courage and keep this city together and implement fair taxation, not targeted things to people of Etobicoke and North York. Thank you.
Okay, we do have questions for you. Councillor Mamalidi, clarification of the motion.
So again, I don't have the motion in front of me.
Can you put it on the screen,
Yeah,
please?
do you mind?
No, the other one.
The voluntary adopted a motion. Elaborate quickly on that for me, and then I'll follow up with some other questions.
Which one, Councillor Mamalidi?
The first one that you moved.
The first motion?
Yeah.
That's simply a report to examine all of the plethora of city services that this council keeps adding to.
When you say services, are you referring to all of the other kind of hidden costs and cash grabs that I've been talking about?
Absolutely.
Garbage?
Garbage is one of them. Not to pick on the student nutrition program, but there's one that maybe belongs with the province who looks after education, but somehow we're paying for it.
It's $100 million, right?
Absolutely.
You're talking about even perhaps the child care, perhaps?
That's another one. Why isn't that being fully funded by the province?
In fact, the province should be funding it. Are you aware of that completely and taking it over, that we've decided to get into the
Okay,
child
Councillor
care?
I
Manlady.
simply want the city manager to prepare a report to give us a list of all of those items.
All of them.
Please,
Speaker.
clarification of the motion. Councillor Manlady.
So it does include the child care? Does it include housing, perhaps, giving us a stock of housing that's unaffordable, and perhaps agreeing to upload the housing right back to the province again?
Councillor, I won't stand in the way of any suggestions that the city manager and the executive team
Is it
has.
safe to say that if that were the equation, that we would have enough money to be able to fund all of the initiatives that people have seemed to have brought forward over the last little while, including the mayor's initiative on transit and the mayor's initiative with the park?
Time will tell, but I'm sure it will help.
So efficiencies can in fact be the savior in this particular respect. We don't have to increase taxes.
I hope not.
Yep.
I believe,
Burnside, you're up.
Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor Holyday, you talked about fair taxation in your motion, correct?
Which motion is that?
Motion number, I guess it's 6.
Okay. And-
Okay, irrespective of that, so in terms, my understanding from what you said is that the tolls only hit about 140,000 Torontonians?
That's the numbers I got from the transportation services staff.
Okay, and so something fairer, I guess I infer from that would be more broadly based?
You can infer what you want, but that's not in the motion.
Okay, so for something fair, would that be vehicle registration tax or property tax, which is
No,
more
it's
broadly
not-
based?
It's not my motion. You'll have to figure that one out when you vote.
Okay.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question through you to the mover. I'm wondering if to meet your motion number 5, if you would be content to have at the budget process simply have the core service review attached. In 2012, the core service review was a document that exhaustively looked at everything we do and whether we were legislatively required to do it by the province or council had at some point decided to do it, and therefore what our requirements were still to do. Could we simply attach that and review the document we've already paid a lot of money to have prepared by KPMG?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I think you said it was 2012, so we can capture everything that's happened since then and now, in addition to reminding this council about all of the things that have been electively accepted on this floor of council.
So
and I'd like to have that included as part of the budget process.
Oh, so would you accept as a friendly amendment that we attach the core service review with a brief update?
No, I think I'd like the city manager to figure out how they will tap on existing resources, and if they integrate it into their report, that's their prerogative. But I'd like a report on this as I've written.
And I'm wondering if you're looking at could be the responsibility, when you say could be the responsibility of federal or provincial governments, if they have in legislature, in law, required it of municipalities, long-term care homes, for example. Every municipality in Ontario must run a long-term care home. Those legislative requirements, you're not looking to take that on at this point in time?
No, I think that the city manager would have to, for that example, is look at the service levels that were provided and compare those to what the province has dictated to us. And if there's a gap or we have made the elective or conscious decision to exceed what is required by the province with our own service level, I'd like to know what that delta is.
Okay, that's much more clear. Thank you.
Quite welcome.
And there are budget meetings that start on Fridays, so it would be a good idea if everyone attended. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the mover, What would your comments be to those who have stood in this chamber over the years and said that they're getting the crumbs when it comes to a fair distribution of capital dollars, and then stand up here and rant against revenue sources?
I'm sorry.
A clarification of the motion, please,
I'm
Councillor.
sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
You're asking for you're asking for a rebate program. Rebate programs tend to be very expensive. Have you factored in the cost of trying to rebate paid tolls by Toronto taxpayers? It'd be in the tens of thousands of different transactions.
I'll bet the city manager will have to think that one through real careful, but I'd like to see how the mechanism would work, so that option is before us when we consider road tolls.
And when it comes to discounts for carpooling, you've had an exemption here. In the American models of tolling, to give multi-person vehicles discounts, you usually start at a much higher toll and then work your way down with Easy Pass, with carpooling and so forth. Are you suggesting we start well above $2 so that we can work our way down and give various exemptions along the way?
Well, it sounds like, Councillor, it sounds like you've got a lot of expertise. Maybe you can work with the city manager to help develop his report, but I feel that these questions need to be asked, and there needs to be some way of approaching this congestion that we keep talking about as such a problem, and find ways to promote carpooling.
Okay, no, I thank you for the suggestion of taking on more work. I
You seem to know a lot. I mean, I don't know
anything
anything about the American models of tolling. We didn't talk about it here in the report.
I do drive
so.
in the States quite a bit. So, just a yes or a no, are you suggesting you seem to be suggesting when you give exemptions and rebates that you actually start at $10 and then work your way down? Is that what you're suggesting?
That's just something made up, so I can't comment on that.
Thank you.
We should have just ended this debate a long time ago.
Call the question.
My God. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker.
Just increase taxes.
Call the question.
Councillor Davis to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to move a motion that I'm sure Councillor Mammoliti will be on his feet to question me about. What I am tabling is the staff recommendations that were eliminated by the Executive Committee. I will leave that with you to review. That's all I'm going to say. These were the staff recommendations that were eliminated by the Executive Committee. I've been here 13 years, and from the very first budget until today, we have been trying to build a sustainable budget. Every year there was a gap, 800 million, 500 million, 300 million, and we're down. We're working towards building a sustainable budget. But we're not there. We're not close to being there. And every year we have reviewed, and we've had the core service review. The core service review, which reiterated that 90% of what we do are core city services, and we do not deliver them, other than about 3, above the provincial average. So are we doing more than other municipalities? And is it costing us more in the City of Toronto? All the benchmarks say no. But what do we have before us this year in a budget? We have once again an unsustainable budget, a budget that came in with 400 million unfunded. It's down to 90 million, but that's not really 90 million. If you add the other things that Council has approved, we're up over 100 million. In fact, about 102 million, I believe. So there is still a lot that we have to fund for the 2017 budget unless we are going to cut services. And I heard the Mayor yesterday, and I'm pleased. He says he's not going to leave the childcare cuts on the table, and that's great. And I hope no one will vote for that. But there are many other things that are on that list that we want to have included in the 2017 budget. And there has never been, in my time here, someone stand up and say, cut this in my ward. I want to see a lower service level for recreation or libraries. Close my library. Actually, I take that back. There was one councillor who did that. And one of the things that I think is really important today is that we have before us a set of recommendations from the Executive Committee, and I commend them for bringing forward the recommendations they have. However, it does not address our operating budget. What we have before us are changes to introduce a toll, which, by the way, isn't locked in stone. It is going back, and it's going to come back to us in the kind of form that we want it. And that will address the Gardner Expressway rebuild, the Don Valley Parkway, and the Gardner maintenance. And it will leave us a very little bit left for the $33 billion of capital that we require. In fact, we will have about $4.4 billion to address the $33 billion of all of the other capital costs that we have. And some of the other councillors listed them. Scarborough, Downtown Relief, Eglinton Crosstown, Waterfront, TTC. But what we don't have is the funding we need to address all of those services that our community needs. I don't believe this is about building for the future. I think it's about catching up. We have over 100,000 families waiting for affordable housing. We have 18,000 children waiting for a subsidized childcare space. I don't think this is about just protecting what we have. It is catching up. We have had growth in this city, and we have increased needs in this city, and we need to make sure that we have the services that our communities, our families need.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Mammoliti, clarification of the motion.
So, Councillor Davis from Ward 31, you would like to see alcohol tax and a sales tax in the City of Toronto.
I am moving the staff recommendations that are before you in order to fund the kinds of services that families in Ward 7 desperately need.
Yeah.
Ward 7 has one of the longest wait lists for childcare.
Yeah.
It probably has some of the lowest levels of services in recreation. It doesn't have the kinds of TTC service that one would want in Ward 7, Councillor
So
Mammoliti.
you would like an alcohol tax and a sales tax in the City of Toronto.
What I am moving is the staff recommendation that would generate additional revenues for the operating budget.
Executive took out of the staff recommendation. So executive said no to these things, and you're putting them back in.
What I'm moving, Councillor, is the staff recommended budget,
Right.
or staff recommendations that would generate additional revenue for the operating budget, because right now, I should clarify, there are improvements in terms of the land transfer tax. So by harmonizing it with the provincial
Right.
land transfer tax, it will generate an additional $77 million.
But you still didn't answer the question. I just simply asked, because executive took out the staff recommendations as it pertains to the two issues.
Councillor Mammoliti, Councillor Davis answered that 3 times.
No, she didn't actually.
No, she said she was
didn't
moving
like
the
my
staff
answer.
recommendation.
But I asked her whether or not she would like the two taxes in the City
That
of
is
Toronto.
not clarification of the motion. Do you have another question related to the
Councillor Mammoliti, I'm
motion?
moving the staff recommendations. They are on page 2 of the report, and it sets out the other more progressive taxes that could be charged, including a graduated property tax
Okay.
rate, which would, if we were to proceed with that,
All right.
allow us to tax homes
Let-
that are more than we could generate over $20 million
question. It wasn't
by
part of my
taxing mansions in the
Last
city,
question.
and yet give a break
Councillor
to
Davis.
your ward, give a break to your
question.
ward
Last question.
in multi-residential
Councillor
buildings.
Davis, thank
Councillor
you.
Mamalidi, I think you should
My
look
view, it's
here
my-
to see how your ward would
view.
benefit
Councillor
from the
Davis.
proposals here.
It's my,
Please, your time's up, Councillor Mamalidi. No, it's up because you keep asking the same question. So either you ask clarification, no, Councillor Mamalidi. Councillor Karygiannis? Point of privilege, Councillor Mamalidi.
earlier in the day, I said that I'd like to stand up and get the same privileges as everybody else. This is yet another reason for me to stand up and say that you're not treating me like everybody else, that you're cutting me off short of answering the question, and it was about 15 seconds. I would ask that the 15 seconds be put back on.
Councillor Mamalidi, you've asked the questions. Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis, you have question, please.
Thank you, Madam
Clarification
Speaker.
of the
Clarification
motion.
of the motion. I want to thank my colleague for bringing the motion forward. I was wondering if she can tell us how she sees the this working in the areas where our citizens can go north of the city and get gas or buy stuff. I'm just wondering how you envision that working. I mean, like, I understand that you want to have it equally right across, but to the people that live only 2 or 3 blocks, if they want to go north of Steeles to buy gas and we can't tax them, how do you envision this working?
I'm not sure which
Well,
clarification.
can we have the motion
What
back
are you
up, please?
asking me to clarify?
The motion
Okay,
is
go-
right there.
Go farther down. A little more, you're talking about buying parking sales tax, municipal income tax. You said something about tax on LCBO.
So these were set out, in fact, they're well examined in the report from the consultant, if I could put my hands on it, the KPMG study. Oh, I can't put my hand on it. It does, there will be some impact along, yes, this one. It's well set out in this document, as well as in the staff report. There are some negative impacts of some of
Right.
these, but in terms of benefit versus the ability to generate revenue, staff have recommended these as doable options.
But I mean, should we have some enforcement where we're talking about, harmonized HST? I mean, should we have some enforcement? Should we, to the people that are very close to the border with other municipalities, how do you envision us capturing,
Well, as I said, this report sets out some of the impacts. Sales tax in other municipalities that have introduced sales tax have seen some shifts, but overall their assessment is that it doesn't have an overall economic impact on the municipality.
So okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to, as I think a few of my colleagues have done, was to thank the city manager and the mayor for, in many ways, pushing council to this conversation and debate today about our long-term fiscal health. I think it's a discussion that we have to have. It's a very difficult conversation, as we're seeing, just with the amount of motions that are coming through, but I think it's something that's really critically important. So I just want to thank them and their staffs for doing the work that needed to have done. Now, I do believe it's necessary, as I said. We have a $33 billion backlog in our infrastructure. In fact, it's gone down as we get through the end of the budget process. But the one thing that's critical for me is I'm not willing to go to the residents of this city looking for ways to raise revenues or taxes without ensuring that we've done everything that we can do at the city first. We have a responsibility to demonstrate that we're investing the public's hard-earned tax dollars wisely. Now, I recognize this is an ongoing challenge, and it's a commitment that we have to continually do year over year. The decision to support tolls or any revenue tool or tax is not one that I take lightly. And any increase in revenue and tax needs to be fair and affordable to the residents of this city. Now, some of my colleagues, have said and are saying and will say that large property tax increases or more revenue tools or taxes are the easiest way to overcome our fiscal challenges as a municipal government. I fundamentally reject that. I do believe we need to continually take a hard look at what we are spending our money on and why. Now, the Budget Committee, through the budget process that began last week, has been looking at all the agencies and divisions all across the city, looking at how we can deliver services differently and to save money in this year's balanced budget, or in this year's budget. As the CFO said, over $170 million in base budget expenditure savings and reductions have happened so far. That's an incredible amount of work that has happened from our staff. A lot of work has been done. A lot of hard work has been done when you're looking at office modernization, uses of technology, doing things differently, and of course efficiencies. But there is a lot more work that still has to be done. As been recognized, there's a $91 million gap that the Budget Committee still has to look at. Now, as I said, I will look at any reasonable and sensible way to reduce expenditures before I even consider raising revenues or taxes. I do have to admit that efficiencies alone will not solve our long-term fiscal challenges. I will be supporting the revenue tools that executive passed. I want to ensure, and again, those are the road tolls for the DVB and the Gardner, the hotel and the short-term rental tax, and the referral of the harmonized municipal land transfer tax to the budget process. I won't be supporting any other of the motions on revenue tools, mainly because when you look at them, most of them aren't realistic. Staff went through an exhaustive process to look at what was realistic and what wasn't. In fact, most of them can't happen because the other levels of government have said no. They're not going to give us a sales tax. It's great to suggest that we can go and ask one more time, but one more time they'll say no. So what I believe the city manager and executive brought forward were a realistic group of revenue tools we could look at. I want to also ensure that the proposed tolls are not going to be going to the city's operating budget to balance the books. These monies will be allocated to the needed infrastructure projects such as transit and the roads. These revenue tool increases that I'm supporting, as difficult as they are for me to support, because I haven't supported them in the past, are affordable and they are reasonable, and I think they will have a lasting impact on our long-term fiscal health. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've made a checklist, and if you'll bear with me, I'm going to methodically work my way through it. First thing I want to say up front, Speaker, is that I will not be supporting the proposal to toll the Gardner and the Don Valley Parkway. Having said that, I applaud the mayor for his initiative because, Speaker, he gets it. If this city is to remain competitive, if it's going to grow in the 21st century, we need large, reliable sources of revenue that are independent of the oversight of our two other partners and other orders of government. And I really am pleased, Speaker, that the mayor has put his name to those of the mayors of a number of other cities making this very point. And I certainly wish him well, and if there's anything that I or others can do to help make the argument with the federal government and closer to home the provincial government, I would be delighted to do that. Speaker, I'm not a recent convert to this debate. About a decade or so ago, I became aware of a principle called subsidiarity. And subsidiarity, Speaker, says that money and decision-making should be placed as close to the problem or the challenge that the government faces. And for me, and I think for a lot of people around this horseshoe, the challenges are urban. And so if you're going to be informed by the principle of subsidiarity, then the effective response lies with the municipal government. Now, the mayor has said quite properly, and his colleagues, if not tolling, what? Well, a decade or so ago, Speaker, I identified sales and income tax as the two principal alternate sources of large-scale, reliable revenue. And you can see an example of how this plays out, Speaker, if you take a look at our American counterparts south of the border. Now, one of the challenges when you're debating revenue, new revenue or increased revenue, is that success depends on how you frame the argument. And regrettably, the debate on tolls has framed the argument as a tax on top of a tax. And I would prefer, Speaker, to frame this debate in terms of modernization. The sharing of tax revenues was worked out in the middle of the 19th century. And Speaker, the model worked for that economy and for that society. It doesn't work any longer. It's not as effective today as it was then. And so, Speaker, we have to make sure that we approach our partners in government and ask for a new deal and a fair deal, and one that will spread the tax load and minimize the collateral damage. Speaker, in the short term, I think that there are funds available for us if we'd only look closely at them. Parking levy, alcohol, tobacco, vacancy, the land transfer tax harmonization collectively in the short term could produce at least $200 million a year. For the long term, it has to be income and sales tax. And let me tell you, the impact of a half a point on a sales tax will generate $250 million on an annual basis. 1 point will give us a $500,000. There's a lot you can do with that on a regular annual basis. And the impact, I don't think, will be as large as a lot of people have anticipated. For a Big Mac, a half a point increase adds 4 cents to the total. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ford to speak.
Comes out in support of tolls.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. After hearing this long debate, the issue I have is, or having to start, I was elected about 5 months ago. And when this came to light during the summer about possibly putting revenue tools on the table and us discussing these taxes, my residents made it very clear to me that they do not want to be paying more in this city. Specifically to road tolls, I do think that it is an inequitable price to pay, especially for the residents in Etobicoke North. We aren't giving them any other opportunity to get downtown. Transit, we do not have fast, reliable transit in Etobicoke to use. And that could be upwards of $800 to $1,000 a year that they would have to pay if they're traveling into the city from North Etobicoke. But I see a bigger problem here, and the problem I see is that I think the province really does need to come to the table, and we shouldn't be asking the residents of Toronto to be paying more and more. We are the only municipality that has 2 expressways running through our city in Ontario, and we are covering the cost of them. I think we should be going to the province, but not to ask them to give us the right to put revenue tools out. I think they should be figuring out their finances and fund accordingly. Of course, there has been a huge mismanagement that could have covered a lot of this from the province, but they have mismanaged their money that they've had. Of course, provincial waste is not our responsibility, but it does affect us as a city, and that's less money trickling down to our projects. In terms of the city, I think the city could do a better job in handling money, and as my colleague said, prioritizing the projects we do, because we don't have that money. And it goes to the cost of living in Toronto. We cannot be asking our residents to pay more and more and more. Another thing is that I don't think this council has the mandate to move ahead with road tolls. I think a couple of my colleagues have been very clear about that. The public did not put us in here. I actually think I was elected on the mandate of not raising taxes, because I made that very clear in the campaign, as I said before. And to repeat, I think it is an inequitable revenue tool and unfairly hurts suburban residents and small businesses who try and make a living in the city of Toronto. This will also just push cars and automobiles per se onto secondary streets in the city, such as Eglinton, Bloor, Dundas, and that would definitely make our streets more dangerous and hurt pollution. We want to encourage transit, but what benefit does that do to our community? As I said, what benefit does that do to half of the city get even? No responsible access to rapid transit. We have commitments to make this city more affordable, competitive, and livable, and moving forward with many of these motions, I think, goes against that mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fragadakis.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I have some motions, and perhaps the clerk can put them up on the screen. They're all requests for reports. So if we're going to consider tolling city-controlled expressways in Toronto, I think we should include the Allen Expressway. I think that's only fair. If there's a technical reason for not doing so, that should be analyzed in the coming staff analysis of tolls. My second motion looks at the impact of tolls diverting traffic onto other roads. So I don't want to proceed without a strong analysis of the impacts of diverted traffic on local roads and the consequences for road safety. We have a road safety crisis in this city, and we can't make it worse. We all do a lot of work with our local communities on traffic calming and road safety, and we've also done a lot of work to reduce congestion in this city. And my motion is actually just calling for us to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. I realize the staff plan to be thoughtful, but it's important that residents' concerns be embedded into this process this way. My third motion deals with the matter of fairness and efficacy of road tolls. I want to thoroughly explore all options to make these tolls as progressive as possible. The discounts may be the means to that fairness. Time pricing might help with congestion and fairness. Many of my residents have suggested pricing that those that live outside of Toronto need to pay a fair share, so distance pricing should also be considered. And last but not least, the fourth motion addresses the need to make sure this money funds public transit. Because if these tolls are actually going to have an environmental impact, we actually need to fund both new and current TTC operations better. I was not happy that we couldn't fund the bus and streetcar reliability maintenance programs last year. It seems to me that reliability is one of the causes the TTC ridership numbers are not going up to the expectations. I think we also need to fund our current TTC service better, and if we're going to toll, I'd like to see a portion of those go to strengthening the current service. Again, it's kind of odd to expect that these road tolls might divert people to transit if we actually don't build some of the new public transit infrastructure in that transportation corridor. So I've moved these motions to try and get some of these concerns that I and many others in my community have about these tolls. And beyond these tolls, I actually believe it's important that we diversify our tax base and user fees. As I said, I want to move as much as possible towards some kind of progressive taxation. I find it very troubling that every year we raise TTC fares well above inflation, and so I think that these motions are fair, and please support them.
Councillor Cole
asking me a question?
wishes to ask Councillor Fragedakis a question.
Oh, sure.
Oops, no, wait a minute. Where's
Sorry, I
the
didn't see that.
proper thing?
Oh.
Where's the stylus?
Here.
Sorry for the delay.
Okay.
3 minutes, Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just a question on the motion about the Allen. As I'm sure you know, part of that stretch of road is an expressway, and then the northern half or stretch of it is just an arterial road. My assumption is you're focused on the expressway portion and not the whole stretch of the Allen?
Well, I was looking at expressways in the city, the Gardner Expressway, the Don Valley Parkway, the Allen Expressway. I wasn't really looking at the Allen Road portion of that, but I guess that'll come out in the staff's analysis with the forthcoming report.
But maybe when you think expressway, you're kind of thinking 401 to Eglinton, that...
That's actually what I was thinking about.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Oh, there's another question?
Thank you. There is another question for you, Councillor Mamalidi. Clarification of the motion.
So you want another highway to cash grab?
Actually, I'm asking for a report and an analysis to come forward to executive. There is one already coming forward, so...
Could potentially mean another highway.
Well, if we're tolling, if we're going to be considering tolling expressways, I only see it as fair. I mean, why go after the southern part of the city and the eastern spine of the city and not have the western spine of the city be considered as well?
So why...
It's a consideration.
Why wouldn't we, if everybody's so tax hungry in this city, why haven't they asked for the province to toll the 401? Why don't we just tax the whole world?
I'm not sure what that has to do with motion A.
I mean, where does it end? Where does this
Not a point of order.
cash grab end?
It's not a question of...
1 second, Councillor Mamalidi. Your point of order, Councillor Fillion, is noted. Councillor Mamalidi, questions of clarification, please, of the motion.
It's about the Allen, and the Allen leads to the 401, and the 401 leads to other roads north of that, and every other municipality. Don't you see what I'm getting at? Is just where does it end? The Allen, and then we go on and on and on and on. It just doesn't make sense to do that to people.
Well, that's what the staff can report back and see if there's like some technical reason why it's not feasible. That's not my work to do, that's the staff's work to do, so we'll let them do it.
Isn't it part of our work to find efficiencies in the city instead of trying to find ways of taxing people?
So I'm not quite
Is that
sure
a
what that has to do with
clarification
any of
question,
my
Councillor
motion.
Mamalidi?
Okay,
They will just amend mine.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks.
appreciate that.
You look tired on that round.
Thank you. Councillor Fragedakis, there's another question for you. Councillor Minnan-Wong?
Yes, is it contemplated in your motion that this, on number 8A, with regard to the Allen Road, that report would include potential revenues on that?
Sorry, I can't hear
Sorry,
you.
so 8A with regard to Allen Road.
Right.
So you just want to report back, looking at those options.
Yeah.
Would you like to see, as part of that, the potential revenue that could be generated?
What the amounts would be?
Yes.
Well, that would be great if they find it.
No, I just want to be, I'm asking you because when your motion says including the Allen Road,
Expressway.
but it's absent in terms of what type of information you want, just in terms of specificity, that would include, as part of that examination, the amount of money that could be
So
raised?
that's certainly possible. I was actually looking to see if it was feasible, and if it is feasible, and the reasons why it would be, and how much money could be generated. If it's not feasible, why is it not feasible? And then it's not really relevant how much money if it's not feasible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the questions, Councillor Fragedakis. Councillor Pasternak. 1 second.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have a motion with two parts that I'm asking.
Councillor Karagianis, is
Thank
it a
you.
question that, no, Councillor Karagianis, before I recognize you, I'm asking, is it a question that can be asked offline because I had already recognized the next speaker? Could it be, could you
Madam
achieve
Speaker,
it
my name
offline?
is on here before you
It was,
recognized.
it was not online at the time
You know
I
what?
recognized the
Computers, like you
next
say,
speaker.
Madam Speaker, don't lie. I'm only looking at the screen. That's what you said.
Councillor Karagianis, I have asked you a question from this chair. Is your question a question that could be easily asked offline,
ma'am.
as
No, it
I have
isn't.
recognized
No,
the
it
next
isn't.
speaker?
No.
Then I would ask the will of the body that I indulge Councillor Karagianis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very quick question. You're suggesting that we tax different highways. Would that one of the suggestions?
Actually, that's not what I'm requesting. I'm
Well,
requesting
different
reports.
expressways, that they be included.
Well, I'm
You
asking
said
for a
Allen,
report.
you said Don Valley, you said the Gardner.
No, I didn't. The
You said
Allen-
that we should
sorry,
do it-
the
Councillor
Gardner and the Don
Karagianis, you've
Valley-
asked a question. Let's hear the answer.
Yes, so what I was saying is actually the Gardner and the DVP were already included in this analysis. So I've asked that the Allen Expressway be part of the forthcoming report to executive. That's what I've asked.
My question to you is, would you also indulge including in there the provincial road Highway number 5?
We're not looking at roads that are actually provincially owned.
Oh,
We're actually
that's
looking
not
at city-
provincially owned, city-owned,
roads.
Highway number 5. Would you allow that in?
What's Highway 5?
Danforth.
Well, it's not
Thank
an
you, Madam Speaker.
expressway. No, I would not.
Thank you, Councillor Fragedakis.
Not an expressway.
Councillor Pasternak, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion with two parts. I'm asking the city manager and the chief financial officer to report back to the executive committee along with the package of other motions that could carry here today on recommendations and ideas for the sale and lease back of large office towers in strategic locations currently owned by the City of Toronto. An idea we absolutely have to use. It's used in the private sector, in the banking industry where large towers are sold, but the current tenant and former owner stays in the building, and recommendations for fairness in the application of the land transfer tax by having both the buyer and the seller pay a percentage of the sale price as a tax. I had asked our chief financial officer earlier whether there were any statutory barriers to having the seller pay a fair share, and the answer was there are no such barriers. It's something we should explore. Regarding tolls, I think one only has to travel from Fort Erie to the 427 to realize how unfair the downloading of these of the Gardiner Expressway is to the City of Toronto. When you drive from Fort Erie to the Toronto border, you're passing dozens of municipalities that receive a fully funded QEW highway through their municipal borders. As soon as you hit the 427, it becomes the Gardiner, and then it becomes a multi-million-dollar liability for the City of Toronto. The same takes place as you're going either east or west along the 401. When you hit the 404 going north, it is a fully funded provincial highway going through various municipalities such as Markham and going up north towards Lake Simcoe. And if you head south, it becomes the so-called municipal road, the Don Valley Parkway, and it becomes, once again, a multi-million-dollar obligation by the City of Toronto. This is inherently unfair. This has been going on for 16 years. It is used 40% by people who do not live in the City of Toronto, who do not pay property taxes, and it's time for people to start paying their fair share. The reality is, in this discussion, we can no longer look to the tax base as a source of revenue to provide the services and capital improvements that many of our residents request. We cannot put the tax burden on seniors, people on fixed incomes, on young families starting out. It is grossly unfair. It'll hurt our economy as people choose not to settle here. It'll hurt our housing market. The attractiveness of Toronto is a very affordable tax base, and the rest of our revenue that we need to provide a safe and livable city must be gathered from other sources. There are those in this chamber who have felt that they have not received their fair share of capital improvements and capital resources in the city when there seems to be a downtown pull of bias. Yet they stand up in the same chamber and fight against any kind of revenue opportunity that would in fact create parity and create fairness. And I find it the paradox of today's debate. Going forward, I think it's important to realize that we cannot tax for tax sake, that there has to be highly targeted promise direction on where sources of revenue go. People will buy into a new revenue source if they know it's not going into one big black hole of expenditures. Transit and pedestrian safety continue to be our #1 crisis in the City of Toronto. We must not only focus on a state of good repair when it comes to our transit system, but also expand our transit system and making sure that the far corners of our city are serviced by subways and potentially by LRT as well. At the same time, we must continue to make sure that our roads are safer, that our sidewalks are safer, and that we build the city. And that is what's been promised as a source of targeted revenue from what the discussions are here today. If it's just going into one big black hole where it's just dispersed on a piecemeal basis, there is no way we will get the good people of Toronto to buy into it. So going forward, we are at this discussion here today because we can no longer put pressure on the property tax for the revenues we need to keep the city safe, to keep it moving, to keep it prosperous, to invest in our local communities. And that is why I think the package before us is fair. I think the package before us is reasonable. I thank the mayor for the political courage of bringing this forward. I urge you to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Cole. Oh, sorry. I thought you were. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just start by maybe stating the obvious and something that's lost often in these debates and in chambers like this. But things like subways and roads and city services and infrastructure, surprisingly, shockingly, they cost money. And we have these, what's turned out, and I guess in my 6th year now, often these false debates where we approve things that are wonderful on paper with no willingness to have the second part of the conversation about how we would pay for it. And so we set expectations for our residents as we trumpet and announce and re-announce things that we've approved in this chamber, yet there's the lag, or in fact nothing even follows up because there's no funding to pay for it to get shovels in the ground. And so I think this debate, if nothing else, and regardless how people vote on it, will reinforce the fact that if we want to build a city, if we want to build things that serve this city, that move people around this city, that has a cost. And whether we like it or not, it does. You know, if someone wants a subway on Finch, you're going to have to raise a lot of money to build that. If you want to order new streetcars, it costs money to build it. Councillor Proust is telling me it's all free, especially those Finch subways. So I think that is one good thing that's coming out of this. We need to start to move past just approving plans, but to actually funding plans and building transit and building transportation infrastructure. The conversation around road tolls is a difficult one, I understand that, but is a fairly simple and basic concept we have employed in this city for decades and decades. The tax base pays for transit infrastructure in the city and always have. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I can't hear it all. It's, I think, Burnside and Grimes.
Councillor Burnside, Councillor Grimes. Vic?
I just can't hear it. Okay.
Okay, we can't hear. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
So for decades, the tax base, the property taxpayers of Toronto pay for transit infrastructure, for major transit infrastructure, and we've had no issue with the users of that transit infrastructure paying a user fee. It's a TTC fare, and they do it in the millions every day, every year, and we expect nothing less of them to contribute their small portion for using the infrastructure that the tax base, that the taxpayers have already paid for. We're using that tried and true concept that we've accepted in Toronto for decades on the roads, these 2 expressways that people use. These unique expressways that are 2 in the province that are owned by and operated and maintained by the city. So the expectation that a modest fee would be paid to use those on top of what we all pay to keep them up is nothing different than what we've done with transit for decades, if not more. And so I think that we've got to get our heads around that it is not that different, it is not that foreign for us to do that. I know I was going to move a motion, but I believe the mayor is, and certainly one conversation is about making sure these funds are dedicated. And he's going to move a motion that I would hope that we all support, that looks at every tool, whether regulatory, policy, legal, that we have at our disposal to ensure that, in fact, these funds are spent on what we are saying they will be, namely that important transit and transportation infrastructure. And so I certainly will support that, and I hope everyone else does. The other reality is there are quite a few motions and suggestions, even by provincial officials, that somehow the province will fix this or other levels of government will fix this. The reality is, for the first time maybe in a generation, we have provincial and federal governments who are going to step up and are stepping up for hundreds of millions, if not billions, of transit infrastructure money. If this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity comes to us and we have no willingness or ability to raise our own money to match those funds to pay for these projects, then I would say shame on all of us. So it's time we move forward. The plan in front of us is a reasonable one. It is a difficult decision to make, but one that I think is the right decision to make, and I think that I hope what Council will endorse and support today so we can have better transit in this city, better roads in this city, and get people moving in this city. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. I would like for staff to put it up. Basically, the motion is looking for us to ask the province to give us the possibility of levying a tax of 5% on the land transfer tax of people that are buying homes in Canada, of non-Canadian residents. Madam Speaker, TREB reports that there was a 116.5 increase this year from November 2016 versus last year. The average price of a home in 2006 was $400,000. The same house today is $800,000. TREB also reported that 5% of our condo sales are done by non-Canadian residents. By non-Canadian residents, I mean people that are not Canadian citizens, immigrants, or people that are in Canada on a working permit. There were 101,212 homes sold in 2016, according to TREB. The average price of a home is $800,000. If 5% of the homes are sold to non-Canadians, this would mean these sales are $4 billion of the total of the transaction home sales. If we impose an additional land transfer tax of 5%, this will bring an additional $200 million to our city. Non-Canadian residents buying a home in cash without having to account where they got the money or where the money comes from. Locally, when we buy a house, we do go to the bank and we ask the bank for a mortgage, and they say, show us where you got the money, show how much you make and everything else. That is not the same when a non-Canadian buys a home for cash. We don't know where this money is coming for. They usually buy the homes using U.S. funds, and that's an advantage to them, because when our Canadian dollar goes at par with the U.S. in a couple of years, they'll sell it and make more. When a house is bought by a non-Canadian residents, they usually end up subdividing the home and renting the home, and this are turned into rooming houses. That brings an additional $60,000 per year, and they don't report this income. When they sell their homes, they're cashing out, they're getting a whopping increase, and they do not report that in income tax and take it and run. Thus, if a 5% land transfer additional tax is levied, we can bring in $200 million additional dollars into our coffers. Canadians buying an additional when they sell or buy a house. This is not a burden on our Toronto citizens. This is strictly levied on non-Canadian residents. This will bring in more than other levies of taxes. People might say this will drive the price of houses down. This, however, Madam Speaker, will make it affordable for our citizens. Madam Speaker, I do have some difficulty with the tolls. I've asked my residents if they would be supporting the tolls. 86% of the people that responded on my website, they did not want the tolls to be levied. A lot of people were in favor of us levying a tax on non-Canadian residents. The poll that was done by my office right across the City of Toronto by a professional polling company. 70% of the people that were asked the question were in support of an increase in taxes, a land transfer tax to be levied on non-Canadian residents. So, Madam Speaker, I'm moving in that fashion. Levying any other taxes that we might want to levy on our citizens, and saying that this is a fair tax and all that stuff, it all comes from the same pocket. If you levy a $4 tax on a toll, $2 to come down and $2 to go up to your house, that's $1,000 a year. That's an additional month if you pay on a mortgage, or an additional month if you're paying rent. To a low-income family that is struggling to make ends meet, to a low-income family that is trying to get their kids into a daycare, and we've seen last night what the cost is of that daycare, that is a killer. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I'd say to the Mayor and others that are might be listening, let's do the right thing. Let's not tax our Canadian residents. Let's not tax our Torontonians, but tax the people that are thinking of investing in buying a home. Investing in buying a home, you do not invest in Canada, you do not invest in Toronto. You're not bringing any money. You're not moving any money in order to create jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question. Councillor Matlow, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to suggest a friendly amendment. And this is without any commentary about what you'd like to see the outcome of this motion be. The wording non-Canadian resident, I would respectfully suggest is clumsy, because it could easily be inferred or misinterpreted. I don't imagine this is your intent by any means, but it could be interpreted as, let's say there's a Spanish citizen who lives in Canada for 20 years and they want to buy a house. I don't believe that's your intent at all. But that's the way that it's worded, like non-Canadian resident. May I suggest you use a term such as overseas resident, or something that can more accurately convey what I believe your intent is?
Madam Speaker, through you, I want to thank the councillor for asking that question. However, if somebody lives in Canada for 20 years, he must have some status.
But they're not
Therefore, I said non-Canadian residents. If you live in Canada and you're a non-Canadian resident, that means you're only visiting. If you're a Canadian resident, it means you have a permit to work here, you're a landed immigrant, or a Canadian citizen.
I get that.
So if you're a Spanish citizen and live in Canada, you must have immigration status in order to be here for 20 years. So if you got immigration status, therefore you are a Canadian resident. You might not have the right to vote, but you're still legally entitled to live in Canada, stay in Canada,
I understand your intent.
in Canada. So that is a Canadian resident.
I didn't make myself clear enough.
Okay.
I know that's your intent. What I'm suggesting is, if you look at the sentence, non-Canadian rather than non-Canadian resident, it can easily be misinterpreted, I would submit to you, as though you are suggesting, I know this is not your intent.
No, but he says sale of a home to non-Canadian residents.
Yeah.
So non-Canadian residents, being perfectly clear, is somebody that doesn't have the right to live in Canada.
Your intent is like an overseas resident, somebody...
Exactly, but non-Canadian resident. So if you're non-Canadian residents, you don't have the right to be here. If you don't have the right to be here and live here, then you're a non-Canadian resident.
I'll try one more time, because I'm not here to try to argue
one
with
more
you.
time.
Yeah, I'm not here to put you on the spot or argue. I'm not. Your intent, your motivation, I'm sure is completely pure. All I'm suggesting to you is that there's better wording so that it's not misinterpreted from your intent. To call it non-Canadian resident, it can easily be inferred by a reasonable person that you are describing somebody who happens to be something other than a Canadian citizen, but could have been a permanent resident or non-status, whatever, who's lived here for many years. I believe your intent, if I'm correct, sir, is just somebody from overseas who's trying to buy up property for speculative investment purposes.
Madam Speaker, through you, I do want to thank my colleague, but having spent 25 years in federal politics, somebody that has no status in Canada is called a non-Canadian resident. So according to the rules and regulations of the federal immigration, I'm using that particular term.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to refer to a slide, so I'll just read my motion here and to clarify so there won't need to be questions. This is a motion from Shelley Carroll in Ward 33, so we don't have to cover that later in questions. that City Council requests the City Manager and Deputy City Manager and CFO to consider a long-term phased approach to adjusting Toronto's property tax rates to the Greater Toronto Area average across all property taxes and include this in public consultation of Council's consideration. The phased approach to align all class adjustments with Council's social and economic development policies. Madam Speaker, in my motion, I add that last piece to take into account the comments of the Board of Trade at Executive Committee. Like other members of Council, I'm moving a motion to be included in consultation, because I don't believe I actually know what every one of the 60,000 people who live in my ward is thinking right now. I don't presume to know what every one of them is thinking. I do know what feedback I have had. But I want this included in consultation, not because I necessarily want it, but because I want to find out how they feel. I know this. I'm going to refer you to a slide that I think Mr. McGuckin is putting on the screen. This is a slide from 2016 budget, and I'm somewhat sad that the comparisons with other municipalities has not been included in this year's budget presentation. I suspect that it will be later on in the budget process, but this one in particular, we were given 5 different ways of comparing ourselves to the rest of the region. This is my favorite, because what it does is adjusts for the fact that, yes, we do collect a land transfer tax, and yes, we do have our solid waste taken out of the base and collected as a utility. Much was made out of the fact that we're more than $1,000 apart. Well, let's be intelligent, let's be grown up, and let's acknowledge that some of our fees we collect in another way. We're still $600 apart. But let's do one other grown-up thing. Let's stop using, I've heard today, we could only solve this particular inequity through massive disruption. We could only do it if we did it 10 to 15% in 1 year. We have done nothing, and so we can do nothing now. If we were to tax this, and if it's property tax, only if it's property tax. Other taxes appear to be incredibly practical, but property taxes appear to go into a big black hole. Property taxes are taxing for tax sake. Well, Madam Speaker, in my ward, which is north of the 401, while they're not 905 dwellers, what they're concerned about is that if we were to begin a phased approach in property tax, they know they might pay $100 a year. But because of the lives they lead, if we begin to toll them, they will pay $20 a week. And they did the math. And they're very concerned about that math. And they know that if we do this long-term phased approach, if we were to seriously consider this, we would be doing for their property tax bill the very same thing we did in a brilliant strategy called Enhancing Toronto's Business Climate. They knew we needed to do it. They knew we needed to address an inequity in our commercial property tax, or we were going to lose all our businesses. And so we addressed it over a long span of 15 years, and people were able to absorb it residentially. At Executive Committee last week, I asked Janet De Silva from the Board of Trade, you're just about through Enhancing Toronto's Business Climate. We've addressed the ratio. What are your members in the business community going to say if we were now to do something such as my motion suggests? They would be affected, because I'm talking about across all classes, raising ourselves to a GTA average. And Janet De Silva of the Toronto and Region Board of Trade said they would accept that, they would understand that, they know how that works. And that, it seems to me, is something you want to do along with whichever of these tools turns out to be palatable for you. Because conversation you want to have with the province is only possible once you've done this.
Thank you. We do have questions for you.
I'll take them from my chair.
Okay. Councillor Layton, your name is up there. Is that to ask a question? It is. I moved it. Oh, you moved it. Okay. Councillor Mamalidi, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
So Councillor Carroll, the councillor for Ward 33, who says she doesn't know what her constituents want, is suggesting about a $1,000 increase in property taxes.
No, I'm going to assume this is a question of clarification. So if you were paying any attention to the slide, it's slightly under $600.
Oh.
And as to the clarification of who, it was me, Councillor Shelley Carroll, that's spelled Shelley. Carroll is spelled Carroll, and it's Ward 33.
Right.
Ward 33. And what I said, to clarify, because I'm assuming this is a question of clarification, what I said was, I don't presume to know what every one of the 60,000 people in my ward thinks.
Okay, so, but you advocate...
That's to clarify.
You advocate and are in favor of a property tax increase of about $600, you said?
No, to clarify, I advocate having staff draw up what it would take to do that over a long term and then include it in their consultations.
And if they came back and said, hey, you should raise property taxes by $600, how would Councillor Carroll, spelled Corrol, Carrol.
No, that's to clarify, it's Carroll.
How would that councillor for Ward 33, who happens to want to be an MPP as well in the legislature, would you say yes to that?
Well, I would assume if council was, or if staff, I should say, was to come back from their consultation saying that, I would have to assume that the community of the City of Toronto and a significant number of residents said that to them. And then I would have the confidence to agree with the residents of the City of Toronto.
So you're asking staff to go out and find out whether or not the City of Toronto should in fact increase property taxes to the tune of $600 to $1,000. Speaking positively, that's what I heard in your speech. But yet you can't answer the question as to whether or not you would support a $600 increase in property taxes if they came back that way.
Well, Councillor, that is not what they would come back with, because they wouldn't be meeting the intent of my motion. The intent of my motion is that they develop a long-term phased approach similar to enhancing Toronto's business climate, which takes 15 years. And so they would have to meet the intent of my motion, and then they would have to hear what the community has to say to meet the intent of my motion, and the community may say otherwise.
So we're about to venture into all kinds of cash grabs, all kinds of tax increases.
Clarification of the motion, please.
Now your motion will confuse the hell out of people even more and get them even more upset than they already are.
Well, Councillor, what I know from the feedback that I have had from among the 60,000 people in my ward
Thank you.
is that to gradually have $100 more a year is cheaper than $20 a week.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, clarification.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that this is a very responsible approach, and I just want to explore a couple, because I haven't seen the motion yet. It's not in front of us. Oh, yeah, it is now. Thank you. About the amount and how fast we can collect it. It's a couple of years. Are you aware? It's a couple of years before we'll start being able to collect a road toll. Do you envision that we'll be able to raise that money faster based on this approach?
Well, I know that I know this is true. If today, if tomorrow we were to receive permission from the province to proceed with the road toll, the first thing it would do is cost us money. And then it would cost us a little bit more. And then there would be the transactional cost of a giant public procurement like this that would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to 20 million. It would cost us a lot of money. The earliest it could actually lead to someone throwing a toonie in a toll basket would be 2024, according to the report. But knowing the city as I do, I like to say 2024 will probably turn into 2026.
We asked, or I asked earlier about the cost.
I'm sorry, Councillor Lane, I put your time on hold. If I can please ask members of council and the staff, please, it's so noisy in here, I can't even hear. Please? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I asked earlier about the cost of implementing the toll, and it was said to be it's like a 40%, 40 cents on every dollar that we have to spend just collecting it. Do you imagine that this approach would perhaps be a bit more efficient with our money?
Well, a lot more efficient. Both property tax and sales tax come in at much more efficient. I know the review of the 2016 and 2007 done by Hempson have some significant differences. One of those differences is that Hempson said that by the time you procure a state-of-the-art technology, and you would want to because the day after you implement it, it's out of date, that it would be more in the range by the time it was fully implemented of $300 million capital costs, and that the operating would be between $50 and $70 million just to collect the bill. That would not include the maintenance cost of a road that, having paid the toll, the driver expects a higher condition.
Now, and do you know what the number is for how much it would cost to implement a phased property tax increase?
Well, it would cost exactly the same as it costs us to collect property tax now. You simply, similar to when Mayor Ford said, I'm building the Scarborough subway and I'm going to add an additional levy, we could decide today that we wanted to do this to put ourselves in a better space. In our conversation with the province and with GTA municipalities, we would simply add a small measure every year according to the CFO or Mr. Farag or whoever's going to calculate this, their calculations, and the cost of collecting it would be exactly what it costs us to work with MPAC today.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, clarification of the motion.
So just so I do understand this, the intention of this is to do catch-up, essentially, to bring us up to the GTA average, but do it over multiple years. That's correct?
Yes, yes. It's in keeping with the intent of the long-term financial plan to take us into the realm of multi-year financial planning.
So is there, you're leaving this to go out for consultation and for staff to come back with a recommendation about the number of years or how to phase it in?
Well, absolutely. In my conversations with staff before presenting this motion, what I said was, are you okay with this motion? Because what I'm thinking is something along the lines of our program called Enhancing Toronto's Business Climate, which I have never received a telephone complaint about, not one. And so in that context, staff said, go your best slick, move that motion.
And this could include a graduated property tax, potentially?
Well, Councillor, I see that as a separate program. A graduated property tax is a separate type of calculation, and that is asking for something quite new, and will have a significant cost attached to it, because we're then stepping out of the rigid formula that MPAC now follows in their assessment scheme to do something new. And we would have to absorb those costs ourselves, I dare say, because there's no other municipality in Ontario using them.
But you're aware the province has said they'd be happy to give us that authority?
Yes, because I think what they like is when this large municipality is willing to float a trial balloon that they themselves may one day want to use.
Well, they've done it with the
Thank
MLTT.
you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Holliday, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. So I fully understand, through you to the councillor, you would set the property tax rates based on the average. Does that not go against conventional budgeting process where you build up what you need and then charge for what you need? So you set the price based on the average of the GTA.
Well, you know, Councillor Holliday, I don't disagree with you that that is the way you should plan how you run a city. But as we've heard multiple times today, we have been adopting things, particularly in the capital realm, adopting things again and again and again that we haven't funded. We, every year in operating, rescue services that we don't want to cut. And so we have a chronic budget gap. And so what this does is asks that we deal with our budget gap, not in newfangled ways, but in the same way every other GTA municipality does it. Be honest about your operating burden, honest about your debt, and move into that realm. And I think the reason we're struggling and they're having a somewhat different conversation is that early in our history, coming out of amalgamation, they were doing the 8s and the 10%, and then the 5, and then the 7, and then 3 more 8s to address the gap left by amalgamation. This would bring us into that same comfortable space.
So do you...
Point.
You know, I'm going to stand up every time this happens.
I know, well.
This is, when a councillor puts a motion on the floor, it's not an opportunity to debate the motion. It's an opportunity to get clarification. And both the mover of the motion and the asker of the question, time and time again, take advantage of that, Madam Speaker. So maybe we can get some clarification.
Now I have a point of personal privilege. I'm answering questions.
And I,
My point of order. My point of order is that there is no order.
thank you. I have said that over and over again to members of the council. And please, the response to the question.
Yep.
All right, I'll try to do something different here. Councillor Carroll, in the concept of setting an average price for taxes, do you agree or disagree that the consideration and the needs of the other municipalities may be different, as would be the suite of services that are included in the property tax? Is it an apples-to-apples comparison, or is it a figurative or a notional thing that we raise this to the center of the pack, even though there may be no comparison?
No, it's not, and that is why I have added a caveat to my motion that while we endeavor to go there, that in their consideration and in whatever they draft to include in the consultation, they include aligning with our social and economic development policies. And the reason I chose those specifically is that if you really read our financial statements and follow our budget track record, you'll find that those are the areas in which our operating gap
Okay, so we go there to justify. So we go there and then justify it.
Okay, Councillor, okay, the question has been answered.
All right.
Thank you, thank you. We're just going over and over again. I keep saying it over and over again. Clarification of the motion. Councillor Burnside, please. Clarification of the motion.
I will do my
No, I
best,
didn't
Madam.
mean it. It's just that it's, yeah.
Late.
Nobody's listening.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Councillor Carroll, you want to get my understanding is you want to get the average of the property tax rate. Have you, given that Toronto is the only municipality that has a land transfer tax, which
Yes,
is an
and
added
that's
tax,
why-
are you going to? And sorry, can I just ask my question?
Go ahead,
And I may not
go
have heard other questions, so I apologize.
Or my presentation. In my presentation,
correct.
slide 93 takes the averages, but then it takes account and provides for the fact that we collect land transfer tax and that we have pulled solid
Perfect.
waste out of our property tax base. And that is the basis on which I'm asking staff to prepare the draft to
Super.
include in consultation.
Amazing, thank you. Given the various values of homes throughout the GTA, and they range, obviously a 60-foot by 100-foot lot in Oshawa is markedly different than one in downtown Toronto. Would a fairer approach not be to look at the average tax burden per household as opposed to the tax rate? The rate is highly dependent on an assessed value, which is highly dependent on geography and has no actual correlation with services delivered.
Well, it's funny that you should mention that. To be
I'm a funny
clear,
guy.
To be clear, I've chosen the one that provides for the differences, and that's the thing I want to be really clear about. I've chosen that to use as my reference point to staff, because I'm only asking staff to draft something to put in consultation. So to be clear, I've used that as a reference point, but I know that staff will also take into account the 5 comparisons they give us every time. And the reason that's important is because at the beginning of amalgamation, you could say, well, it's housing types and there's this difference and there's that difference. But we have reached a point after 15 years that by any measure, percentage of the GDP, percentage of household income, against the values of houses on a per square foot basis, by every measure, there is now a gross inequity, and I would leave that alone, except that we have a chronic $500 million operating gap.
Absolutely. I hate to cut you short, but my time is short.
Sure,
So I get all that, but would it not still be, would a far easier measure not be to look at just the average burden per household? Use the burden per household as your...
Yeah.
But why wouldn't you put that in your motion?
Well, I've given staff enough of a reference point to get them started. I've told them my context is enhancing Toronto's business climate. My context is making sure that we provide for that apples to oranges piece on LTT and garbage utility rates, and go from there.
Okay,
and they're really smart at that.
Thank you, thank you.
Whoa.
Councillor DeGiorgio, clarification of the motion?
I love this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Frank.
What is your anticipation of what the report might say? I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about modifying the tax rates. That's basically how I read this motion. We should look at modifying our tax rate. So is the ultimate outcome that we generate more property taxes as a result of the adjustment in rates?
That is exactly what the outcome is likely to be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You got it.
Councillor DeGiorgio to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just to, first of all, I want to thank the General Manager and the Mayor and all of staff that have worked on bringing forward the initiatives. I think they're timely, and I think that it's something that we need to look at as a city government. You know, we take great pride in, most of us do, in saying that, you know, we're here to city build. Our obligation is to build a city that is vibrant, that is competitive with other big cities across the world. But we all recognize that that's a very, very ambitious objective. Why? Because there is not a sustainable funding model to accomplish all those great things that we want to accomplish. Not only is there not a sustainable funding model, but it's a very elusive one. Why? Because when we rely only on property taxes, and we're told by the General Manager, you have choices before you to accomplish all those wonderful things, all you need to do now is make some choices. And some of us look, and we, as far back as 10 years ago, we would not increase property taxes at a rate that needed to be increased to generate the necessary funds. We looked at alternative funding sources. We looked at the municipal land transfer tax. Some of us stepped up to the plate and actually supported the introduction of a land transfer tax. Once the province gave us the permission to implement such a tax, we brought forward the sign tax and a whole bunch of other taxes. We went back on the vehicle registration tax, but that's another one. You know, in looking at a sustainable funding model, we're a big city already, and we have run into the problem of not only maintaining existing services and existing infrastructure, but we have to replace existing infrastructure. That is an additional burden. Not only look at replacing additional existing infrastructure, but we also have to look to introducing new infrastructure because we must accommodate growth. And that's another vital element of city building. You must look to accommodate growth. So, just to put road tolls in the proper perspective, at least from my perspective, how do we accommodate growth when we've already got congestion all over the place, especially on those highways that we're looking at? There is congestion there. So what are our options? Our options are to allow more people to use those roads and just have the lineups stack up, or we can do what we do in my ward. Because in my ward, we have something that is very equivalent to tolls, and that is the Highway 400 comes down, connects to Black Creek, but then Black Creek goes nowhere. So an effective toll forces people to get off of Black Creek and start infiltrating through the local roads. And so I have a problem. Most of you will not know that people get off at Jane Street in Maple Leaf and then use all my local roads going east for the only reason to then connect up to go to the 401 again going east. So they circumvent the interchange at Highway 400 and Highway 401. Now, the people in the east end are lucky. They've got 404 coming down, doesn't stop at Lawrence, it comes all the way down and connects to the Q&E. And that's why we have to look at putting in tolls at this point in time, simply because we need tolls to basically, actually, bluntly, actually get some people to get off those highways, use the local roads, and so that we can accommodate growth for more people to be able to use those highways. Because the capacity on the Don Valley, for example, is limited. You can't expand the capacity. All you can do is redistribute the people who use that capacity. And that's a vital part of the reason for introducing tolls. Some of us may not want to acknowledge that. And I also heard the general manager say, you know what, we've reached a point now where we have to look at mobility and social cohesion as the answer to how to move forward. Mobility, you got to reduce congestion. Who pays? Well, everybody's going to have to pay their fair share. And in the context of social cohesion, you're going to have people put up with their roads being used. The more and more people come into the city, more people will find ways of trying to navigate their cars. Now, in the meantime, we have to build transit, and that's another issue altogether.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Doucette?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just saw Councillor Fletcher, but I'm sure she can go in a minute. So I do support some revenue tools. I supported revenue tools back in 2013 when we had them before us in this council chamber. Unfortunately, we didn't move anything forward then. Maybe we wouldn't be in the position we are today if we'd acted then. I also do support the vehicle registration tax, as I did in 2010, as I did in the 2010 election, as I did in the 2014 election. I do support that funding. That is something we have heard today which could be implemented without many issues, and it could be put into our operating for 2017. I support these revenues coming in so that we can help with, as we've heard, either with TTC, with road maintenance, moving forward the road safety plan, which will make our streets safer for seniors, children, cyclists and vehicles. I am concerned about some revenue tools, but on the other hand, I do feel that we have to look at them all. And I do believe that we should be asking the province to look at as many tools as we feel we may, maybe not now, but at some point in time, actually want to use. It never is easy for anyone to say to your residents, we're going to be increasing your taxes, we're going to be adding user fees. But I know from my ward and from speaking with residents, they are prepared to pay a bit more tax, a bit more fees, to make sure that they have the services they want to use and they enjoy using. I've asked them about property taxes, and they are prepared to see their property taxes go up by that bit more than cost of inflation, again, to maintain the services they get and they want to enhance. What we shouldn't be doing, we should never be doing, is cutting services and increasing the costs to those of our vulnerable people who can least afford to pay the extra costs. Things like TTC. Every year we have been increasing this. At the same time, we are cutting services, so residents are waiting longer to get on buses. Some of my residents watch a bus go by during rush hour because we don't have enough bus service in that area. We should never be cutting services and cutting income costs for TCH. We are the largest landlord in this city, and we should be maintaining our properties the way we would like to live in these homes. Residents wake up with leaky roofs, windows and doors which don't close. They have security issues. They have main infrastructure issues. We should not be cutting these budget items. But to prevent us having to cut these budget items, we need to bring in new revenue, which brings us back to revenue tools. In the annual budget review that Councillor Perks and I do with our residents, we say to residents, here is the budget before us. How would you like us as councillors to vote and support? What items should we be supporting? Is it making cuts? The answer is normally, in fact, always no. But where should we be looking? Every year, as I've mentioned, our residents say increase property taxes, just above the cost of inflation, which will continue the services we have. And one thing they say every year, yes, bring back that vehicle registration tax and use that funding to pay for items we need in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't get the revenue.
Councillor Ainsley.
Sorry? Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought Councillor Fletcher was next.
Councillor Fletcher is not here.
Okay. So this has been a very interesting day-long debate. When I was driving our kids to school this morning, they were asking what we were going to do at City Council today. And I said I was probably going to have a very paternalistic debate about road tolls. And when our oldest son said, why paternalistic, Dad? I said, well, we're going to have a discussion. And, you know, we had the City of Toronto Act that the province gave us a number of years ago that we could use to look at revenue tools for our city to make our city work. Flash forward to 2016, we're having a debate over asking the provincial level of government to let us raise revenue by implementing tolls on the Don Valley Parkway and the Gardner Expressway, two roads that are completely within our ownership. And we're going to have to go to the province to ask for that power. And you can look at the debate that's been happening at the provincial level over the past couple of weeks, the provincial level of government, some people at the province that are adamantly trying to stop us to raise revenue on assets that we own. Some levels of government, some politicians at Queen's Park, a conversation I had earlier at lunch today, when I said, you know, if we could give the province back the TTC and the TCHC that they actually, to a large extent, funded back in the 1990s, if we could go give those two entities back to the provincial government, you would probably never hear from us again. But here we are having a discussion about raising revenue on our highways in a city, trying to have a mature conversation, run it in a mature manner, in a city with a budget that's larger than all of the provinces except for 4 across this country. And that's why I call this paternalistic. When I look at the motions that are before us today, I will be supporting the motion, as I did at Executive Committee, to have tolls on the Gardner and the Don Valley Parkway. I think that we need to be looking at those revenue tools. A hotel tax, I think that's something we need to implement fully as well. It's partially done now on a voluntary basis in this city. One of the examples that I will use is that earlier this year, I took our youngest son for a father-son trip. We were in Georgia. We stayed overnight in a small town in southern Georgia. When I checked out, they actually had 3
Councillor Ainsley, sorry, I put your time on hold. Please, members of council, there's far too much noise in the council chambers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was on a family trip earlier this year, we stayed overnight in a Comfort Inn in the southern end of Georgia. And when I was checking out the next morning, on my bill, there's a state room hotel tax. The city that I stayed in had a hotel room tax. And then there was a third one. It was called a city residential hotel room tax, recreational. And when I said to the clerk,
when we were checking out what's the recreational tax for, they said that was actually something the local city council implemented to build, so they could build a new recreation center that they had in that city. So, all in, I think those three taxes were about $5. I happily paid them, and I was on my way. I think that when we have something voluntary, I think in the largest city in Canada, we have the City of Toronto Act, we're looking at maximizing the revenues we can to make this city work. I think that the Gardner and the Don Valley Parkway are responsible taxes, as well as the hotel room tax. I'll be supporting those. Councillor Mamlidi's not here. He had quite an imaginative list of revenue sources we should be looking at. Actually, we call that imaginary, because we've been after those for a long time from the provincial government with little or no success. I think if we're going to have the mature conversation, we have to move forward with the recommendations that were passed at the Executive Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the thing is that none of the members that have their name on the list are here. Okay, I'm looking at everybody that's got their name and nobody's here. Councillor Robinson, you're here.
Oh, Councillor McMahon's right here.
Well, Councillor McMahon, you're on the list. Councillor McMahon? Okay, to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I have a few motions, and one of them I'll speak to the one I had later, but I have two here, and the first one is basically some people are paying for their parking pads and other people are not paying for their parking pads. This is a two-tiered system in the city, and I feel it is wrong. And I feel the people who have illegal parking pads would happily pay for those parking pads if they knew that they were going to lose them because they haven't been paying for years and years and years. So let's look at that as a revenue source and bring them into compliance and have them pay as their neighbors have been paying for years. That's the first one. And the second one is to look at a portion of the hotel tax to be allocated to the arts because we are lagging behind other cities immensely, and it's taken us 13 years to increase our arts funding $8 per capita. So that's my motions. I did have another one about permit parking because we have some streets that do not have on-street parking. So again, a two-tiered system, but I will bring that to budget. I won't do that here. So my motions are about equity and revenue. And so as you know, at Executive, I supported the package that came out of Executive. Happy to do that. Also happy to have a mayor who's courageous enough to come out with revenue sources with the likes of road tolls. Not an easy topic to have. Used to be political suicide back in the day. But I think we are mature enough and advanced enough now where we're at, and we understand that we need to fund things in our great city, and we need revenue for that. And always been a big supporter of road tolls, and happy to have that conversation and move that forward. And happy to be where we are now, where we get that we need revenue to pay for our fantastic services in the City of Toronto. So there you have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Motion, it's an amendment for Councillor Wong-Tam, and it is to add on her vehicle tax, including the maintenance improvement of local roads, which is one of the reasons why I think people did not understand that. It was not a dedicated, targeted tax. We are a really large, often mature government here in the City of Toronto, the largest city in Canada, and bigger than most provinces as far as the government is concerned. And as we've heard over and over again, we are a growing city. About 30,000 people, 30,000 new residents every year. And we have very big pressures in being a growing city, and a city that has not kept up even with the previous growth. I've said it many times about the original megacity and the many zero property tax increases that were promised and then delivered. Imagine a zero property tax budget in the year 2001. We did not keep up with the growth that was required in our city. We are not getting the help we need for transit or for housing, as we've heard. All of the Ontario housing was downloaded to the newly amalgamated city with no money for repairs, as is. It was simply downloaded as is and became our total responsibility. And we've asked over and over again, and we will continue to ask, to have those parts of our budget funded, transit and housing. In the last administration, our former mayor said we had a spending problem, not a revenue problem. A spending problem in the City of Toronto, not a revenue problem. And yet 30,000 new residents coming in every year, and somehow we had a spending problem, not a revenue problem, when we're dealing with an influx of people to that degree, with the amount of building that was being undertaken, the number of new roads, upgrades to sewers, upgrades to water, new legislation to deliver safe services and recreation in the City of Toronto. And I'm very happy that our current mayor has been convinced that we actually do need to raise some revenues to keep pace with being a growing city, with being the largest city in Canada, with being one of the largest cities in North America. We did, as a government, actually raise some money outside of property taxes when we agreed to put a small levy on to build the Scarborough subway, $3 billion. We are paying for that with a levy on the property tax from across the city. And now we realize we have to continue to raise money, and we're suggesting that something that's a bit controversial, but shouldn't be that controversial, to add road tolls onto one of the things that we already do, paying for the Scarborough subway with a levy, put road tolls on the Gardiner and the Don Valley Expressway. We heard this morning it's $2.6 billion to repair the Gardiner, $2.6 billion to keep a highway elevated, and this council voted to maintain an elevated highway through our city core. So people want to drive on that. That's why council voted to do that. And it's going to cost $2.6 billion to achieve that. And therefore, should the drivers not contribute to maintaining this big, elevated highway? It's not like having a road. It falls down. There's a lot of very difficult maintenance to maintain an elevated highway. So I certainly think that it's all right for drivers who use it and who wish to use it to travel in an efficient, fast way through the downtown core, to pay a road toll to move through our city. Most of you have probably gone to New York or gone somewhere without thinking. You're putting in that money. You're putting in that money. So really, I think that we should support road tolls, other revenue tools. After the land transfer tax in 2007, we have not brought in one new penny in alternative revenues outside of the Scarborough subway levy, and that is quite a few years. That's 9 years without a penny. It's time to step up and bring some new revenues into the City of Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be very brief. I think all of us have recognized now this council has a problem. We repeatedly make promises that we have no intention of keeping, or shy away from the difficult decisions when we have to implement them. Over the last couple of years, we've witnessed some of this. Rather significant promises being made during election time, but then when it comes to actually funding these projects, those same mayors and councillors shy away. There were some bright moments in the last 2 decades. One of them, and I'm happy to say I'm on budget committee with her now, was when Councillor Carroll was the budget chief. And they bravely went ahead and introduced several new revenue tools. It was hard. It was a painful discussion amongst their colleagues, amongst friends on council, but it worked. And we rely on one of them now more than we rely probably on any other tool but property taxes. Certainly the increase of that one we rely on more than our increase in property taxes. And it's a shame that this council, and I was one of them, voted to repeal the vehicle registration fee. Today I will yet again try to make up for that by voting in favor of Councillor Wong Tam's motion. I also think that the approach Councillor Carroll takes in a slow incremental increase in our property taxes across all bands to bring us to the average of the GTHA or the GTA is a more fair approach to how we should actually raise our revenue. Sadly, because of a political promise made in the last election, I don't think that's going to pass. And I think that's probably one of the biggest mistakes we've made these past couple of years and the 4 years before that. If we've let mayors' promises to get elected guide this council, rather than the evidence that we're given from our staff about how we should pay for things and about the financial state the city's in. Last year, our bridging strategy built a $40 million, $50 million hole into our budget we now have to climb out of. This year, we've decided, well, that wasn't good enough. We're going to have $100 million in a bridging strategy. That's not being honest with ourselves. It's not being honest with our residents. I think that the approach that Councillor Carroll puts forward is one that will help us get us to the point that we can have financial stability and security within our own municipality, particularly within the operating budget. Now, capital, I think, is another story, and we need to look for as many tools as we can in this regard. And for that reason, I'll be supporting aspects of the plan that are being put forward. I certainly would hope that we would have everyone's support in pursuing the larger tools that are necessary. The one that's here that was put forward by Councillor Matlow is a sales tax. And I think a regional approach to that sales tax would be warranted. And I think we can build that kind of support amongst our colleagues in other cities, rather than send them a check for a part of transit that they don't know how to pay for and they didn't even realize they had to pay for, rather than send them that and then within a month tell them, oh, and by the way, your residents are going to pay the cost of admission into Toronto. We should be working with them because they're in this same boat. And I feel for those municipalities too, and they don't even have the tools that we have at our disposal. We need to stop making these large promises against staff recommendations. The Gardner Expressway we'll talk about later. That elevated portion needs serious reconsideration. How much bigger is that blank check going to get before we realize we've made a mistake? When the Scarborough one stop comes and it's half a stop or a quarter of a stop, how small does that stop need to get for us to start reconsidering that decision? Now, the mayor has repeatedly gone out in the media and said he's the first mayor to have a transit plan and bring forward tools to fund it. I would beg to differ, because just our last mayor, one that not all of us thought fondly of, but now I think we can reflect on that decision. It was a wrong transit plan, but he took that transit plan and trashed the other one and installed a new fee to pay for it. Now, prior to him, he was not the first. The mayor prior to him put several new funding mechanisms in place, and yes, had a transit plan for us to fund. We just keep ignoring what's going on those earlier councils. And now let's not ignore the mistake that they've made, and let's get out of this hole and start passing these fees.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief. I will be supporting the next steps towards road tolls, not because I love them, but because I know we need them. Ward 26, many residents are either going to have to pay or may actually suffer with potentially increased traffic through the ward. But the reality is, what I've heard today, a lot of it is the hey, look over there. Let's blame the province. Let's do this. Let's put a motion for sales tax. I agree with all that. Absolutely, we need a new framework, but we've been singing the same tune for at least 15 years, since the Mike Harris days. There are still serious inequities. I get it. But I challenge any of the councillors who have gotten up and sung that tune today to tell me when they've approached their Liberal MPP to discuss it and to move that agenda forward. To me, it's all about intellectual honesty. Councillor Matlow's motion, there was that. He said there were various points, and at the end, he said if those points failed, then we need to reconsider pulling back on our capital projects. No one else has said that. They just said, hey, look over there to the other guy, and I think we all know that doesn't work.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you. One small motion that City Council delete Executive Committee recommendation number 3, which is that City Council give consideration to expanding the use of electronic signs as a way of increasing the amount of funds raised by the third-party sign tax. And I'll get back to that later, but first I want to thank the Mayor for his leadership. I'm not crazy about paying tolls. My constituents aren't crazy about paying tolls. There are other ways I would prefer that we would raise money, and I'll be supporting those motions. But I think it's important to support the Mayor when we finally have a leader who's willing to tell people what they need to know, which is that if you want to have a great city, if you want to have a great transit system, somebody has to pay for that, and you can't keep pretending that that's not the case, and you can't keep putting off those bills like a MasterCard bill that are going to come back to haunt you. To the motion, we do not need any more digital signs. In fact, we would have to change our bylaws to add any more digital signs. And we can greatly increase the amount of revenue we bring in from those just by taxing them at a much higher rate. There is a report that's coming to Planning and Growth Management Committee, I believe, in April, and it will talk about the amount of money that is generated from these signs, and I think people will be shocked that when a councillor gets up and moves a sign that is not being recommended by staff and a majority in this room vote for it, like that, an instant millionaire is being created. In some cases, an instant multimillionaire. And the people involved in even getting the sign can get just people who ask for the sign, who are sign brokers, can make hundreds of thousands of dollars on one of those transactions. So we'll be seeing what those numbers are coming to council sometime around April, and I think it will be a real stunner how much money we are creating for other people by approving signs that are contrary to our own bylaws. So let's not keep doing that, but by all means, if we want to increase revenue from signs, we can certainly bump up the amount that we're currently getting from them, because it is a very small fraction of the revenue being generated by them.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion put up on the screen. City Council requests the City Manager, in consultation with the Deputy City Manager, Cluster B, and the General Manager of Transportation Services, and any other appropriate city staff, thoroughly investigate, study, and report on the short and long-term impacts on the implementation of road tolls on A, the travel patterns of the 905 area residents and other out-of-town commuters into the city on local roads in Ward 6, including Browns Line, Kipling Avenue, Islington, Park Lawn Road, Roy York Road, and the future Legion Road extension. B, the current Park Lawn Transportation Master Plan, which is currently underway, work and delivery timelines, and current waterfront transit reset work and delivery timelines, including identifying any infrastructure improvements that will be required. And C, current traffic initiatives in Ward 6, including but not limited to the Palace Pier Court and Lakeshore Boulevard, which is actually Highway 2, the pinch point, closing the gap on the dedicated right-of-way from St. Joe's Hospital Exhibition Place, and connecting options, possible relocation of the Humber Loop to Park Lawn and Lakeshore Boulevard West, and a dedicated rush-hour transit-only lane, Lakeshore Boulevard West, east of Park Lawn. With that, I stand and applaud the mayor for bringing this forward. I am very concerned what this means to my ward. I've had a chance to talk to the mayor on a couple of occasions. We had the pleasure to ride together in the Lakeshore Santa Claus Parade a week ago. As we went down the route, we heard many people, no tolls, Mr. Tory, Mr. Grimes, no tolls. But again, I applaud for bringing these forward. Anything that does come forward on this information, I need this information to come forward. When it comes back, I'm going to be looking for some of this stuff not only to be implemented, but great detail on the modeling. And in the capital budget, some of these projects, we just worked with John Olivia on the waterfront reset. I've talked to this council many times about having the dedicated right-of-way from Park Lawn and Lakeshore to St. Joe's Hospital, and from St. Joe's to Exhibition Place. How do we join that up? And then we'd have from Exhibition Place all the way going further down east into the city, a dedicated right-of-way. I stood there when the Gardner was closed, and people just infiltrated into Humber Bay Shores and Lakeshore Boulevard where you couldn't move. And that's what's terrifying my constituents. So I worked with the mayor's office on this motion. I was music to my ears to hear Mr. Wallace understanding the problems we're having out in my ward. And it's imperative that we get on this right away. And the funding model that's going to come forward from this funding possibly, I hope it's going to look at these projects, just not the downtown relief line and other projects in Eglinton, but to get the relief down that is going to, the problems that we can create with this toll. So with that, I'm not overly pleased to be supporting this without the correct information, but I'm very encouraged by hearing Mr. Wallace today and the commitment by his staff bringing this information forward. So with that, I will be supporting that and some of the other motions here before me.
Thank you. We do have a question, Councillor Holliday.
Councillor Grimes, thank you for placing that motion. I wondered if you consider it a friendly amendment to add Evans Avenue to that list. And the reason I bring that up is because when the Gardner was closed for maintenance a little over a month ago, I remember getting caught in quite the traffic jam on Evans Avenue because I couldn't make it to the Queensway. And I suspect that may be a street that will take the brunt as a parallel route.
Have it? That'd be, I'd consider that friendly. We could add Evans Avenue, no problem whatsoever.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi.
Sorry, Councillor, you moved the motion?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, did you say you're supporting tolls?
I'm supporting moving forward with the studies. I want these studies taken into account, whatever comes back, but I'm going to support moving forward to ask the province to look at having the ability to put in tolls.
You recognize that with the support of tolls in your particular ward, it means that Lakeshore and all of the other adjoining streets will have at least, based on staff's report, at least 29% more traffic on it.
Yes, Councilman, I'm very anxious to get those numbers back, like you are. Like I said in my speech, I'm looking for the modeling. What does this mean? I really don't know. My community is very, very concerned what's going to happen if these get implemented. But hopefully, with my motion here and these studies and the detailed modeling, I'll be able to make a better decision when this does come back.
So you would want us to take a look at charging people for the use of the highways next to your ward?
Absolutely. Lakeshore Boulevard is actually Highway 2. It's a very generous road. I know a lot of people from the 905 in Burlington, Oakville, they take it on a daily basis. They come in every day. So what does that mean? Does that mean people will be getting off on Lakeshore? We can't have another debacle like we had at Park on Lakeshore, where we had to make that the mayor's 11th intersection to be looked at, but it was to go less than a kilometer.
Isn't it already a debacle on Lakeshore?
Well, when the Gardner was closed, it's kind of gone back to normal, but we're going to be adding probably another 25 to 30,000 people there in very short order, so that's very concerning. I know there's lots of studies that are happening in that area now that we're working on, so I want to make sure that's all taken into account as these decisions get made.
I'm sorry to hear that you're supporting tolls.
Councillor Campbell to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion, and that is it's in regard to Part 4A, and just adding that one of the items that we asked the provincial government about for moving forward be a personal income tax for the City of Toronto. New York City has a personal income tax. I'm not necessarily an advocate for implementing a personal income tax, but I am of the view that a progressive tax is better than a regressive tax, which in my view the property tax is. And I think that a future council may want to have the opportunity to give consideration to a personal income tax. Now, aside from that, most of this debate has been about road tolls, and I think it's very easy to be a naysayer and a nickel and dime conservative and say that we can't increase taxes at any price because our taxpayers are too burdened. My personal view is we decided to not tear down the Gardner East Expressway. We decided to rehabilitate it, move it, free up lands for development, and somehow that has to be paid for. Somehow the tens of millions that we divert from property taxes every year for the Gardner and the Don Valley Parkway have to be paid. I don't believe that a $2 toll is going to force drivers to change their driving behaviors and habits. And in fact, our intention is not to do so because we really don't have the TTC facility to accommodate all of those drivers were we to price them out of their cars. I'm a fiscal conservative, and I believe in user fees. I believe that user fees are fiscally responsible. User fees assign the cost of the good to the benefactor of the good, and I think that's responsible politics, and I think that's responsible government. Etobicoke residents will ultimately benefit from these tolls and the money that is raised to improve our transit system. Everywhere you go in the City of Toronto, we find crumbling roads. We wait till they're practically third world conditions before we resurface them. The citizens of Toronto showed no appetite for raising property taxes. The two candidates that came first and second in the last election ran on a platform of not raising property taxes above the rate of inflation. So we have to find other means to raise taxes and fees, and I will not call them revenue tools because I think that's a misnomer, it's disingenuous. But we have to find other ways to pay for the improvements that are required in Toronto. You know, when I look at this another way, TTC riders pay 70% of the operating cost of their service. They choose not to ride and drive on the Gardner Expressway and the Don Valley Parkway. They also pay property taxes. Their property taxes go toward roads that are 40% used by out-of-town residents and the remainder are by people who choose not to take public transit. So I look at these fees on the Gardner as really being a fairness issue. And so I applaud the mayor for coming around to this notion that these are necessary. I think that, you know, we're all here for the betterment of the city. I will not support some of the other measures to raise taxes because I don't think that we are here to necessarily balloon the size of our revenues. We have to go hand in hand with keeping control of our costs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question by Councillor Mammoliti.
Councillor Campbell, are you going to need me to spell your name, by the way?
Oh, it's C-A-M-P-B.
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
You are now, I've heard, and actually all month I've heard about alcohol taxes, property tax increases, tolls, garbage tax increases, water rates going up in the form of taxes, roof taxes, user taxes, not user fees, and now you're asking for an income tax?
I'm not going to use this opportunity to express my views on an income tax, but the motion that I said would be to ask the province if the city of Toronto could at some point in time have the ability to levy an income tax, as is done in the case of New York City.
So let's just assume that the last month is successful amongst all of the councillors that have their little tax wish come true. And all of these taxes and user fees and all these cash grabs come to be today with all these motions, including yours. How do you expect a working family? How do you expect a parent, a single mother? How do you expect a person who's working downtown to be able to afford, and going paycheck to paycheck, to be able to afford a $4 ride every single day or maybe more? And now you want to look at even more tax on their income.
So that is actually not clarification of the motion. But what I will say is that I would like, if a low-income Torontonian were to pay less property tax, but perhaps pay an income tax, their overall tax burden could be lower. Okay. That's progressivity.
Then why aren't you moving a lower property tax? Why aren't you doing that at the same time? Because, look,
Councillor Mammoliti, that's not clarification of the motion.
Well, he just answered the question.
I know,
Is that
but
he's
Councillor
answering
Campbell,
the question?
you're always saying to the point, right?
Well, you were talking to the clerk, and I
Yeah.
thought I might as well try to clarify for my colleague here.
My point is, in his response, Madam Speaker, he very clearly pointed something out in reducing property tax.
At the moment.
So I guess my view is, the people that are watching us today are probably saying to themselves, holy cow, why didn't you move that in your motion then? Why didn't you suggest a lower property tax fee for people that own homes, the tax, and include that in your motion?
Well, we can take that offline, and I'll tell you.
Why don't we do it right now? We're live.
Because if we're the city of Toronto to get to have the latitude to levy a personal income tax, I would make that motion at that time. But it's one step at a time.
I see. So
That was your last question. Deputy Mayor Min Wong to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think there are some good things about this, and there's some not so good things about this. So the good thing about this is that what's being proposed is we're going to get some revenues we need to fill a financial hole. The other, actually even better thing about this is we're getting people from the 905 to finally pay for their share of using roads that they use. So the oh, pardon me, I'm sorry, I had a motion to move. I did, I think we all forgot about that.
Can we
So
put the motion?
it's on the board, you can read it while I speak, but this is pretty much a housekeeping motion with regard to the billboards. So the bad news is that, you know, this tax is very difficult for families who use the Don Valley Parkway and the Gardiner Expressway, and it's particularly bad for people that live near the Gardiner Expressway and the Don Valley Parkway. For me, it's particularly difficult because the Don Valley Parkway is pretty much a local road for my community. It's the only way to get downtown. There is no other practical way to do it. You can't use Victoria Park, you can't use O'Connor Drive, you can't use Don Mills Road. And, you know, Councillor Burnside knows how difficult it is for my residents to get downtown because many of us, when the Don Valley Parkway is not an option, drive through his community. And we know how, and I know, my residents know how bad that traffic is, and it's only going to get worse. But as many speakers have said, we've got to do something, and so here we are. I would like to comment just very briefly on this idea, you know, how all these people are saying we're finally, I think it was Councillor Layton that said we're finally filling a hole and good for us. Well, I wasn't part of that digging that hole. I didn't vote for those things. And there are many of us, and I include Councillor Grimes and Councillor DiCiano, We didn't have any shovels in this arrangement. We're actually trying to fill those holes all the time. We're trying to fill those holes through, getting good labor agreements. We're trying to contract out. We're trying to merge real estate. We are trying to fill the holes. Many of the councillors from the downtown who make political decisions that cost us great sums of money and who actually have those shovels and who are digging us deeper and deeper, and who after today will continue, after we fill that hole, they'll just get their shovels out and say, you know what, we've got more money, let's continue to dig the hole again. And those are the people that I have concerns about. And the perfect example is something like these billboards. We have a contract with Astral Media and we make money off that. And that could make us lots and lots of money. But the very people like Councillor Filion say, no, we can't do that. But then again, he wants to tax people when there is actually money available. You look at things like, and some of this advertising revenue, and firstly, let me say, I want to defer the billboard tax back for two reasons. A, there's a report pending, number one, and secondly, the billboard community is being reassessed by MPAC right now, and they've got a lot of financial troubles. And the third piece I will say to that is, Councillor Filion said, some of these billboard owners are going to make $1 million, and he suggested that to me that was somehow wrong, that was a sin. Why shouldn't we be celebrating businesses that are successful? Is it so wrong that a company is going to make $1 million in the City of Toronto? I think not. But quite frankly, the very people who are supporting this tax so enthusiastically are the very people that put us in this position. And, quite frankly, it's left for the rest of us who live very much along the Gardiner Expressway and the Don Valley Parkway who are having to assume these responsibilities. And so it's a very, very difficult decision for us. And that's one of the reasons why I put in place looking at caps, putting some sort of caps in. But this is going to be very difficult for my residents to support, and I'm going to be very careful in examining the recommendations that come back in terms of how this is being implemented, because Councillor Mammoliti is not entirely wrong when he says, we look at our revenue problems. Families across the entire city, they have revenue problems, and they don't have this extra money, and so we have to be very mindful of their concerns, and especially the people who have to use the Don Valley Parkway every single day.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion as well. City Council requests the City Manager in consultation with the Deputy City Manager Cluster B and the General Manager Transportation Services and any other appropriate city staff thoroughly investigate, study, and report on the short and long-term impacts of the implementation of road tolls on A, traffic patterns into and out of Ward 5 at Etobicoke Lakeshore with particular focus on traffic flow along the Queensway, and B, the current and expected redevelopment of the 6 Points area of Bloor and Dundas Street corridor. Madam Speaker, I've been here at City Hall now coming on to 2 years, and I can tell you that I believe we have both a spending and a revenue problem. It isn't just one or the other. So road tolls might be something that is justified in raising revenue. But to me, it's very, very important which order we take on and challenge that. Do we go after revenue or do we go after efficiencies first and foremost? Please, Mr. Perks, if you could just keep it quiet while others talk. Okay. Give us the courtesy to do that.
Councillor DiCiano.
We have.
Thank you.
We have a bidding process here at the city that bars open competition, which is costing us hundreds of millions of dollars a year on infrastructure projects. We have a tendering process that after MFP, the cure became worse than the disease. It's costing us hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Why don't we look at that and fix that problem? Being on the Budget Committee over this will be my third round on budget. We get thousands of pages in these budget documents. I can't tell you, we've got thousands of employees each and every day. Everybody's busy doing something, but you can never find the information on they're busy doing what. We don't track time, we don't track performance, and if we do, or if our directors do, we certainly don't get that information. So I'm going to move forward today and support the mayor's motion here to study tolls, because I think we have a revenue and an expense problem. I want to look at what staff bring back, what the effects are on my community. But before I am totally sold on moving forward with taxing the little guy, there's a lot of work that we need to do here at this City Council to make things right so that the people of Toronto have confidence in us moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti?
So you're supporting tolls?
No, Councillor Mammoliti, I'm not. I'm supporting looking into a possible revenue stream, how it would work, and what the effects would be on communities across Toronto.
You recognize that what's in front of us is the mayor's task is to get the province to agree to allow us to toll.
Councillor
I understand
Mammoliti,
that.
clarification of the motion, please. It's right in front of you. Read it.
Councillor, I understand that, and I share your hesitation. But I think
the reason I say that, Councillor, is because I saw the lobbying that was going on to get the votes, and it became a little close at one point, and I think the staff of the mayor got to a lot of people. I hope you're not one of them, are you?
Okay.
again,
Councillor
Councillor-
Mammoliti, please.
I'll answer the question.
No, it's it.
Councillor, like I said, I will look to what the reports say. We know, everyone knows in this room that whatever is voted on today is not approving road tolls or saying no to road tolls. I'm certainly looking to see what information comes back. But before I, as a councillor, move forward on saying yes, definitely to charging Torontonians a road tax in the city, I want to see City Hall clean up their act.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Councillor DeChano stole my opening line. It's right here, if you want to see it later. So we have had this long-standing debate over whether we have a revenue or spending problem, and like the speaker prior to me, I think we have both, without a doubt. So I think if we are going to put our hand out and ask for more, we have to be certain we have our fiscal house in order. Certainly at all the public meetings I attend in my ward, that's what residents want to hear. There is some good news happening at City Hall, where we're seeing these business transformations and this modernization underway. I think this innovation should be applauded. I want to thank the mayor for pushing for this, and I am hopeful that this will result in some savings, some significant savings down the road. I also forgot to place my motion. I'm sorry. I've got a motion, sorry to the clerks, and I'll speak to that in a minute. It's related to road tolls.
Can we put it on the screen, please? Can I have the
Yes, the
staff?
clerks
put the
have
motion
it.
on the
Sorry, I
screen?
forgot. My apologies. So I guess what I've witnessed over the last few years is we've been adding a lot of programs, a lot of FTEs at committee meetings, at council meetings, and I think we need to, this is a time we pick our priorities and we stick to our knitting. The massive capital gap we have is unprecedented. It's unbelievable how big it is. And I think we need to review that list, and we need to make some tough decisions. So I applaud this parallel effort that we're undertaking to look at revenue tools, but also to continue to look for savings. I think residents expect that. I think they want to see their money spent responsibly. I think they want us to keep our eye on the bottom line and keep taxes in check. But because Councillor Deputy Mayor Min Wong just spoke, something he said really resonated with me, because I do hear this all the time when I'm out in Ward 25. People worry that when we generate revenues, that they go into a big black hole and they get dispersed and they don't really get dedicated. So I'm very hopeful as we move forward that these funds will be dedicated. And just in reference to my motion, Councillor Frakadakis and I have similar, well, great minds think alike, I think, because we came up with a similar motion. Mine's a little bit different. If we could just put it up on the screen, because obviously, many of our wards are going to be impacted by this.
Where's the
Certainly,
motion?
Councillor Burnside, Councillor Denzel Min Wong, and myself, as we represent Don Mills. And so I would like to see in this report coming to executive that we have some information, not after we make the commitment, before we make the commitment. What are the impacts? What are the traffic infiltration on roads like Leslie, Don Mills Road, obviously, immediately 1 kilometer west, as well as Bayview Avenue? So I would like to know that information as early in 2017 as possible, as part of this overall tolling report that's coming forward to executive. So I hope you'll support my motion, which is a little variation on the theme from Councillor Fracadakis'.
Thank you.
Did I say your name wrong? I'm sorry.
So, Councillor Robinson, you have a question from Councillor Mammoliti.
Oh, good.
You can start spelling your name.
I don't know if she wants to spell her name for me or not, but...
I do.
Okay, go ahead, spell
No,
it.
it's okay.
All right. So I'm having a hard time understanding why there's so many councillors that abut the highways that we're about to tax, knowing that there's going to be, in the report, by the way, that staff wrote, has a 29% increase on the main arterial roads and the side roads off of those highways. How is it that you need to find out more before you say no to something like this? Because you already know that it's almost 30% increase in your roads that your constituents are going to have to endure in the way of congestion. Why are you standing up, moving a motion, saying I need to know more information? It's there. It's 30%.
Well, because I do need more information. So I know for a fact, being the chair of Public Works and Infrastructure, that transportation staff
I
have
look
been...
forward to working with you, by the way.
I'm excited you're on our committee. Very excited. Cheers rang down the hall.
Well, now that's bad news. That's really bad news.
Give me a task force on bike lanes.
So I forgot what I was going to say, but I do know that Ashley Curtis, who's been playing I want to just say quickly, who's played a great leadership role in absence of a general manager, and I should have said that this morning, and I apologize. Ashley Curtis has really been an amazing leader for our city in the last 6 months in absence of Stephen Buckley after he left, so thank you, Ashley, for that. He and his team have been working on a comprehensive report that's coming forward to executive in the new year that will detail out the infiltration impacts on local roads.
Okay. Madam Chair of Works, you recognize that this is just
Through
not
the
gonna,
Speaker, Councillor Mammoliti.
You recognize that this is not going to go away, that this is going to be an election issue, that anybody that votes in favor of this or wants to study is going to have to go door to door and explain why you're...
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis? No, you're not asking a question. You're being silly, and you're not asking questions. Councillor Karygiannis.
Madam Chair, thank you, and I'm sure that Councillor Robinson would not want to spell my name pretty quickly. My question to the councillor is, I realize if the motion says coming back to the executive, don't you think it'd be more prudent to come back to this body so we can all see it and decide where we're going?
I didn't know he was talking to me.
He's talking to you.
Okay, sorry. Could you just repeat the question?
Well, Madam Chair, you want to start my time over again?
She's the speaker.
Thank you. So should I ask for the first question, spelling my name quickly, you won't be able to do that. So we're going to afford that. Now,
I got, just if you could move
if the report only comes to executive, don't you think it'd be more prudent that it comes to council, straight to council, for us to take a look at it?
Well, that's the running order. It goes to executive, a standing committee first, which is executive in this case, and then it would it would come to council.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Holliday has a question.
Mine truly is clarification. I know I heard in the comments earlier from the staff that they had intended to do this report. Can you clarify the utility of placing this motion if we're already expecting it, or does it need to be placed in order to get the report on the traffic impacts?
Sorry, so just to clarify, I was having a hard time hearing you actually, Councillor Holliday.
Sure, I can repeat it if you wish. It's a short one. My understanding of the debate today was that this report was coming, notwithstanding your motion. The staff talked about all of the work that they had done. I think the city manager mentioned it, that there would be a future report on tolls, and that report would include this information on traffic impacts. I just needed to understand the utility or the purpose of the motion if we're already getting the information.
Well, I guess because I represent Don Valley West, and this expressway is 1 kilometer from my ward.
Okay.
And I work closely with Councillor Denzelman and Wong and Councillor Burnside in representing Don Mills. Residents in Don Mills are very concerned about this, so this was just assurance for me that this would be a part and parcel of the overall report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I got 2 motions, which I'd like to introduce. I believe they're on the screen. They're relatively self-explanatory. So the first one basically says that I will not be supporting the road toll initiative. However, if the City Council does, in its bad judgment, support road tolls, then all of the revenues from that should go towards reducing TTC fares, because I think that would be the appropriate thing to do. So that's the first motion. The second motion is also, I believe, I don't have a copy of it here. The clerk has a copy. They're going to put it on. Oh, there it is. Basically request the province to give an equivalent amount in income tax, equivalent currently to the grant funds. So as I've suggested, I will not be supporting road tolls. Why do I not support road tolls? Once upon a time, progressives, not progressive conservatives, but progressives, really believed in the notion that any kind of levy or tax or paid should be based on ability to pay. They should have a relevance to ability to pay, and not the kinds of things that I've been hearing today. Ability to pay means based on one's income. Well, when you implement a road toll, and I understand why it is that we would consider a road toll. I also remember, because I was around when Mayor Miller at that time introduced the land transfer tax. I remember that conversation. I supported the land transfer tax, by the way. Didn't support the vehicle registration tax for a whole bunch of reasons, but did support the land transfer tax. And now we have become reliant on a form or source of revenue that someday may not be there. And it creates a bit of a situation, I suspect, a problem for all of us. Initially started to collect somewhere in the neighborhood of $184 million. Now this year, I understand it's coming in at $638 million. That's a big now source of revenue that might change over time. People have talked about property taxes, and the notion that somehow we pay the lowest amount of property tax in Toronto as compared to some of the other municipalities in the Greater Toronto area, and that somehow that should be the source where we go to get our revenues. Well, I remind people again that the property tax just is regressive, not at all based on one's ability to pay. And I hear a lot of talk in here all the time about affordable housing. Well, how does increasing or diminishing the affordability of housing, how is that to anyone's benefit? Credit to the previous government, not the current provincial government, because they've abandoned us. But the previous government, they had actually taken steps to reduce the education portion of the property tax. Once upon a time, it used to occupy somewhere in the neighborhood of 50-55%. They lowered it. They almost got it down to a third. And they had a commitment to actually phasing it out, understanding that it had no relevance to basic provincial programs and the delivery of education. Not only making it unfair in terms of its regressivity, but also making it unfair in terms of in relation to the regions. The current government has stopped that. They've abandoned it. I want to refer you to one last chart, one that we talked about earlier. A pie of source of revenue in 2006 and one in 2017, where provincial grants have basically remained stagnant. If they had grown in relation, and you heard this from our city treasurer,
Thank you, Councillor Perruzzi.
if they had grown in relation to our budget, we would have an additional $400 million in our budget today.
Thank
And
you.
we don't.
Councillor Mamalidi has a question for you.
No, I heard enough. I don't want to hear him talk anymore.
Okay. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So, we have to remember what it is we're actually here to debate. We're here to debate the long-term financial health of the City of Toronto. That's what the report is entitled. The long-term fiscal sustainability of the city. And there are certain questions we have to ask ourselves as we address that question. The first thing we need to ask ourselves is, and many in this chamber have mentioned it, is do we need more revenue? And I was delighted to hear Budget Chief Gary Crawford finally, after years of being a supporter first of Mayor Ford and now of Mayor Tory, concede that yes, we need new revenues in the City of Toronto if we're going to deliver the suite of services that Torontonians ask of us. Absolutely, we do need new revenues. The second question we should be asking ourselves is, what is the right and appropriate suite of revenues? Well, we have a couple of suggestions, some of them very minor, the hotel tax and so on, that will contribute small but only symbolic amounts of money, and one fairly large proposal, which is the road toll proposal. And when you test that against how much money we need, according to the city manager, it comes up about $25 billion short, at least, on our capital side, and a few $100 million, and we don't have a precise number, short on our annual operating budget. In other words, the package that the Executive Committee passed and sent to this Council for consideration will not provide the level of services that Torontonians expect of us. And we've seen it in our draft budget. After putting in a fair increase, the TTC, we still are tens of millions of dollars short on their budget. We're going to have to find something else to cover that. We've seen that we're taking money out of Toronto community housing, literally taking money from the sale of houses that used to be affordable housing, literally taking that money and using it to contribute to balancing our operating budget this year. We have a proposed budget from city staff that not only doesn't keep pace with the poverty strategy that we approved last year, but cuts out an improved number of daycare spaces that we were supposed to be building this year. In other words, the critical services that people who are truly struggling to afford to live in Toronto rely on are being hurt because we don't have a funding package in the City of Toronto that covers those services. So we're going to have to go further than what's in front of us. And my vote on the package that's in front of us depends on whether or not the mayor, his allies, and this council have the courage to actually face our financial problems. I'm going to be looking for the vote on Councillor Davis's motion, or Councillor Campbell's motion, or Councillor Carroll's motion, which actually address paying for the services that Torontonians tell us they need before I vote on this whole package. And if those elements are not there, if those things that actually square our circle, then I will know that this is not a true exercise in delivering the services Torontonians want. The other thing we need to ask, and it's been debated a lot, are the taxes fair? And I want to say right now, road tolls are not fair. They're not fair. This council complains over and over and over again when anybody suggests that we would actually tax people more for owning a home. Well, I want to ask you to think about this. Which asset demonstrates greater wealth, a home or an automobile? Obviously, if you can afford to buy a home but you don't have an automobile, you're doing better than if you can afford to buy an automobile and you don't own your own home. So the logic that's been used to fight property taxes, because it puts certain people at risk, applies doubly if you rely only on tolls. Now, if push comes to shove, I'll hold my nose, but only if I see the leadership of this council support progressive taxation measures, like the sales tax with the low-income rebate or the income tax. And I'm also going to be keeping my eye on whether this council is prepared to look at property taxes. And I will remind you, because the province of Ontario said that we are not allowed to tax tenants as part of this year's budget, this is the year that if you're truly concerned about equity in costs, this is the year to put a property tax increase in. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not aware of any tax or revenue tools that anyone likes. They're all very difficult and they're not palatable. It's a problem for everybody. But I'm also aware though that there are people in this city that needs a variety of different services and so on, whether or not it's transit, whether or not it's simply better roads, whether or not it's housing, and a variety of things that people require. Just this afternoon, Madam Speaker, I had a call from someone, actually it was a Facebook, asking me to call them. They needed food. They needed an opportunity. In fact, they need some other things as well, that we are all sort of trying to figure out how to serve the interests of our community. I think it's actually fair to say, Madam Speaker, is that we're either a grown-up city, a place where we can actually make decisions. We have been for a very long period of time asking, begging, cajoling the province, the federal government for more resources. We continue to hear in this chamber, everybody says, ask the province, ask the Fed. I'm told that the province is broke. I'm told the federal government doesn't have any more money. I think that we need to grow up in this city. We finally actually have a mayor that's actually interested in the city's growth and allowing this city of Toronto to grow up as a world-class city that we tend to talk about. People in this environment are talking about getting re-elected and not elected. You do this, you won't get re-elected, et cetera, et cetera. Madam Speaker, not everyone in my community supports road tolls. Not everyone is against it, quite frankly. I've had conversations. I can tell you, though, that I have to do my duty. This morning when I was traveling here in my car, I saw a bus that was broken down at a bus stop. And there's probably about 30 to 40 people standing in the cold waiting for another bus to come. Part of what we need to do is to fund transit. We need to pay for it in some way or another. To simply say no to all of these things because I won't get reelected again, quite frankly, that's your perspective. That's not mine. People want to vote for me again if I should run in 2018. That is their choice. I can actually survive after an election, whether or not I get reelected or not. I think the point is that we should not be focusing on our own special interests. We should be focusing on the needs of the city. The needs of the city are great. The mayor recognized that. The city manager recognized that. And I do think every member of council actually recognized that. The question is, how do we actually get there? We have $33 billion of unfunded things that we want for this city, yet we don't actually have a way to pay for it. We continue to ask the province for resources. We get some crumbs and so on, but it's not sufficient to provide a livable city that everyone in this city wants, to create opportunities and so on. We're focusing our attention now simply on, well, do we do tolls, do we do this, we do that. We know, for example, and some have said here, well, just tax, tax, tax. There are a lot of people who have houses or expensive homes, but their income are not keeping step because they're retired, they're on fixed income, so while they may be house rich, they're cash poor. That is a problem for many people. So the mayor and the city manager and others are looking at other options. And we say, no, because you didn't campaign on it, no, because you didn't support it during the elections. Well, Madam Speaker, one of the things that I think people recognize, when we're here after an election, we get a lot of information that allows us to effectively change our minds. I'd rather stick with a mayor and join a mayor that changes his mind based on particular information in order to address a fundamental challenge and problem in this city, which is the shortage of funds. And I hear a lot of people saying we're wasting. It's not a revenue problem. It's other issues. There are many issues, but there's been a lot of work done here to address this issue about waste and expenditure. We do have a problem in terms of resources to be able to fund the fundamental things that we want. And I will say this, because I know my residents will pay a toll. I'll pay a toll if I travel on a toll road. I will say this, there'll also be benefits as well. We're dealing with the issue around congestion. We're dealing with the issue around investing in transit. We're then dealing with the opportunity of creating economic opportunities to benefit. So the people, the 140,000 people that Councillor Holyday spoke about, they too will benefit because they will be opportunities for them through the fact that more businesses will want to come to the city because we're dealing with the issues around transit and congestion. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it an interesting debate in the way that all of us look somewhat differently at the items that are in front of us, some of it as the main savior for the city and otherwise. Yet yesterday I came down to the snowstorm, or tried to come down on the subway system, and I was one of the people that got stuck, first because there was problems going back up on the other side of the loop, then we were told that's cleared up, and then we were stuck again, and then we were told it's cleared up, and then I got down to Dundas Street, and then it was stopped because there was water, a little bit of water in the subway system. But what I found most amazing is the one line we have going north and south, takes a loop, feeds this entire city and the entire region. And there's one east-west line, and it's always getting shut down as well because we just don't have the system we should have. And I ask, what other major city anywhere in the world has to fund such a large cost of public transit? It doesn't happen. The state, the federal governments, they assist in the funding. They don't depend on the property taxpayer to do it. What other city, major city in the world has to fund public housing? People come to Toronto because of the services that are available. But the cities themselves don't have to fund that. Those aren't usually property tax responsibilities. So we're left with today's problems because of yesterday's decisions. And the city manager, and him and I have discussed it back and forth, was quite clear. He's really told us, gentlemen, please, like this, you have to live in today's world. And today's world is one where you're not going to see the money coming from the provincial government like you saw before, and you're not seeing it coming from the federal government. You've got to find ways to deal with the problems that are being created because of all the new people that are moving into the city that you all are here governing. No one else is coming to the rescue. And if you don't, we're doing more of a disservice by not building those systems than we are by finding some new revenues. But I don't go along, so I guess what we've got, very simply put, is the old Newton's law, for every action there's a reaction. So what happened? Downloading, stopped the funding for public housing, we had to pick it up. Public transit needed expansion because of the major intensification of the city. We can't afford it. Provincial government, federal government got themselves in problem. They have no money. We have to bail them out because we have to find a way to find the revenue to build these systems that nobody else is dealing with. And if we don't do that, the city gets worse. I've never been one to support additional fees because when you tell me, oh, those poor people that really need help in the city, that we have to help with things, well, that's the homeowner. The home may be worth a lot of money, but it's not in their pocket, as we heard. And they don't have a lot of money, and every new fee is like another tax. And let me tell you, none of them want to pay it.
So you are taxing the poor the most by raising fees, by raising user fees, by putting all these things on. And people in the city can't afford it, and I don't accept the fact that our taxes are lower because our rate is lower. Our tax rate is lower on houses because our houses cost more than anywhere else. Anywhere else in the province. You cannot buy a house. You can buy a house anywhere else outside of the downtown in the city of Toronto for half the price you can buy it in the city. So of course the rate should be half because our value is twice as much. But on a house per house pay basis, those people are actually paying more. So we have two obligations. One now is we're kind of stuck with trying to find more revenue, and the mayor's been leading us through that, and I'm prepared to support the tolling of the expressway because it's a reaction to the fact that the provincial government stopped paying for that, and we have to by property taxpayers, and now somebody has to pay for it, the people that use it. I'm prepared to support that. I'm prepared to look at some other taxes because we need some additional revenue. But I also am a firm believer that we have to continue to look internally at, one, the services that we want to pay for, because not everybody wants the services that you may all want. They actually want less government and less expenses. And how we can do these things better, which means more efficiently, do more for the money that we have. I'll support the basic recommendations to look at the tolls and some of the other revenues, but I really think we have to look closely at the way that we manage here as well, because we are just reacting to the problems that have been foisted upon us over the last few years.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to try not to repeat the last few speakers, but it's hard because I think we're down to the last 2 or 3 councillors that haven't spoken on this issue. I have thanked staff at Executive, but I want to thank them once again because I think that this has been a long conversation that has been leading up to this council meeting, and I want to appreciate the work that the mayor has done as well to bring us here. And I think that we're about to happen is that there's a number of councillors that are going to do the hard work in these council chambers that are actually going to say that, you know, as much as we hate taxes, and we all do, and our residents all, you know, who likes to pay taxes? Everybody hates to pay taxes. We hate paying tolls. But I said this at Executive, and I'll say it here again. The question is not, do you want to pay tolls or do you want to pay taxes? The question is, are we going to fix the Gardner? Are we going to build TTC? Are we going to fix these things? And to the ones that are not going to support the revenue tools that are going to be in front of us and the options for the future as well, I want to see how they're going to tell their residents when the subway doesn't have AC in the summer, are they going to pick up the phone and tell them that they didn't fund the money to get that AC in the subway? Are they going to tell them that they don't have the money to fund the Gardner? Are they going to tell them that they're going to be stuck in a subway because nobody can get in the subway? Are they going to have the same courage that they had to oppose the revenues that we have in here? You should have that courage at that point in time, because that's the conversation we're having here today. Is about how we're going to pay for the services that we need in the city to make sure that we continue to attract investment, to make sure that we continue to have a good quality of life, to make sure that we continue to have the Toronto that we're all so proud of. And that, as much as we need to continue to be efficient, responsible stewards of public money, with a $12 billion budget, you do not have the money to tackle $33 billion of projects. So if you don't want to raise the funds when those projects come in here, make sure you do not vote for them. Make sure you're going to go to your communities and say that you're not going to support those projects. I believe absolutely that we need to continue to put pressure on our provincial and federal government. But is that the reason why we're going to allow our city to crumble? I don't think so. We're just as elected officials as our provincial and federal counterparts. We need to continue putting pressure on them, but we have some tools in front of us, and I hope today we can support it to build the city that we all want.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The fact of the matter is that there is costs to it, and we haven't spoken about that. To rebuild the Gardner Expressway, it's going to cost $3.6 billion. Just to rebuild the eastern part of the Gardner is $1.6 billion. So that's not maintaining it. That's literally rebuilding it. So the question is, how we are going to pay for it? Who is going to pay for it? How are those $33 billion in unfunded capital projects that are within the queue, and many of us are waiting and waiting for that to happen? Who is going to pay for it? How we are going to fund them? Certainly, I'm not prepared to put that on the property tax bill or to do something that some members of council are suggesting, is to increase the property taxes by double digits, because that would be a very responsible thing to do. That will put hundreds and thousands of homeowners out in the street. People are already struggling to survive out there. Personally, I will not support, and there is one of the motions there, to bring it back, the vehicle registration tax. Absolutely not. Selling profitable assets like Toronto Hydro or the Toronto Parking Authority. Those are profitable public assets that are creating good dividends to the city, and that helps year after year in terms of the operating budget. And that will continue to help to pay for unfunded projects. Friends, there are options. We have options there. They do nothing and choose the status quo. Choose traffic congestion that's costing tremendous economic losses to our local communities, and lost productivity and commuting time that's taking place. And I can tell you that, for example, in my own area on St. Clair, I've been very vocal for years on that. So knowing firsthand the actual cause of congestion and how people are suffering, let me tell you that the aspirations of that community are huge in terms of doing something there. We all know that the status quo is suffocating the city in congestion. And things are getting worse by the day, and we all know that. And that's because of years of inaction, indecision, and political inertia. We also know that motorists, they don't like tolls. Who likes it? They are not popular. And people are frustrated mainly because of the simple concept that when they are paying user fees, very often that money ends up somewhere else, and we are not using it for what it was supposed to be. Road tolls are not popular, my friends, and some people hate them. But we all know the ultimate price that we have to pay, and that's the price at the ballot box during the election time. If you can't justify why you are doing this, and then I will suggest have the backbone. I do. So members of council, today, personally, I'm making a very difficult decision. And from the two evils that we have, from doing nothing or doing something, the status quo is not the way to go. So I'm going to do the right decision of building the future, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Kergiana, stop interrupting, please. You are interrupting. It's really unbelievable, the behavior of some of the councillors today. It's disgusting. Are there any further speakers before we go to the mayor? Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have a motion that is put up that really just deals with the question that I addressed earlier in response to a question, which is to absolutely find out every possible way in which we can make sure if this revenue starts to come our way that we will be able to have it exclusively preserved for transit and transportation, and with no chance of anybody meddling with it, because I think it's very important for the public that they see that it is maintained in that manner, and that it's important to public confidence in what we're talking about here today. Madam Speaker, through you, I think we have a plan. The elements of a plan have always been there to build transit. Whether you're talking about the waterfront LRT, the relief line, crosstown east and west, smart track, the elements of a plan have always been there. And many of these things are not new, but I think the difference that we're starting to come to grips with today, if we proceed to approve some of these directions for our long-term transit planning and to fix traffic, is to answer the one question which has prevented this from being a real plan we could actually implement. And it goes all the way back to council meetings that have been held in this very chamber, where actually one after another, different ways of paying for transit and other important things, but in particular I'll focus today on transit and fixing traffic, were turned down. People just said no. And they went back to the old, sort of the old way, which is to say, well, let's go up the street to the province. I mean, the whole notion, this city, with its size and its sophistication and so on, should have to go up the street and beg to begin with. But the fact is, all the begging that's suggested here, we've done before. And it hasn't worked. For right or for wrong. I think it's wrong, but it hasn't worked. And so if we just keep, what's the definition of insanity? Continuing to do the same thing over and over again and think the result is going to change. And it's not going to change. And so if we don't want to, if that's not going to change, but we feel we must change the transit and the traffic, and one is tied very much to the other, the traffic and the transit, then we have to do something. And by the way, there were those who mentioned earlier on that this won't go anywhere near far enough. We have to raise our share. We are getting, thank goodness, some additional help on transit to help fix traffic from the feds. The province is making some investments, not enough, and we're nowhere near getting back what we put into this province and to this country from the people who live in this city. But the bottom line is we are now, I think, on the verge in the next few minutes to at least begin to make a solid start on answering the question, how are we going to pay for the transit that we so badly need to fix the traffic and to make sure the economy stays strong and to make sure families stay strong and that people have access to opportunity. I can assure you, I will, in my remaining time here, whatever that turns out to be, continue to be very focused, without apology, on efficiencies and on the modernization of the government. That is absolutely crucial because it's sensible and because people expect us to do those things. And you heard just today, in answer to some of the questions again, that there are things we're doing today that are producing savings today that are common sense and that are already producing millions of dollars. They said 2 leases that were collapsed today, I heard the example cited by the Chief Financial Officer, is saving us $1 billion every year. And that's one small example of what we can do. And to those who scoff at efficiencies, I say scoff away. But we're going to modernize this government. We're going to make this government one that people can be proud of in terms of how it spends their money. But that doesn't take away from the fact that we need to have this money, these huge capital dollars, to build transit. And so I made an honest choice after careful consideration, an honest choice, because the dishonest choice is to say, let's just do nothing and hope for the best. That's the dishonest choice. That's the choice that has people think they're going to get the transit and they're going to get traffic fixed, but they don't have to pay anybody, anytime, anywhere. That's dishonest. And I will not do that. And so I had a choice. Choice 1, dramatically increase property taxes. You heard the magnitude of the increase referred to today. It's 10%. And you ask yourself how many people think that's fair. And I've heard people stand up today and say property taxes aren't fair, and yet they'll vote against this on the basis that it's not fair, even though it affects far fewer people and actually carries with it the principle of user pay. I had that choice. I had a second choice, sell assets. I looked at all the analysis that was done. I looked at the fact that we can build up our hydroelectric system in another way without selling it off, and came to the conclusion that was not the right thing to do. And so you were then left with other kinds of levies and charges. And quite frankly, this one, well, somebody said earlier on, they all have with them certain elements of either unpopularity or things that people don't think are just right or that they affect some neighborhoods more than others. This one seemed the fairest in the circumstances, and certainly fairer than some mythical notion of going up and saying, here, take back the TTC. We don't want it anymore. And that, if they took it, which we all know that's not going to happen, but if they took it, the very same people the minute they changed the Finch bus schedule, would be saying, oh my goodness gracious, they're running the TTC up at Queen's Park, it's terrible, they're insensitive, we've got to take it back because they don't address local concerns. And I'm just not going to be dishonest with people in that regard because not. May I just have the one remaining minute, Madam Speaker? She's talking to somebody else, and so she said yes. Ladies and gentlemen, decades of inaction are costing people jobs in this city. Decades of inaction are costing people jobs in this city. Decades of inaction are causing the quality of life in the city, as good as it is, to be at risk. We cannot go on the path that we've been on. And when people say to me, well, you've taken a big risk, some of the people said, well, this was going to be, my concession speech for the 2018 election. So be it, if that's the case. Because at the end of the day, you never go wrong doing the right thing. And I think this is the right thing to do, to build transit in the city, to fix traffic, to actually take a plan we now have, because you have worked with me. We've worked together to put a 15-year transit networking plan. So that rather paltry map that you see, quite frankly, when you get on the subway, will look a lot better 15 years from now, because we're actually going to have done what we have to do to build and maintain a great city, and we've been honest with people about it. There is no free transit. And there is no way to fix traffic without building more transit for people. And so I thank those who participated in the debate on all sides of this today, and for all the ideas. I thank those who are going to support this. Let's get on with the vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we do have some questions for you. Yes, Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to move that we finish this item tonight. I think to work right through, do the questions to the mayor, then we finish the item.
Well, motion by Councillor Grimes to finish the item.
And quick releases, Madam Speaker.
And the confirming bylaw. All in favor?
Quick releases. Finish the item, quick releases.
Recorded vote.
Confirming.
Okay, Councillor Mamalidi has asked for a recorded vote.
Finishing the item?
What Councillor Grimes has moved, that we finish the item, and including quick releases in the confirming bill. Right? Yeah.
Councillor Wong-Tam, when you're seated, please.
The motion to extend carries 40-2.
Okay, questions, Councillor Mamalidi?
Mr. Mayor, you have upset a lot of people in the city of Toronto. Many of them I think I'm very clearly representing. In 2003, you called the then Mayor Miller a highway robber after he suggested tolls come into the city. 2014, in the race, last race, you indicated and made it very clear that tolls were not going to be a part of your mandate, and now they are. And I'm suggesting to you this: either you delay it for the 2 years and bring it forward as a mandated item in the next election, or why is it that you just don't step down and go forward with another election that deals with this as a mandate, as opposed to upsetting all of the thousands of people that do not like this strategy?
Well, Madam Speaker, first of all, the notion that I would step down is preposterous. I did receive a mandate from the people to fix traffic and to build transit. I indicated in this last election that tolls were not my preferred option. That's the exact language I used, if you want to pick up a quote. And so I've said here today that I had a choice in front of me when I studied all the options available, and I made that choice, and I'm prepared to stand by that choice, and I will submit myself to the people let me finish. Let me
Take my
finish.
3 minutes.
I'll submit myself to the people at the appropriate time in 2018. But I think there's a far bigger issue that you should be focused on here, which may make all of the discussion of fake news in the United States look like a picnic. There's a quotation in the Toronto Star from June 8th, 2010, attributable to you that I think you'll want to correct. You'll probably want to sue them, so incredible is this misquotation. We've got to stop asking people to cover the woes and the costs of Toronto with property taxes, said Mammoliti. And he talked about how he could build out some of the things he wanted to build out by using road tolls. And he says, and I quote, none of them would mind, please, none of them would mind paying $2 if it is going to something meaningful. That's what you said, or this has been the grossest misquotation in the history of Toronto politics, and I'm prepared to join you in going up there right now and saying, I never said that. I'm going to sue you. Because it's time for some honesty here. We're doing something meaningful, building transit and fixing traffic, and you want to stand in the way of it. I don't.
I'm very happy that you've made yourself feel better with respect to an attack on myself. I'm not the mayor of the City of Toronto. I didn't run in a mayoral race on tolls, and in fact, I didn't say the quote that you had mentioned. So I feel good. I feel good about myself. At the end of the day, Mr. Mayor, people are upset at you because you are raising taxes, you're cash grabbing, you're doing the things that you said you would not do in this particular
I'm sure
city.
there's a question
And I would
somewhere
say
in
to
the
you this, Mr. Mayor, I'd say to you this, what are you going to say to the families that can't afford those $4 a day, or maybe more? What are you going to say to those single mothers that just can't get into their car and do what you're suggesting? Or those seniors that you came up and visited in my particular ward and said that you wouldn't do this? What are you going to say to those seniors who can't afford the taxes and the property taxes and all those fees that you are suggesting in Tory taxes in the city? What do you say to that group of people instead of attacking another councillor on site?
Councillor Mammoliti,
for calling you out on your responsibility.
Councillor Mammoliti, allow the mayor to finish, but just to let members of council know that you have 5 minutes when you ask a question to the mayor. It's 5 minutes.
Then take up 3 minutes and answer the question as well.
Yelling at your seatmate.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I came up to your ward at your invitation, and we didn't address the issue of tolls at that time. But I came up there, actually, why I came up there was because you were asking the city now, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti, please allow the mayor, rather than scream, why don't you listen and have the mayor respond?
The reason I came to his ward was it came at his request to support the millions of dollars in expenditure he was asking that be made in order to make the transit line we are trying to build there a more habitable and acceptable.
I asked for the transit line.
Millions of dollars.
I voted against the transit line.
Speaker,
I didn't ask for the transit
here's what
line.
I will say. Here's what I will say to those people, all the people of Toronto, Madam Speaker, through you, which is that if we want to maintain employment, if we want to maintain the ability of people to connect to employment, including the people in your ward, if we want seniors to be able to get around this city and not be confined to their own area, then we must fix traffic by building transit. And if we want to be honest with people about how we're going to build that transit, we must spell out for them some means of paying for it, and I have picked one means that I've put forward here. You have this mythical notion we can go to Queen's Park and say, here, take the TTC back until the day they alter the Finch bus route when they're running it, and you're suddenly on a 4-alarm fire saying, how can they do that to us? I'm not doing that. I want to fix our transit in our city and say to people, it's not free.
Here,
thank you. Your time's up.
Here, take that. Take that. Here, that's what you're doing to the City of Toronto.
Very theatrical.
That's what you're doing to the City of Toronto.
Councillor Mammoliti, you're really into theatrics. You know, like, you're embarrassing members of council.
Speaker, cool it. Just cool it.
Councillor Mammoliti, I suggest you cool it, and if you can't handle it, then just leave the council chambers, because I'm fed up with your behavior. You're disgusting.
Is that a warning, Speaker?
Yeah. Councillor Holliday.
Speaker, is that a warning? Is that a warning?
Yes, it is a warning.
Yes, it was,
It's about time. Councillor Holliday, question. Now, members of council, just to remind you, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to the mayor.
A little less.
Okay?
Oh, she's.
All right.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
To the mayor, Mr. Mayor, what will you tell the 90,000 residents in Etobicoke and the 50,000 residents in North York when they realize that they have to carry the tax burden of 1 million households in the city? these road tolls will cause them to carry that tax burden?
I think, Madam Speaker, through you, I can appeal to their sense of fairness and reason by having them understand the fact that we are saying to the people who use these expressways that you are going to help us to pay for them. They're not, and by the way, we're also going to have you help us to build the transit so that not as many people have to use those expressways. I would hope that a great many of those people who are going to bear that burden because they choose to use those expressways will, by the time we're finished building the transit, have an option that will not require them to use those expressways, and they will be quite happy to use the new transit that will be available to get to and from where they're going. But the bottom line is right now the cruelest thing I think we can do to those people is to say to them, you have no option. You must use your car, which, by the way, by any stretch, is much more expensive than a TTC fare or much more expensive than a $2 toll. I mean, if you add in the cost of gas, the cost of insurance, the cost of the permits, the cost of the car and the wear and tear on the car, it is much more expensive. So I think many of them, given a proper transit choice, would think that was a good investment of this money in order to give them the chance to use transit and make our city more livable.
Understood, Mr. Mayor, but I understand that some people drive their car because they have to. I think of the people that, the daycare parents that I met over the years putting my children through daycare that hustle in the morning to get their kids into daycare and get in their car only to get to work. And we just talked about earlier in the chamber today about the rising costs of daycare, and I think that's going to come up later on. And now those people are going to get dinged with another $1,000 a year. They're probably going to have to work to make $1,400 a year only to pay to get to work, even more. How is that fair that because of geography, because of the part of the city that they live in, that 1 out of 8 households are going to have to pay this, and 7 out of 8 households in other parts of the city are not going to have to pay anything?
See, this is where, though, when leading is about making choices. And at the end of the day, I think if we'd come here and said, fine, we're going to impose a 10% property tax increase, and you heard that not from me, but from the Chief Financial Officer through you, Madam Speaker, of the city, that you would be coming and telling me that 7 out of 8 of your residents were really unhappy because we had put in a 10% property tax increase to pay for transit and fixed traffic. So at the end of the day, I accept the fact that when you're a leader, that no matter what you put forward that says to people we have to pay for transit that isn't free in order to fix traffic, and that I have a plan to do that with all of you to build that transit so that we don't have that anemic-looking transit line map that we have today, that it's going to make some people unhappy. But I think you'd be standing here making quite a different speech about even more people that would be unhappy if I said, fine, let's have a 10% property tax increase, and I don't think you can disagree with that.
So how do we tell them it's fair that we don't have the courage to implement a 10% property tax across the board, but we're going to saddle that load on these specific residents in Etobicoke and residents in North York, and we're going to let them off in other parts of the city?
Speaker,
I don't see how that's fair,
Madam
Mr.
Speaker,
Mayor.
I think there are 2 things that will cause them to believe that it is as fair as we can get in the circumstances, recognizing there are some people who would say any charge you made at all to build transit and fix traffic is not fair. And so I understand that, and obviously that was where I had to have the wherewithal to stand up and just say, well, look, given that, I still have a decision to make about how to move forward. And I think the 2 things that might provide them with a degree of understanding, if not acceptance, of the fact that this is fairer than other options is, number 1, the fact that it is a user pay and that people do have other choices, including transit, and we're going to broaden out those choices. And number 2, this, for the first time, establishes that we are going to take the 40% of people who use those roads, local roads financed entirely by Toronto taxpayers, and say to them, you have to make a contribution to the road you drive on. And I would think people in Etobicoke and North York and other parts of the city are going to be saying it's about time that we establish that in the absence of getting money from the province to pay for these things that they kindly downloaded to us a number of years ago.
Mr. Mayor, this report says that this is not an efficient tax. What will you say to the people when they learn that $800 out of the $1,000 that they're going to have to pay to go to work every day is going to go to feed the machine that's going to tax them?
I'll say to you respectfully, Councillor, and through you, Madam Speaker, because I have great respect for the fact you don't get up and make histrionic statements, that is a factual error. If you look at the $1.40 in the report, that was the lowest number that they cited, that $1.40 number was the number that was required not only to pay for the cost of the tolling, but also to pay for the entire cost of all of the refurbishment of the Gardiner Expressway and the Parkway, billions of dollars. So what you said is just factually incorrect. Okay. It is not the case that 80% of the money will go to pay for the cost of the tolling. It's just not correct, and I hope that at some stage when you realize it's not correct, you will correct the record, because it's the 2nd or 3rd time you've said it today.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to the Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I know you got to make tough choices, and certainly one of the choices that you're looking to do is tolling. However, you also stood there and said if somebody has a better proposal, let's hear it and bring it forward. So today, as I've spoken before, I brought forward a motion that will allow us to tax people that are not Canadian citizens, non-Canadian residents, people that have not an immigration status in Canada and or seeking asylum. We tax them when they buy a house. That's something that will raise us $200,000 a year. There's another option. Are you willing to support that option?
Well, again, I've read the motion, and it doesn't quite do what you said, but it certainly says we could consider the notion of applying a differential rate of taxation on people who are non-residents, and I'm prepared to support that on the basis it said we could consider that. The province has already opened the door for that by, for example, saying that the non-resident people will not have access to the first-time homebuyer provisions, and so that door having been opened to sort of taking a look at distinguishing between residents and non-residents, I am prepared to support your motion, but I think I've indicated, I think, correctly what it says we're going to do, which is to take a look at something and see what it could produce in terms of money and how complicated it would be to administer it and so on. But yes, I'll support it.
At some point in time, you will go and see the Premier. And in the past, there's been conversation. The Premier has said she doesn't see this flying, and certainly I'm not sure, but I think you've said, well, it's a good suggestion. Are you prepared to go to bat in order to support this motion so we can raise some money?
Please be clear, Madam Speaker, through you, to the member and to all the members of Council. I'm prepared to discuss with her any ideas, but I have a sort of fairly good understanding from past discussions with her and from things they've said on the record that the notion of my going up there, as some would argue, and just saying, here, take the TTC off our hands, doesn't have much chance of success. But these kinds of new ideas that have come up in this discussion, of course, I'm willing to go and discuss those things with her, because I'm really just about one thing, which is making sure we get the money to make sure that we can build the transit to fix the traffic and implement the plan that we've agreed we should move forward with here. That's what I'm about. And so I will have that discussion, of course, with her.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, if we were to impose a 15% as did in Vancouver, it will land us close to $600,000. I'm proposing a 5%, 600 million. Sorry, thank you for the correction. A couple of zeros off there. I'm proposing a 5%, and maybe we can look for more, but will raise us a mere $200 million, which is enough money that we need in order to get the city going and probably take another look at the tolls and actually build a Gardner. There's enough money there in order for us to do it. And it does not hurt our Torontonians. It only looks at people that want to invest in Canada, invest in Toronto, and we don't even know how their money is coming here. Maybe something like this, you could write to the Prime Minister and say, let's examine how their money is coming here, because when they're coming into Canada, they're paying cash. And I'm just wondering where they're getting that money.
Madam Speaker, through you, I don't want to be engaging in speculation as to numbers and all this kind of thing, because I wouldn't know. But I will just say, as I have said, that I will support this motion, and I will raise it with the appropriate people, because it's really, as you know, a provincial decision, I believe, and they'll have to allow us to do this, and so we'll see.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner, questions?
So, sorry, if I understand correctly, your motion says that the revenue from road tolls should be dedicated solely towards public transit, and that's what you believe we should be doing with it.
I think it says, where is it here? It says transit and, it says
transportation
exclusively to transit and transportation initiatives.
So that's
what I've
public
said
transit, bike lanes, road improvements.
Well, it's certainly road improvements, and again, but look, the principal purpose of, to me, we've got plenty on our plate with regard to the relief line, the waterfront LRT, et cetera, to occupy us quite completely for some period of time. And by the way, there are existing provisions made in the budget for road improvements now, so those can stay there, and we can take this money and put it into these transit projects.
I don't mean to give myself more time, Madam Speaker, but you stopped us at 2 seconds. I don't mind that.
I don't know. I pushed it, but it's not working. Okay.
So I hear the arguments about someone living in Etobicoke having to pay on the Gardner, or somebody in one part of the city paying for it. Are the transit enhancements that we're planning now solely for Scarborough, solely for downtown because they're phase one, or are these revenues meant to generate the transit improvements that we need across the entire city?
There are transit improvements, Madam Speaker, through all over the city, and I'll start with even the money we've got to come up with to match the current federal government allocation made to us this year. And we've got to match that money now. What is that going to do? Well, among other things, it's going to buy 780 new buses. And I heard Councillor Thompson referring today to a bus being broken down at the side of the road. Well, that's because we've been repairing and patching and band-aiding these buses for years, and the streetcars. That's for a different reason. But the bottom line is that we need to do that, and we need to build new transit, and it's going to be all over the city. I think we know that. If you look at this map of the 15-year transit plan that I have brought here and that we have voted again to move forward together, it is transit that has lines all over the map connecting people all over the city to opportunity. And there will be those, including some right close by here, who will deny people that transit, and that's their choice. I'm not going to be for that, because I think that's not what building a great city is about. I think that's not what connecting people to opportunity is about. That's not the plan that people want. They want a plan that actually gets on with building transit, which we have not done for decades. The first new transit station in 14 years will open next year when the York University subway opens, the extension. 14 years without a new transit stop, that's not acceptable. I'm not going to carry on that way.
So this funding then will help, just the issue I have when they're saying some pay but don't get any benefit from it. It really is everyone that's driving on these roadways will pay, but communities right across the city then should see benefits in improved transit, because we're going to dedicate the funds to the improvement of transit and transportation infrastructure, whatever it needs across the city. And those are the initiatives that we can't afford to fund right now. Am I right?
Yes, Madam Speaker. The list that is there of transit projects alone is citywide in its implication. It addresses some areas where we managed as a council, or the council did before I was here, to approve a lot of development without transit. We're going to make up for lost time on some of that. And furthermore, we are going to be able to say to those very same people in Etobicoke and North York that we're going to address something else, which is there's been a lot of people from outside of the city who don't pay any taxes here, who are going to make a small, modest contribution to the cost of keeping those roads up and to building transit. By the way, when we keep those roads up and build that transit, it will be beneficial to them, because they will have an easier time coming from the 905, which we very much want them to do business and to work and to play and to live in our city. But they will be among the big beneficiaries of this plan, 905 people with better traffic and better transit, and they will help us to pay for it a small amount, and the rest of the people will benefit as well from a citywide transit plan that will be paid for in part, a substantial part, by these monies.
So in your discussions with the province and the signals that you're getting, do you think that we'll be able to leverage this revenue to get even greater funding proportionately from our federal and provincial cousins that we would if we didn't have this additional revenue coming in and didn't have the ability to put anything on the table?
I hope so, Madam Speaker, but I think ironically the shoe at the moment vis-a-vis the federal government for sure is on the other foot, which is that they have put forward billions in new money over the next number of years to finance public transit in Toronto. This is good news, but they've said, at least in the first phase, we have to match it. And if you said, well, do we have any obvious source for coming up with the hundreds of millions, in fact, I hope it's billions of dollars, that we have to use to match their money to build the new transit to fix traffic, my answer would be the same as it's been here for a long time, which is no, we really don't. This will give us the money necessary to match that money and to get on with building transit and fixing traffic as part of a plan we have to make Toronto as great as it can be.
So if we don't pony up with some additional revenue, there's no horse to ride and no transit to be on. Is that really where we're down to?
We cannot, transit is not free, Madam Speaker. If we don't come up with a way to pay our share of the cost and make sure that allows us to lever the money out of the other two governments, then we won't have the transit, we won't fix traffic, and this city will go downhill in terms of its economy, in terms of its livability, and I just can't stand by and let that happen, and I think the majority of people in this room feel the same way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, question?
Speaker, I'm okay. We have lots of votes, so I'm going to move it along to the vote, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
I'm so quick. I never go on. I'm very quick. Through you, Madam Speaker. But if you just
Sean, give him a law. Give him a law.
again, right out of the ballpark, Joe. Mr. Mayor, through the Speaker to the Mayor, I'm very concerned about the concerns of our councillors in Etobicoke about fairness and what we're potentially doing or not doing to the dear residents of Etobicoke. Will the proposed Eglinton West LRT not bring some benefits to the Etobicoke community?
Well, through you, Madam Speaker, I believe that transit lines like that, which is what we're talking about building here, will provide benefits to people in the West End, the East End, the North, and the South. These transit lines are all over the city, and now we're just coming up with an answer to the question, if we have the plan, how do we pay for it? But I'll say one more thing, and that is that I just want to say through you, Madam Speaker, that I commend the members from the West End and the North End, including the Deputy Mayor, including Councillor Grimes, Councillor DiCiano, and for the fact that they've actually put forward requests for information, and I want them to know, Madam Speaker, that I will be looking at what those reports say about the impact on the residents of those areas as closely as they will. And just as we have taken a look at the possibility of doing something, more than a possibility now, we're going to move forward with something that talks about transit equity, I am sure there are things we could take a look at that will make it as fair as it possibly can be for all the residents of Toronto once we bring this kind of thing forward. I have no idea what that means, but that's what we're asking our staff to report on, to determine the facts first and then look at what we can do to make sure this is as fair as it can be for people and still achieves the objective, which is paying for the transit to fix the traffic.
Okay, and my last question should be quick. Council voted to keep up the Gardner and make a sizable investment in that. Do you recall that the advantage of doing so was not only the time savings for traffic coming from the east, but also from residents from the west, which would include Etobicoke residents?
Well, Madam Speaker, through you, we're going to deal with the Gardner later on in the context of some differences in how we will now go about procuring it, but I will say that there is actually more good news there than meets the eye in the context of the federal government far from being out of the mix, as some reports have presented it. They have written to us recently to say they're still in the mix, potentially, and that we are welcome to submit an application under the new program. It really is a result of the change of government, and that I think that this is still a sensible thing to move forward with, to make sure we have a ring road around Toronto that people can use if they don't want to come in their car inside the city, but they want to get around the city, whether it's north, south on the Parkway and then west, or whether it's west coming east and then going north, whichever way they're going. I still believe that maintaining a ring road for the City of Toronto, as pretty well every other major city has, together with a huge expansion in public transit to give people options not to use those roads if they don't have to, but to use transit, is the way to go in terms of having an integrated transportation platform and program for the city, which also includes active transportation, including cycling and walking, and safer walking for pedestrians.
And presumably residents from Etobicoke will share those benefits.
Everybody will benefit from this plan. Everybody will have more options as a result of this plan, but it requires a means of paying for it in order to get it to happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. Mr. Mayor, I know you've seen my motion. You're supporting my motion. You do recognize, I've had you at many occasions, Park Lawn and Lake Shore with the sale of the Christie plants to First Capital, Mimico, and Humber Bay Shores. You recognize we need action down there in very short order, correct? For the record.
I will say, and when I say this, I don't mean to be more than a little bit critical of decisions of the past, where we allowed a lot of development to take place in your neck of the woods and in other parts of the city, quite frankly, but we did not take the decisions concurrently. And I say we because I'm here now and I'm part of this family and part of this governance structure, and I think now's the time to make up for lost time.
We recognize we're at a tipping point.
That there is a traffic crisis out where you represent, because of the fact we've had great confidence demonstrated by people who've put development in there, but now we've got to build the transit. And not only will that allow the people who live there and work there to get to and from work and from their homes, but I think it will allow a lot of those people to say, hey, you know what? I don't want to use my car anymore. It's really expensive to do so. It's not good for my family. It's not good for the environment. It does get into congestion from time to time. I'll use public transit. But right now, they don't have that option. We're going to give it to them. That's part of the plan.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mamalidi.
We have two personal privileges. The first is to acknowledge that perhaps the debate got a little bit too rowdy a little earlier, and I apologize to my councillor colleagues for this. It's an emotional issue. It's dividing the city, in my opinion, but I think I need to say that perhaps it got a little bit too heated between the mayor and myself. Secondly, I did some research with respect to what the mayor had said, and certainly in 2010, when I ran for mayor of the City of Toronto, there was some dialogue, debates, and there was an article, and it was about tolling new highways in the City of Toronto above old highways. And that's where the tolling comment came in, on new highways and not existing highways.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, you have, okay, Councillor Holiday.
In response to the mayor, he pointed out, of course, I made an error with one of the numbers. It is $1.40, not $1.60, and I do apologize for that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay, members of council, you have the motions.
Madam Speaker, if I may, in the spirit of how we should be trying, and I think the debate's gone on all day, and while there were a few moments, I'm not sure I thought it was as bad as you thought, but it's kind of typical. Typical new style, I accept the comments of both of my colleagues, and I think we should move forward and get on with the vote.
Okay. Oh, okay. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I've asked staff to, there's a technical change in my motion at number 10, and where it says non-Canadian residents, in brackets says this compromises with foreign nationals that are not Canadian citizens and or permanent residents of Canada. I thought I'd point that out, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me to do so.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, we'll have a 10-minute recess. Put the motions in order. I'm sorry, we are. Councillor Aljamari? Councillor Aljamari?
Thank you. I'm declaring an interest.
Okay.
First of all, in two motions. One, motion for 3C, commercial parking levy, and motion 7 revised, D, Roman numerals 2, parking sales tax, in that my son is an employee of a parking company.
Okay, thank you. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
Members of council, are you ready? Oh, because everybody told me they didn't want to break because they were ready. Okay, we'll put the the motion. You've got yeah.
20, item is amended 20.1. And then the rest of these all
Okay,
relate.
so we do. Okay. Motion number 5 is on the screen. Point of order, Councillor Holliday.
I'd just like to request a vote on item.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Sorry.
Before we start, I just want to make sure I put the request in to vote on item, committee recommendation 1D separately. Thank you.
1D.
I gotta go look at it. 1D. Madam Speaker? Harmonizing the land.
Councillor Carmichael Greb.
You want?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just want to vote on committee recommendation 1C and D separately, please.
Okay, there was a request for 1D already, so you want 1C separately?
Yes, please.
I thought it was 1B that was asked for.
Yeah,
It was B.
1B.
No, Councillor Holliday, did you say D or B? D.
Okay.
Yes. And so, Councillor Carmichael Greb, you're saying 1C, right?
Yes, please.
All right. Councillor Mamalidi.
The same request for myself,
sorry.
Madam Speaker.
Oh, hold on, Councillor McMahon is up there.
Yeah, I was first up, but I guess you didn't see me. I'm
I'm
wearing
sorry.
taller
I'm
shoes.
sorry.
I just want to start out the vote on a positive note with a shout out and congratulations from City Hall to Penny Oleksiak for being named the Canadian Athlete of the Year. We're very proud of her, and Ward 32 is too.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Mamalidi.
Same request. I have my motion B. I'd like to vote on all the items separately from A to H, please. Thank you.
Okay, the motion's on the screen. Motion number 5. Oh, Councillor Davis.
On my motion, could I have those 4 voted on separately as well?
All right.
Thank you.
Councillor Fillion. I hope the staff is recording this. Councillor Fillion.
Councillor Min Wong's motion comes before mine, which seems to me to be procedurally incorrect, as mine is trying to remove a portion of his. If his is adopted, some of which I don't have a problem with, then it would make my motion redundant, I believe.
You moved yours first.
Madam Speaker, the votes are ordered so that council can vote on the maximum number of items put before it, and so this preserves its options.
Okay? Well, Councillor Fillion, that's ruling. Okay.
John, you can challenge it.
So, well, I'm not going to challenge the chair, I guess, but so if you support my motion. You have to vote against Councilor Wong's.
No, that's correct.
Okay. Councilor Crescenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just suggest, because we've had so many requests for separating motions and voting on them individually, that makes sense, but we have so many others. Can we just make it a practice that any motion that comes up that has multiple parts to it, we vote on it separately?
No. Only if you...
Sorry, Vince. Sorry, Vince, no.
Councilor Crescent, at this rate, I don't think we're even going to get to the vote. Councilor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 8C, I'd like to separate A and B, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be best as when we come to it, you can mention it, because it's hard for the staff to write all this down at the last minute on who wants what separate. Okay, motion number 5, it's on the screen. Recorded vote.
Well, given that the city only exists by provincial law, that's effectively everything we do. That's the staff.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Lee.
Motion 5 does not carry. The vote is 16 to 26.
Next motion. Item 20.1. On favor? 20.1. We're debating 2 items, 20.1. All right, recorded vote. You don't have to scream.
Speaker, this is a motion.
We're voting on the item at EX 20.1. We're voting on the item that's on page 3, EX 20.1, City of Toronto Long-Term Financial Direction Update. On the item.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Crescenti, please.
The item carries 39 to 3.
Okay, next motion, if we can put on the screen. What's that noise? I'm trying. Okay, can we put the motion? The next motion is by Councillor Mammoliti. Councillor Mammoliti wants separate votes. I guess it's A, B, C, and A. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 7 to 35.
Motion B.
Councillor Carmichael Greb, please. Councillor Karagianis. Councillor Matlow, please.
We have a budget process. This isn't how you do it. I think Francis is doing one.
Part B of the motion does not carry. The vote is 10 to 32.
C.
Councillor Pertz, your vote, please.
Part C does not carry. The vote is 16 to 26.
I'm going to give Ward 13 the problem.
D.
Ward 13 goes to the province. Ward 13 to the province, right? Give it to the province. Yeah. George, I hear it's so popular. And this one's going to... Wait a minute, we voted on this within a year. This was part of the smart track report. Nothing you do worries me, Giorgio. It just annoys me. It's a different feeling.
Oh.
Part D does not carry. The vote is 2 to 40.
Subway.
Number. Number.
Come on, get with the
Number E. Letter E.
No way. You can't do this here. It's the wrong way to do this.
Councillor Kelly, please.
Can't vote yes. It'll create a mess.
Part E does not carry. The vote is 17 to 24.
F.
What 100 million? What 100 million? If you want more poverty,
Part F does not carry. The vote is 2 to 39.
G.
That actually requires a reopen. So I don't know if you want to have it in order. We just voted on that a couple months ago.
Yeah, so number G, I'm going to rule out of order because it's a reopening. Number H. H. I ruled it out of order. H.
Part H does not carry. The vote is 18 to 22.
Okay, next motion. Motion number 6. Recorded vote.
The more of these that pass, the higher the toll will be.
Councillor DiGiorgio, please.
Motion 6 does not carry. The vote is 13 to 29.
Motion 7 revised. Oh, yes. Councillor Archimeri will be in it. Yes. So we're splitting, Councillor Davis has asked for her motion to be voted on separately, correct?
Speaker, A and B come together. One is delete the staff recommendation, and A is to put back the staff, B is deleting the executive, and A is putting back the staff recommendation.
So you have to vote as one vote.
Yeah, so A and B would be one vote.
Yeah.
Right.
A is the staff recommendation.
Okay, so on A and B, recorded vote.
Parts A and B of motion number 7 carries 22 to 20.
Yes. Okay, on the balance, recorded vote.
Balance of what?
Councillor Davis's motion.
This is the staff recommendations. Oh.
The balance of motion 7 does not carry. The vote is 14 to 27.
So motion 17, which is Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong's motion, is redundant. Okay, our next one. Motion 14.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 19 to 23.
Motion 16.
I just considered it, I'm done. Come on over, John. John, there's a seat right here.
Are you speaking to Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, you can switch. You can sit over. Bring him here.
Councillor Campbell, they want you on that side.
Come on, brothers. We got a party card.
Councillor McConnell, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 17 to 25.
Motion.
You voted the right way. You were voting with your
So you
heart.
want, okay.
There you go.
Motion,
Let your heart rule your head.
motion 1A. So there was a request for a separate vote on this one, right? Recorded vote. Pardon?
What part are we voting on?
It's all one.
Okay.
It's all one. Yeah, recorded vote.
Well, whoa. No, I need to vote on C separate. Sorry, Speaker, I'm very sorry. I had understood this was being divided. I understood this was being.
Yeah, I thought so.
Specifically, I need to.
I can't hear you. No, just one sec. So it was the understanding that you wanted the executive committee recommendation to be split. You want this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Specifically, C has, I want to vote on C separately.
All right. Okay. A, recorded vote.
Part A carries 30 to 12.
Okay, B. Recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Part B carries 22 to 20.
C.
Part C does not carry. The vote is 10 to 32.
D.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor McConnell, please.
Councillor Burnside, please.
Part D does not carry. The vote is 12 to 32.
Motion 1B, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Motion 1B does not carry. The vote is 19 to 23.
Motion 13.
That's the naked politics crowd. There they are. Now we know who they are. Yeah, it's very honest. Honesty in government.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Lee. Councillor Kelly, please.
Ask yourself why you sit there.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion 13 does not carry. The vote is 14 to 28.
Motion number 2, recorded vote.
Speaker, on a point of order, I have a question about this. I'm sorry, I should have asked earlier. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I understand. This in no way is preemptive of the city's budget debate, is it? Thanks, Giorgio. I aim to please.
That would be part of the budget.
It's
No?
not preemptive? Thank you.
No. Thank you. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Matlow, please.
Motion 2 does not carry. The vote is 11 to 31.
Motion 4. So, you want this split? No, you can't. You can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Counselor is asking for it to be split. Counselor Karygiannis. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Shiner, please.
Part 1 of motion 4 carries 37 to 5.
2.
Councillor Shiner, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Part 2 carries 36 to 6.
Okay. So we'll do 8. Yeah, B and C. May as well. A. Well, the deputy mayor has asked for a separate vote. So we're going to vote on it separately or together? Yeah, there's been a request, well, we have to do it separately.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please. Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, I know.
I'd like to vote on graduated separately.
Councillor Cole, please.
I want to vote on commercial. I'm against commerce.
Part 3A of the motion does not carry. The vote is 20 to 22.
There you go. Just learned a lesson. How did that? Oh, look at that. Oh. Lesson learned, huh?
Second lesson learned.
B.
It sure is.
Yeah, let's see what happens at the end of the day.
Let's see.
Let's see what happens as amended.
Let's see.
No, they have an hypertension.
Yes, we're voting. Councillor Fletcher, did you, pardon?
No.
You got to vote. Councillor Cressy, please, and Councillor Robinson.
Oh, your light's out.
Councillor Cressy, please.
Don't even want to consult.
Part 3B does not carry. Carries 22 to 20.
Oh, you voted that way again. Huh. Live and learn.
Oh, Councillor Ajimeri, yes. Commercial parking levy. C.
This was the.
Yeah.
Cressy, send me a BP.
Councillor Cressy, please.
Part 3C carries 21 to 20.
Oh, again. Again.
D, sales of D. Didn't we already vote on this one? Checking to see if this is redundant. Yeah, it's not, so we can vote on it.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Grimes, please. Councillor Cole and Councillor Grimes, please.
Part 3D carries 23 to 19.
Okay, number E. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Part 3E carries 28 to 14.
Number 4. Recorded vote. Councillor Mammoliti said he wants a recorded vote on everything. Didn't you say that? Didn't you say that? Okay. No, but Councillor Campbell's asking the question.
Councillor Matlow, please.
Part 4 of motion 4 carries 39 to 3.
8A. Recorded vote.
Really? 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 Unbelievable. You guys. Unbelievable.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 13 to 29.
Eight B. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Cressy, please.
Motion 8B carries 39 to 3.
8C. Recorded vote. You want to split it? Okay, 8C A.
Yeah, that big speech, but honestly.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Davis, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Perks.
Part A carries 34 to 8.
B.
Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Shiner, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Shiner.
Part B carries 35-7.
Eight D.
Councillor Perruzza. And Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Filion, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Motion 8D does not carry. The vote is 12-30.
Motion number 9. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Perruzza. And Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Motion 9 does not carry. The vote is 8-33.
Motion number 10. Revised.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor DeGiorgio, please, and Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
Motion 10 carries 22-19.
Motion 11.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Rajamari, please. Councillor Bailao. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Karagianis.
Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Mihevik, please.
Motion 11 does not carry. The vote is 9-33.
Motion 12, there's been a request to split it. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor DiCiano, please.
Huh? Who's that? Councillor Matlow, we're in the middle of a vote. Can you please get off the phone?
Motion 12, Part 1 carries 30-12.
Okay, Part 2.
Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
Part 2 carries 25-17.
15. Motion 15. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam, thank you.
Councillor Mihevik, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
No, I just thought it was already covered by Councillor Papadakis' motion, but whatever. It's all good.
Motion 15 carries 36-6.
Motion 18, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DiGiorgio, Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Phalion, please.
Motion 18 carries 37-5.
Motion 19. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Motion 19 carries 38 to 4.
Motion 20, recorded vote. (20A).
Councillor Carmichael Grant, please. Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Davis.
Councillor Palacio, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 4 to 38.
20B. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Davis, Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Kelly, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Burnside and Councillor Fletcher, please.
Magic 8 balls with a bunch of words and he makes motions out of them.
Motion 20B does not carry. The vote is 13 to 29.
Motion 21, recorded vote.
Councillor
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
Motion 21 carries 31 to 10.
Okay, on item EX 20.2. Yeah. Okay. Okay, number C, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Crisanti, please.
Is Councillor Fletcher's
Councillor
button
DiGiano, please.
Is Councillor Fletcher's button working on your end? No, I understand, but I just want to make sure it's working here. Yeah, it's working. It's just the light doesn't come on.
Part 1C of the item carries 29 to 11.
D. D. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Part 1D carries 30 to 10.
Okay, item is amended. Pardon? Okay, item as it pertains to the municipal land transfer tax, recorded vote. We're voting on the item as amended as it pertains to the municipal land transfer tax. So Councillor Crisanti could leave his seat. Yeah. Item as amended. Yeah. The only reason we're separating is because there's an interest from Councillor Crisanti. He's not in a seat. The municipal land transfer tax, yes. Yeah, for the municipal land transfer tax, as we amended.
Councillor
No.
Perruzza, please.
Councillor Grimes, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Fillion, please.
The item is amended as it pertains to the MLTT carries 31 to 10.
Okay. Now the balance as amended. Councillor Fillion is asking for a separate vote. But we've already voted on it. Yes, we did. Yeah, this is getting to, like, that's what I think. Okay, please. Okay, separate motion 3. Yes, it does.
Recommendation 3 does not carry. The vote is 21 for each side. It loses on a tie.
Balance of the item, recorded vote. As amended. No, we're voting on the balance of the item. That's it. We've already voted. We've cut this whole thing in half. So many thousand little pieces here.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Holland. Councillor Palacio.
The balance of the item as amended carries 32 to 9.
Okay, that's it for the item. Who's got the confirming bill? Quick item, Councillor Aljamari. Okay, if you have a quick item, put your name on the screen. We still have to do the confirming bills.
Page 11.
Yes?
NY 18.12.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
NY 18.12.
Okay.
I'd like to move that the city approve the request to remove one city-owned tree at 166 Richard Clark Drive.
It's not, Councillor Aljamari, they're not ready. Councillor Kelly.
Page 4, EX 20.16, I've discussed the issue with Councillor Mamalidi. He now understands the importance of this. So I'm asking for the support of council.
Okay, on page 4, Councillor Kelly.
This is a technical amendment from the staff with respect to the loan guarantee to the TSO.
But Councillor Kelly, you're just releasing the item, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes, he's just releasing the item.
Oh, and, no, there's an amendment to it.
Where's the amendment?
Underlined. And this is an amendment.
Sorry, Speaker, I can't hear over the media scrum. Can you ask Councillor Mamalidi to take it outside?
And Councillor Mamalidi
Speaker, this is just an amendment, a technical amendment offered by staff. That's all.
Okay, Councillor Mamalidi is up there doing media, and he didn't even vote on the item.
Well, he and I discussed it privately.
Okay, Councillor
And
Kelly.
he's fine with it, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Kelly, thanks. On the amendment, all in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Peruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Holland, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
Okay, what? All in favor, item is amended, like it's unanimous, and we want recorded votes. Councillor Fragadakis.
Yes, thank you, Madam
Yes.
Speaker. It's on page 4, item EX 20.8. I have a motion to refer this item to the city manager for consideration at the request of the Heritage Toronto
Does the
Board.
staff have your motion?
Yes, they prepared it for me.
Okay, on page 4, EX 20.8, Councillor Fragadakis. All in favor? Carried. Councilor McConnell.
Madam Speaker, on page 3, TE 18.56, it was a deferred item, and you might remember that the mayor held some of these down, and we have made resolutions with the developer and the mayor's office, and I appreciate that we're going to try this in the next little while to see if it works, and if not, we'll bring it back. Thank you.
Okay, on page 3, Councilor McConnell, what are you moving?
I'm moving the recommendations that, the new recommendations. The clerk have it.
Okay, on page 3.
It's a new construction plan, that's what it is. It comes out of the mayor's office and the developer in our office.
Okay, on page 3, TE 18.56. Recorded vote, there's been a request for a recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Carmichael Greb. Councillor Shiner, please. Councillor Pasternak. Deputy Mayor Min Wong, please. Councillor Kelly, please.
Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Shiner, please.
Don't get this.
The motion carries 38 to 2.
That's it.
Okay, that's it.
But my lights are out.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, do you have I think we need to wrap up. Councillor
I've got
Fletcher?
2 releases, Speaker.
Okay, 2 releases.
Yes. But honestly, my whole little panel doesn't have any lights, so I don't know what's going on. So I'd just like to have that fixed. Thank you. Page 6, ED 16.8. Film and television industry tax credits. I'd like to release that.
Okay, on page 6, ED 16.8.
And ask for recorded. Yes, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Davis, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Karagianis, please.
Okay, members of council, there's far too much noise in here. Like, we still have a couple of votes.
Councillor Matlow, please.
Members of council wanted to go through quick releases.
Councillor Crawford, please. Councillor Burnside.
The item carries unanimously, 40 in favor.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
The one is on the same page, Speaker, page 6, ED 16.9, Film, Television, and Digital Media Board Customer Service Proposals.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, gosh.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Davis, Councillor Lee, thank you, Councillor Perks, Councillor Karagianis, Councillor Bailao. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeBearmaker, please.
The item carries unanimously, 40 in favor.
Councillor Campbell, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
I do. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 23 on December 13th, 2016.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, Councillor Karagianis, Councillor Bailao, Deputy Mayor Min Wong, please. Councillor Davis, and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Cressy, please.
Councillor Karagianis.
Councillor Holland, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries 39 to 1.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Bailao, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Councillor Mihevik, Councillor Filion. Councillor DeBearmaker, please. Councillor Holland. Councillor Fragadakis, please. Councillor DeBearmaker, please. Councillor Holland, please.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries 37 to 3.
Okay, so thank you to the staff and thank you to members of council. We're recessed to tomorrow morning, 9:30. Thank you.